But just like anything else, you learn the fastest by doing it. Now, if you understand that, right, then be smart about it. Don't use $20,000 to go in there and try to be 10% of any pool when you don't know what you're doing. Use maybe like $200. And for those that they're like, oh, he's pretend like $200 is nothing, then just don't do anything, right? Because then you're getting into a realm that the data that you collect on it, whether you made a mistake or not, like generally, okay, this is what my approach was. I don't understand it. I know it's risky. I don't give a shit. I want to learn. I don't want somebody to tell me how it works. So let's go do it. Let's go do it with smaller amounts, and we can extrapolate the numbers. Like I told you about the pool percentages, right? There's a certain amount of liquidity that's there versus everybody else. You don't need to know how many other people are there. You just need to know how much capital you have versus the rest of the pool. And you also need to make sure that the volumes that are coming through on the pairs that you're providing liquidity for are high enough to suffice for taking the risk in the first place, right? So if you can manage all of that, then that's what you need to hunt for based on how much capital that you have. So like, I guess I am kind of agreeing with you in a certain respect there, Mango, but also I am kind of disagreeing with you and explaining my point why, because there's other liquidity pools that are smaller, the smaller amount of capital that you have, you can shoot for the stars, I guess, right? 10% is pretty good for 20 grand. And to some people, 20 grand ain't shit, really. But even if you were 1% of the pool with 2 grand, like that's still pretty good. 1% of $787,000 is pretty good. I mean, that's pretty damn good.
Do you think that putting, like, if you really learned how to do this, that you could make more money doing this than just buying hex?
If you're able to dominate the liquidity pool, where you know that you're one of the bigger players, and more or less the other players that come in that are smaller, that are watching for you to move. Like I told you, sometimes you have to watch the other, like in Hex, you have to watch the other bigger liquidity positions move so you don't get left behind. You kind of want to be the one doesn't have to worry about getting left behind, right? So being early in on these assets can give you an advantage that the whole community is rewarded based off of your knowledge, right? If you were just a dumb fucker and you didn't know what you were doing and you had all these assets, chances are you're probably going to make a bad move, and the community won't have any reason to think that that was good at all. Not even for them, not for you, not for anybody. But if you know what you're doing, then it'll be a healthy marketplace for you and for the community and everybody else. And that's why I like Hex. That's one of the things that makes me enjoy Hex and got me so very, very interested on how prices are derived across the board when it comes to the blockchain. So yeah, I lost thousands of dollars. Even when you guys were all complaining about your gas fees and just making trades were like 30, 40, 50 bucks and stuff like that. We were providing liquidity positions for about $200 just to enter a position into a smart contract. $200 to remove it. That means that the fees that we needed to garner would have had to have been over $400 in a 24-hour period just to get some data, right? So we lost some money, but we knew it. We were already in the midst of doing this project previous to the fees going crazy and ape shit, and it was also previous to not the entire, but the majority of the up run all the way to 52 cents for Hex and the rest of the market's up run.
Is your goal looking for liquidity, like looking for fees, or is it like you want to help move the price in the direction that you want it to go?
That's what I was saying. Use it as a tool, because you don't even have to use it like for long term at all. Like I was saying before, if you were like right now when you saw the price in Icosa go down to 90, what was it? Actually, it went down to 80 cents, 79 cents, 80 cents. So if you were paying attention, you had a bunch of Icosa. Like most people were just trying to extract value and find edge cases all over the place and do all sorts of other shit. But I mean, if you had a bunch of those assets, I don't know, 20 grand, let's say, and it went down to 80 cents, and you knew that with this ceiling price that it was going to pull it, at least try to pull it up some from that giant dip that was there, even in the USDC price. Um, you're taking a risk, at least. I mean, I guess the only risk is um, your assets just sit there and you don't get any fees and the price doesn't go into it. And that would be worst case scenario, that the price just kept going down from 80 cents after you put it in there, which at this point you don't give a shit, right? That's fine. If it does keep going down, then it's going to cost, like with gas prices right now, maybe like $7 or $8 to remove it and then move it down further if that was going to benefit you, if that was the case. And then you can just increase your range from the further down price all the way up to what the ceiling price would be, and then go ahead and mitigate your risk. Because like I said, the wider, less concentrated you make your ranges, the less risk that there is that you're putting to your assets in the first place. And you can capture a higher percentage of your overall average if it was to just rip from the bottom part of your range all the way to the top of it, and then you pulled it, right? Like you would have been able to sell for a higher average than what a lot of people had the capability of doing in the first place. Or if it wasn't, because it was such a high spread over the period of time, you can just leave it, like I said, you can just leave it in that range for a while until it makes up for it in the fees that you get, because now you are going to fee capture at that point. But it's not going to go higher than the ceiling, at least if it does, not for very long. So it'll just get slapped right back down to the high part of your range that you would have set after, when this dip set itself in, meaning that the 80 cents to $1.07 or some shit, right? Whatever the ceiling was at the time. You know that now it's gonna be volatile over $1.07, even if it does go there. And you're already in a volatile range where you put it at, and you're going to be able to just use Icosa, no USDC, to set the range. And then as the price goes up, it'll turn that Icosa into USDC that you'd never had before. And then you can decide to pull it whenever you want if you're satisfied with that. But you can just let it roll sideways through this almost guaranteed, still risk, but since you know what you're doing, you have less risk than others, but almost guaranteed range of price where you know that you're going to be able to garner fees for a couple of days, maybe even a week. It kind of depends on, especially with all the events that are going on right now, maybe only a couple of days, garner the fees, and then pull it for the average of whatever the range was at the time, and then reestablish a new position. Or reestablish a new position if you have more assets sitting on the side, which most market makers do, and then pull the old range, because you don't want to make too many things volatile, right? So sometimes you'll, like, let's say that you were one person and you were the entirety of the $216,000 worth of liquidity. Imagine how volatile everything would be if the whole range was in a V3 in only a concentrated range. So you knew price was only going to go through there. Man, price calls would be easy if you knew it was only one person and that price could only be there and it was only them setting those ranges. That'd be neat. If you knew that, then that could happen, but typically not. That's not the case. But yeah, garnering the fees going sideways would be a good deal for a while. Pull that, reestablish. But like I said, generally, you don't want to cause high volatility. But if there's already a bunch of assets that are there in that range, let's say that I was the one that facilitated the lower price in the dip, because I knew that there was going to be a bunch of people that were selling Icosa. And I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying that if I was to have paid it this close attention, hindsight being 2020, it's easy to speak now. So let's say that I saw this coming. I knew I wanted to facilitate that dip that was coming for people that wanted to sell, and the price to be able to go down there, so that the community didn't see just a wick go down to this price and then go right back up to the ceiling price again right away. It allowed an opportunity for people to get in at a lower cost at that time, and only for the amount of time that I was selling that asset at that lower price. Let's say it was only for two or 3 days. and everyone's like, oh shit, you better get this dip before it goes back up to the ceiling price. Is it? People are gonna be like, is it gonna go back to the ceiling price? Is it? You like YouTubers and stuff, right? How long is it gonna take? Well, it'll take about as long as the market makers allow for the facilitation of the lower price. So let's say it was me. We went through a couple of days. Everyone got cheaper shit. Nobody realized what was going on, and no market maker is going to come out and be like, "You should be thanking me," right? No, absolutely not, because your addresses are your wallet's connected to those addresses in the first place. So you're not going to dox yourself. Nobody's going to know. And then what they do is they'll pull all that low range liquidity, and there will be no facilitating that lower price any longer. And now all the liquidity that was above, and even the person that pulled the liquidity down low, causing this really high volatility, there ain't no assets there anymore for anyone to buy any anyway. And even if they did, it's going to shoot the price all the way up to the liquidity that's above where it used to be sitting at, which would be the ceiling price areas, right? So you could even go take what you removed down below and go slap it back up top again in a totally different like safety range that you have, with the assets that you just appropriated from down below. You just pretty much scooped up a bunch of cheap ass assets for half the price, right? Because you got all your USDC, you can just go make purchases, right? Previous to that, be the reason why all of a sudden people don't have this buying opportunity down low, because you just removed all the assets. You took some of the USDC that you had, you make a couple of small ass purchases that make huge green candles, shoot the price up into the thicker liquidity that you just replaced, that you already implemented previous to doing this whole entire thing. And now you have manipulated the price. You came away up with a bunch of cheaper assets. Everyone was facilitated the availability for cheaper assets, and then you moved the price back up against everyone else. And then any of the smaller liquidity providers that moved their assets down lower to be like, oh yeah, apparently we're just going to be cheaper than what the ceiling price is for now, and I'm just going to move tight ranges because they don't understand, down at this lower price and leave it there. And then now all of a sudden the price just went up above them, and they got pretty much put into a impermanent loss situation because the majority of the liquidity, which could have been me and maybe a couple other guys, moved all the liquidity up higher again, and you weren't part of the club. Nobody told you, you're just learning, right? So that's where I say those mistakes come in, because you don't realize that there's like clubs, and not actual clubs, but these people with bigger assets that are watching each other move around. They don't have to talk to each other. They don't have to dox each other. They don't have to really like organize any type of agenda or anything, right? It's just one big player decides that he wants prices to go up, and everyone else is like, okay, well, do we move? Do we follow where he wants to go? Probably go before the price goes there. If you follow after the price goes there, then you're probably already to the point where you're too late, right? Even Richard Hart was saying that fucking year and a half ago, 2 years ago, he was saying, you market makers out there that are following the price, you guys are going to get liquidated on the high end, and then when the price goes the other way, you're going to get liquidated on the low end. Stop following the price. What he wasn't saying was pay more attention to what you're doing, learning what you're doing, find out what those market makers are, those addresses with the big wallets that are always providing liquidity and moving the price they're moving their liquidity around to facilitate new prices. You need to follow them, not the price. Because if you follow them, you'll notice that the price follows them. Because they are, like I said, they're the ones that facilitate the availability for price to have sustainable deriving price, right? Otherwise, you get it so volatile that, everyone knows what slippage is. Nobody knows why slippage occurs is the problem. That's high volatile areas where there is no assets there for you to buy, and that's the reasons why that happens. And as soon as price goes down into the thickness of liquidity, which is where most of the volume is at. Now, remember, that's one of the most important things to a liquidity provider, right? Is the volume. Because he knows that he can take a certain amount of his capital and be able to take up a portion of the total liquidity that's there, like having a pool percentage, I guess, right? 10% of the pool of $200,000, $20,000. And if the volume is diddly squat for days and days and days, because there's no excitement, there's nothing happening with this community, then you're going to move on to where there's excitement happening and where there's a community doing stuff to the tune of $780,000 for just having 20 grand. Sounds pretty good. That sounds really good to be able to get 10% of that pool for sure. And then what happens when other people start to learn these things, or other market makers that haven't quite, stumbled along the community yet and like looked at the pairs and knows what's going on, which is what they'll do immediately, snip that shit out. You'll notice that the liquidity pairs will start to get built up, right? And then it's after a certain period of time of people providing actual V2 and multiple ranges of V3 getting set up all over the place, it allows for more healthy movement. It's harder for the price to move through really thick liquidity ranges, and if you just got a mountain of liquidity, then your slippage will be like 0.005%, 0.0, whatever the most minimum you could possibly ever have. And the community enjoys that, right? They can get more assets for their dollar. That's the most important thing for them. And then appreciation and speculative type of results, right? The community probably being positive is a good thing. Although with hexagons, I think it's, it doesn't quite matter. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we generally are very happy no matter what happens. Or yeah,
seems
the
to be that.
hardcore users.
I don't know. Hexagons can be nuts.
Yeah, thanks for sharing all that, man. That, at least for me, that was really interesting. Kind of gave me some stuff to think about in terms of liquidity. That was thanks. Yeah, thanks. That's cool.
Yeah, no problem. Like, I wasted a lot of money, and so did a couple of my buddies too. Spent a lot of money on gas fees to be able to just pull data. Just like what I was telling you. Well, if it was 20,000 to the 200,000, it would be 10%. Well, what if we just use $200 and see what the averages are per the volume that happens per day, and we can extrapolate the rest of the values out to what if we were the whale or the shark or the dolphin or the whatever the fuck. Who cares really, right? The values are still there, and as long as you can pull data from each different pair, you start to ask these questions like, why was volume on this pair like larger this day, or why was this one all of a sudden the one? You're now watching 13 different pairs, and your buddy has a fucking Excel spreadsheet that's pulling live API data from all these different sites to be able to show you what the volumes are versus the TVL versus the percentages that there, and what if it would have been if you were a certain percentage of that pool for all of them. And then you'd be able to see where your risk patterns were for all of them, and then try to make sense of that shit, right? You're just kind of like, well, we have an overwhelming amount of data now. So if we not try to tackle the overwhelming amount of data, why don't we just try to figure out why the volume shifts from one to the next to the next to the next? And that's when we started to realize about the routing protocol for Uniswap and how it routes the pairs. Now you're going from this already complicated process to another complicated process on how they work. And it's like a math problem. Some really complicated math problems suffice for you to previously do other math problems first, figure out answers, and then the answers that you have from those other problems give you the meat that you need to give you the derived answer of this other complicated problem. Is kind of what we were getting into. And thank God we did it that way, instead of being like, we got all this data that we need to dive into, and then spending a whole year diving into data for no fucking reason, right? Like we pretty much figured out that mitigating your risk for impermanent loss is based on your intelligence level, and when you pull the fucking plug on it, right? Like when you pull your liquidity and you cause impermanent loss is when you're there's some gameplay to this whole thing too, other than just watching the other liquidity providers, watching price and all these other things. And sometimes I think that with TA guys, that is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that they're really good at making that statement too, that based off of like entry positions for a lot of people, because the fucking market makers were the ones that were consolidating at that time. Just like I explained to you, they were the ones that were facilitating those prices to be that way at that time, allowing for more and more community members to come in and get emotional with that price that they bought in at, right? So if it ever did go back down to that price, you knew that you had a bunch of buyers already, because you created that environment by allowing for a longer period of time for them to get in at. So then you create this environment as a market maker, and your TA guys don't understand what that is. They don't get it, but they don't have
that's
to.
some good fucking insight right there. Yeah, why that shows up on the chart as support. is that the market makers kind of made it the support by providing the liquidity at that level.
Yeah,
And
and the
that's
reason
what
why,
people think about. Yeah.
well, and think about this, the reason why that level was the level that the market makers liked and they left it there was because they know that the community liked it there because the volume picked up on those days while it was on those prices. So they're like,
Right.
shit, we're riding sideways on this bitch until
Right.
they're not happy with it. And then we'll move price up. We'll get them excited again. And then we can provide them with the higher prices and we'll allow them to dump through our liquidity as long as the price is in the thickest prices, the parts of it, right? So that way they can maximize their value and they can, as community members, they can go get excited and go do all these cool fucking things. And as market makers, we can provide those healthy environments for everybody to do these things and still realize that since a lot of people don't know what they're doing, that they're going to not realize that prices in a volatile, like the lower side of liquidity and go sell a bunch of shit and wick themselves and be like, oh, fuck. Because most people, when they sell, they wait till the last minute where it's like, there was nothing else that they could have done, and now they have to fucking do it. Now, if the price is just sitting there, you're fucked. You're so fucked. You can't wait a week for price to go back up, or when the market makers decide to facilitate for you to go sell, they don't care. They don't even know, right? They don't know. So, I mean, it's just funny how it all plays out. And then watching everybody else trying to guess with their crystal balls and all this stuff and garner all this attention from all these people to lie to them and tell them that they know all this stuff is just kind of like, oh boy, here we go. You know, when are we going to learn all this stuff and then just provide something with the security of us being able to provide education without losing our anonymity? Because I ain't going on YouTube. I ain't doing that. Nope. And I'm not going to provide information that could be even scrutinized as financially in any way, shape, or form on YouTube with showing charts and how to do all this stuff and all these things. As soon as somebody does the wrong thing and they fuck themselves, because like I already said, this is risky, you ain't coming back to me to tell me that I did anything wrong, because I didn't even fucking show you how to do it. I just told you how it works, and allowing for you to have the opportunity for you to go figure out to do it and make your mistakes like I did. Right, I just did it during one of the more expensive, high throughput times during the Ethereum network, like a fucking, nerd, because I didn't care. What we wanted was data. We were literally paying hundreds of dollars per transaction just for the data, right? Not to educate you, but we wanted to find out like how to mitigate risk and find these edge cases and be the advantage, right? Not just figure out, like, if you're wondering anything on how it works, then you're never going to be the advantage. If you know how it all works, then you know where the advantages are and you know how to implement yourself into them and have the best availability of creating an environment that's best for you. And in the end result of finding those things out, the best way to do it is create a better environment for everybody, is the best way to work, that it works. So
Yeah, man. Good shit.
yeah, get out there and try to mitigate your risks. And and make some mistakes along the way so you can help further mitigate your risk. I wish there was a video that you could just do that would teach everybody all the nuances of all the stuff that could happen, but that's just simply not possible. Because if you were to, it's almost a live action reactionary thing of all the stuff and all the data that you need to pull in and look at to make a good decision is changing every 24 hours. So you don't even get a whole lot of time. Like if there was a video to tell you what's going on, they'd have to do a video on what they're about to do right now and the reasons why it's so pertinent. And the only people that would be able to garner any significance, some solid substance to it, would be the ones that are like, they're watching it at that point in time live, what's going on, how it's done, the reasoning behind why it's being done, and then gets to watch the end result of it happening as opposed to doing it themselves, which, I mean, that could, like I said, that could take days, it could take weeks when it gets into these types of things on however you decide to implement your plan. And then the next day it could all change, right? Where you find out whether the plan that you implemented the day previous was the right move or not. So even when you do understand how it all works, there's still risk. There's literally zero way to actually mitigate 100% impermanent loss capabilities, unfortunately.
One of the big takeaways I got from what you just said and makes a lot of sense to me is if you're not paying attention to where the big liquidity is going, you're probably going to end up on the wrong side of it. You'll either get you'll get liquidated yourself on one side of the pair, because where that big liquidity stack moves is you're going to end up in a thin part of the liquidity and just get, you'll get, if like you're a small player, any price move is just going to go straight through your entire range, because you're not the one setting the big thick liquidity, somebody else is. And if your range is outside of their range, you're not going to get the volume because the liquidity is too thin in that area.
Right, and depending on how thick they have and how concentrated it is and how wide they have their range, they're already set previous to the price actually moving up, because what you don't know is that they also have lower ranges where you're currently sitting at, and they just pull the rug out from underneath you by removing all the liquidity, and now you have to move up. And when the price, but you don't realize it till the price moves up already.
Yeah. Unless you're,
Now you're only sitting at the high side of volatility, and they're capturing the whole area of volatility that they created in the higher zone.
Yeah.
So it's like, usually the price starts. This is the case. Usually what I found out is when you're behind the mark on that and you decide to move anyway, as soon as you put in assets above the price to try to sell at a higher price, is when the price starts to etch downwards, because now you're over leveraging the higher side versus the lower side, and it's pushing the price down away from you. And it's just kind of like, fucker,
I'm still learning. I'm kind of doing the thing you talked about, where I'm just practicing with small stakes just to get a feel of how it works. And there's been a couple times where I've just been sort of the price has just gone through my entire range, and I'm out one side or the other, and it costs $20 to go in and out of these pools each round trip. That adds up. So
yeah, it does. Unless you're doing it like 2:00 in the morning for an American, if you can facilitate.
Right. Well, then it's only $10, but still, yeah.
But yeah, we've tried everything. I mean, obviously monitoring the GUE, is a good. Everyone knows certain days and certain times of night, but
Sure.
there's certain edge like times where I've noticed that entering or exiting a liquidity position, like $3-4, sometimes at the high $1.70. Like every once in a while, like even I have to look at it twice and be like, how the fuck, why was I spending $170 9 months ago? And here's is the entering and leaving liquidity positions is one of the more complicated things to do, like for function stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more expensive than, like, I don't know, just a send or even a swap, right? So as that you're gonna have to go into that knowing that it's more expensive, and you're going to have to start getting fees right away.
Yeah. Like I said, I kind of know going into some of these pools, my stack's not big enough where I'm going to have to sit there forever, but that's probably not going to happen. I'm kind of just accepting, okay, well, this is going to be a $20 lesson on how this particular liquidity pool works, and just kind of go with it. Maybe mitigated somewhat by the fees I get.
Yeah. I like when we were going through the data for being able to make multiple ranges over, like, maybe kind of all of them overlapping each other by making one range single-sided, letting the price, let's say the range was above the price and then the price goes up. So now you have some USDC and some asset. And then now that it's went up, you go make another range of all USDC underneath the current price. So now it's overlapping your first range, right? So now you've trapped the price in this overlap. And the first two ranges that you have are both, let's say, the same range percentage split, right? Even though they are overlapping each other. And then you put a third position that only overlaps the other two overlaps. So you have three overlaps. So there are certain points in time where you're actually concentrating your liquidity at these certain prices. And then when the price does go there, you're getting fees for all three ranges at the same time. Yeah.
Okay. And that's sort of, that's like almost like a hedge. You're sort of hedging against that middle range by your outside liquidity pool still getting something, but you get the best result when the range is inside of all three of your liquidity pools, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
Yeah. Yep. And then you could have like 9 different pools in openings in like all different ranges. So with all different dollar amounts inside of them, if you wanted to do that, but I mean, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to do that, I guess.
Yeah, at some point, just the fees of opening each of those ranges. Again, unless you have, there's a matter of scale and I guess how much you're willing to put into each pool. But
yeah. Yep.
Cool, man. Interesting stuff.
Here, I can post a couple of things that have already been posted, so I won't worry about it. But they're not like up to date or nothing like that. It's just merely visual representation. So like what we were just talking about, the ranges can be whatever you want, obviously. But like I said, it's just a visual representation of what I meant when I was saying what I was saying. By setting your first range, letting price move up, set the next range, and then have that difference. Or you don't even have to. You could take both assets and set the range where you want it, the majority of it being USDC underneath it for the second range, so you can push it up higher than what the current price is. And then that last one, it doesn't have to be that small. I mean, you can have the overlaps as big as you want, but that gives you the generalized understanding for 3 different ranges, how you'd be able to capitalize and mitigate risk depending on which way the price goes, but still be able to be in range where you're getting fees at all times. You see what I mean? So you're never actually in range of any individual pool. So you're getting your fee range, your fee raking down to a science there, I guess, really.
Is the top arbitrary, the top and the bottom?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to pull those ranges. So that very first one that you deployed there would be you selling assets. And if price did go all the way to the very, very top and you pulled it, then you would have been selling those assets for half of the entire price movement. But still, you would have been selling the top. And then on the second range is what you'd call buy the bottom range. So the first one is sell the top range. The other one is buy the bottom range. If you wanted to pull those when the price actually went to those ranges. But this is to cover you just in case it doesn't. If it just moves sideways, if you intend for it to move sideways for a while or a couple of days, then you can do this, right? Until you garner enough fees. The best case scenario is that the 24-hour fees that you saw that were able to give you the percentages that you'd be able to get off of your pool share, that you'd set up something like this after you were really confident that that was the case, right? But if that wasn't the case, then, maybe there would be other games that you'd want to play and other types of ranges that you could do as far as trying to find, there's not really an ARB, I guess. This would be the facilitating and availability for other people to do ARBing and things like that. But I mean, you're getting trading fees. So the more trading fees that happen on volume, obviously it's better for you. So you can find a pair that has like a fuck ton of trading fees and do that, what I just showed you right here, where price would happen to be exactly riding through the middle of them. Then you'd be capturing the entirety of that range's fees only to a certain extent for the ticks of the price that's there. And that's another thing. I mean, we can get into that too. So where the overlaps are at, let's say that the first range was 10 grand, the second range was 10 grand, and then that third range was 10 grand for 30 grand. Only where the overlaps are at of, what did I put on there? 10%. So it would only be 10% of the first 10 grand, 10% of the second 10 grand, and then the entirety of the whole 10 grand in that purple bar there. So really, instead of it being 30 grand of you in the pool, it's 10 grand of the purple bar, 10% of the first one, and 10% of the second one when you're in those ranges collecting fees on how much you'll get for that 24-hour period. And that's where it also gets kind of confusing too, because you're like, if you have liquidity being provided where the price isn't at and you're not in range and nobody's buying it, you're not getting any fees. So you want to make sure that you're in those range in those ranges there on top of the liquidity that's there. So it's kind of a skewed thing. What I said earlier about if there's $220,000 of liquidity and you're 20% and you're 10% of that liquidity with $20,000 and it's $750,000 worth of volume that's coming through at that time, then you're going to get 10% of that $750,000. That's not exactly true. If you're going to be, if the entirety of that $750,000 happened to go through your ranges the entire time, then that would be true, right? And if it used the whole $10,000 throughout the range, going back and forth throughout it within that 24-hour period, then it would absolutely be true. And the more that it does that, the more that you're going to garner per day of an actual percentage. So it's intriguing to be able to find that, because 1% per day over a year, and like I just explained to you, chances are you wouldn't be able to provide one range for a whole year, even if it was V2. But 1% per day would be 365% APY per year. If you can extract that out of 20 grand, 365% per year, then you have figured out how to play this game. If you can figure out how to extract 0.5% of that per day, then that's like 180%, right? Or some shit like that, just below it.
Yep.
So now you're really starting to figure things out. And that means that your efficiency just doesn't need to be as good, right? You just need to make sure that your overall average is at least 0.5% a day, and you should be pretty good. But it could be less than that. It could be like 0.35% a day, and you would have 100% of your entire total. But you need to know how to play the game, and you need to be forward thinking, and you need to be mindful, and you need to be able to watch, and you probably need to not have a job. Like, this would be your job now.
Yeah.
Yep. But if you can make 1% of $100,000 a day, think about that. If you are capable and good enough to be able to make 1% of $100,000 a day in the pools, then that could be, at a maximum, an additional $365,000 off of the 100 grand.
So when I'm assuming that you had stuff to do while you were doing this, do you have some setup for while you're like on vacation or something?
For your ranges, you can use Uniswap on mobile. It's not very nice, but you can. And you can monitor all your ranges on revert.finance. You don't have to hook your wallet up. For those who are, let me click it, make sure it works too. Yeah, so just copy paste your address into the address bar on there when you are providing liquidity, or you can copy paste anybody's fucking address into that thing and find out if they are providing liquidity. You can also see where all their previous ranges for the entire history of their whole wallet were opened and how much money they made, and that's kind of neat. You can see a little bit of everything. Takes a little bit getting used to, but as you start to understand the information, it makes more sense. I wouldn't use it to track people. I like I said, I would just use it to track my stuff, especially if I was on the move, because you can use this revert.finance on mobile as well if you are traveling. Go ahead.
Are you? I forget what I was gonna say. Are you? Do you have like alerts set for when certain things happen?
Not really. I'm just like manically always checking the charts when I'm away from this stuff, because I'll know in my head where all my ranges are and where stuff's at. So all I need to do is look at a price chart to know where things are at for the volatility and the risk that I deployed. minus like looking at all the money and the fees and all the stuff. I don't care about that. Like, I know where the percentages are based off of where the price would be at, because I'm the one that set and established the ranges. But I wouldn't like set up a range that like was concentrated, that would require for me to sit there and watch it more than a couple times a day if I was going to be going on vacation. But if I still wanted to provide liquidity and I was pretty confident that I wasn't going to fall out of range, then I might open up a range that's like really wide, you know, just to facilitate the availability for the community to use my ranges, because it's better than it just sitting in my wallet doing nothing, right? Like, some people have assets like, yeah, you could just stake it, but it's like, I already have, like, I have so much, like, you don't even realize, like, I've got so much stake that it becomes stupid to continue to keep doing that. So instead of just letting it sit here in my wallet, then I can just provide communal behavior, right? I can just go allow for people to buy and sell and trade assets across ranges and stuff like that. And some people are just like that, and it's not relevant to anyone else that isn't like that, right? And only to the people that are, because they're not going to come tell you, be like, you guys just don't realize, like, I have this terrible first world problem of all this money, right? Generally, people aren't like that. Hopefully, at least.
Yeah, I've said things like that in the past, and people just get angry. I think you're stuck up.
Well, I mean, the people that get angry don't realize, maybe they're the ones that don't realize that there are other things that you could do. And you, as just a community member and investor, like, probably would have liked to have heard other options for things that you could have done with your assets. Most people hear Uniswap and they just think of it as a decentralized exchange. Like, I hear Uniswap, I also see it as a decentralized exchange, but I see it as a tool to facilitate the driving of price and the availability for you to be the exchange, the one that calculably can, scrape up all those trading fees right into your wallet. And there's a lot of traders out there, and some of you guys probably are them, right? So, like, market makers are more than willing to facilitate for you to go there and increase the volume per 24 hours, right? And especially if the traders that aren't really paying attention, or they're watching TA or whatever the hell it is they're doing, and they're in a volatile area, those liquidity providers are more than happy to allow them the opportunity to get chopped up, right? By not moving their assets around and playing these games and have more fun with it. It's like a staking protocol for a day or a week. Or maybe even longer for some people, months and months. There's been pools that I've been staked in, and I just move it around from pool to pool to pool in different ranges for like years. And then the fees that you get, you'd probably consider it passive income, but I guess it depends on whether you're still entering the market or whether you plan on exiting the market. And I'm only like 39, so I'm still entering the market. So I don't really quantify anything as passive income right now. I quantify it as availability to be able to print more money than everybody else.
How many pools are you managing at once?
I don't manage more than like 2 to 3 pools at a time, ever. It's too much, way too much work. You probably really shouldn't try to manage more than that, but I guess it depends on your capabilities, right? Some people have entire teams of people that do all these, and they can actually cover all of the pairs. 9 to 13 different pairs, depending. And it would be a dedicated thing where, like, your availability to do it would be based off of your success, right? Just like anything else. It'd be like trying to become an entrepreneur, but everything's riding on you, right? You could make a mistake and lose big too, and then your business just went under doing that, right? Because if you had a team, not many of you could actually have real jobs with income, and everybody would have to take profit to be able to pay their bills. So it's not an easy way to live your life if that was the case. So probably easier to just manage just like the one pool, maybe two, especially if you're in Hex, Hedron, and Icosa. You could probably find an advantage with two of those pools, with two of the assets pools between them. And if you're a really big player, all three of them. And some of the OG hexagons like don't have a choice. Like they have the opportunity to be market makers in any of them as they choose, which would probably be beneficial for them if they knew how to use Uniswap as a tool with all these assets that they have anyway. And it would be better for the community too, right? More liquidity facilitates for bigger players to look at that and go, oh, I can actually spend 50 grand without slippage. That's nice, right? I can actually like sell $50,000 without slippage. That's even better, right? There's people that like have that type of money to do those things and not even give a community the time to build that type of revenue, right, in their liquidity pools for those things, and just go test the liquidity pools like within the first few days, right, and wreck themselves too, and then just go bitch about it and complain about it. It's like, why don't you just understand how this shit works and you don't even have to do those types of things? You're just trying to prove a point? Is that what it is? You wanted to be the guy that made a red candle or a green candle on the chart and that's it? So you can come gloat or bitch about it? It's silly to me. It's exposing on people's knowledge when they behave that way sometimes, but
Yeah, I don't think it's so much knowledge as it is like hubris. Like they just think that nothing's their fault. Whereas like I think everything is my fault. If I get struck by lightning, I'm like, well, why was I in that place at that time?
What a terrible way to live. Gotta let loose, Kevin.
I mean, it's done me well so far, but yeah, it's not like it's not pleasant, but like I'd rather be go through all that and then like be wiser of it than just like, I don't know, have my head in the sand.
I'm going to post another. I don't know how many people have seen this. I haven't updated this because I don't really care to, because like I said, it's meant to be just a visual thing. For those people that got to see it when I made it live and then just post it and explain it right away, that was probably pretty fun for those people because it was relevant to them because they got to see everything. But for those who may be concerned that are listening to the whole liquidity thing and were interested about it, and when I was talking about volatility and things like this, I have a nice little visual for you to see. I took the Uniswap liquidity that was on there for the majority of the pair. I flipped it on its side. I slapped it on over the price. And then I put some explanations around some boxes. And yes, those red boxes are actual ranges also that explain further on in the price range that's off to the far right where you can see the numbers there. So if you can wrap your head around how liquidity works, how to use it as a tool, how to visually represent it towards the price, like what I just did here, so you see where those volatile points are, then man, you could be dangerous. Just dangerous enough to have an advantage, and maybe even dangerous to yourself too. Right? Oops, made a mistake.
Yeah, I've lost like a 40 grand in a trade before in like a day.
You can know everything there is to know, but still make mistakes in this world. So you gotta be careful.
I was trading oil futures and I made like 8 grand, and then I tried to sell it and the market maker wouldn't let me sell it, and then suddenly the price dropped like $2, which was like it's like a 15x leverage, and like pretty much just wiped my account out when I was first learning how to trade. And then I was like, well, maybe I should just make really small size trades from now on until I really know what I'm doing. And fuck these guys. They literally scammed me.
That sucks, man. How long have you been in crypto? Because, I mean, is that even a, yeah, you can answer that, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I'm not too worried that somebody's gonna dox me. Even if they do dox me, I'm constantly moving, and yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I first heard about Bitcoin in 2011. When I was really into silver, I was like, yeah, that, like silver's probably better because, I don't even know how to buy this thing. And then my friend's like, I'm going all in, and then he turned like 15 grand into like 400 or 500 grand in like a year or something, and I was like, okay, next time it's low, I'm gonna start buying and really figure it out. And I don't think Bitcoin's gonna be the one. So I'm gonna look for the next best thing. And then I thought that was Ethereum. Um, but yeah, then I found Richard Hart and Hex and everything, and I was like, okay. And I sold all my Bitcoin, all my Ethereum, bought Hex. But I have taken like I took a Institute of Trading and Portfolio Management class. I was thinking about doing like their internship and everything. I'm a certified trader. Like I could trade for a prop firm if I wanted to because they want to see that they like that certification. But yeah, like 2017 is like when I really got in.
Yeah, because it seems like you've got some experience with some of the negative sides of the things that have happened in history. Like you would have had to have been around involved back then to know like the complications of some of the stuff that happened back then, as opposed to just you get to be it instead of hearing about it, I guess.
Yeah, I think the fact that actually, like, if you think about it, Mt. Gox getting hacked was actually a really good thing for DeFi, and same thing with FTX because everybody after that was like, wait, so we don't want anyone touching our keys and our coins instead of like but us, you know. And that's probably really what seeded the idea of decentralized exchanges.
Makes sense because shortly after, Uniswap came out a couple of years later.
But yeah, I remember one of the I think his name's Anton Creel. He used to work for Goldman Sachs, and he does the Institute of Trading Portfolio Management. And I've seen a bunch of the YouTuber traders and everything. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like this guy's really good. Well, actually, what he says is if you want to find the best trader to learn from, you can look up whether they've ever traded professionally, and there's like a website that you can look that up because you have to be licensed or something by like the stock exchange or something. And if you look up their name and they've never traded for like Goldman Sachs or some other major firm, that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Unless like there are people out there, I'm sure. I don't know if Richard Hart's done it. I'm sure he's a good trader. He called the top on the day and everything. But yeah, him, he's really good. And Francis Hunt, who's also interviewed Richard Hart, I think, and he's traded for big trading firms. He's really good. Those are the only like two guys that I'd ever really listened to about a trade, and Richard Hart, of course. Yeah, I forget where I was going with that. My memory's fucked up.
Well, we're just talking about your escapade into crypto because, like, usually you have good commentary on like maybe ways for people to move through the ecosystem, things to be aware of, things like this, and then you give a relevant understanding of something that had happened in the past. Because and you're not like, because remember, guys, this happened. You were like, I remember when I was involved in this thing that had happened. I was there. Don't do that.
Yeah, I think it's like there's when you, I know the feeling of being a newbie and you're listening to a conversation and um like someone just says one thing and you're like, wow, that just saved me like 2 years of like fucking around and losing money. So yeah, when I see an opportunity like that to say something, save people money, especially hexicans, because if I save them money, then they don't have to sell hex, which hurts the price.
I could agree to that. Sounds good. A healthier, stronger community is going to be better for everybody in the long run. Even the people who aren't even community members yet, they just don't realize that we're setting the pins up for them to knock them down. We're doing everything right here, right? Like, you have all the available and freedoms and availability for you to do whatever the fuck you want. And nobody can tell you any different. It's up to you to make those choices and handle your security profile and your financial profile like a bank would.
Were you ever really into silver or gold?
Not gold. I don't know why, but more or less silver. I was. My old lady's really big into silver. I'm not so much anymore.
Yeah, when like I had this epiphany moment when it went up to like $30, and it was like every signal in the world was saying that it's going to go past 50, past its all time. Like the last all time high it made was in 1980, and we've printed like 3 times more dollars, and like the recession and everything, like, and they're printing tons of money. Like, why would it not go to $50? And then I found out that they're just manipulating the fucking price, and I'm like, well, that sucks. Like, how can I can't fucking win? Like
Yeah,
they,
especially something that can be mined too, right? They can manipulate how much of it's being mined at any point in time by causing turmoil or some shit on certain parts of the planet.
well,
Right?
I don't know if you've ever like seen the conspiracy theory on what JP Morgan does with silver, but basically any like they just rehypothecate it until it crashes, and with futures. But it's a conspiracy theory. But I think given everything with FTX and WEF and like Ukraine and like literally everything, I'm like, yeah, that's probably happening. Right, that did happen.
It reminds me of the Jenga thing. I forget the name of the movie. But he's like, you got A shares, and then when you got too many A shares, you get the B shares, and then the C shares, and then you get the AB shares, and then the BC shares, and the ABC shares.
The Big Short, the one about
Yeah,
the housing market. Yeah.
yeah. Dumps it in the trash can.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of people have way too much power, and they have no sense of consequences of like real consequences. Like this is actually affecting like people's lives, and you can't just like fix a price of something and expect everything to go well, and like rehypothecate it and like all that, and prevent people from having honest trading.
I think the only thing that you can affix is like what's the right word? I about said asphyxiate a price to. What you can fix a price to is based off of the value of your work, your time.
Yeah, I've thought about that a lot too. I was always especially in 2011, 2012, I was like, what, like, if you were to create, like, if we just deleted all currency and we wanted to create a new currency, what would we base it off of? And it would probably have to be something about, like, well, this person, like an 18-year-old out of college, should make this much money per hour. And then base everything out of that, like, oh, pilots need to make twice that, or like doctors need to make 3 times that or something, and then just start from there. But like let the free market do it and everything. But that's the fundamental thing of what money is paying, buying people's time or the product that took them time to create. And if it didn't take them time to create, it's not worth anything.
Just give everybody $1 billion, and then don't teach anybody shit, and then let everybody make their mistakes, and then eventually you'll have the same thing you have now anyway. You'll have all the broke people, even though you gave them $1 billion, they'll be broke eventually, and all the rich people will be trillionaires.
Yeah, I think there's definitely like people who just are incapable of learning from their mistakes, whether it's like something that they were raised that way, or they're just not capable cognitively, or
They don't take it
Said
seriously.
yeah.
that the cream
They don't.
rises to the top.
They just don't take it seriously is the thing, is because they're kind of told not to. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about finances and monetary economics. We've got this handled.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a sentiment, especially in America, especially right now, where if you're focused on money, you're a bad person, and it's like it doesn't do any justice to people who are doing really good things, like especially like Elon Musk has done more good than any human that I can think of. Like with the electric cars and Twitter and SpaceX, like, and PayPal, like, and they hate him. Everyone hates him, and they want him to fail.
Being programmed to not be successful. It's like the rat race.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do about it. That's just the way he is. Yeah, I agree.
In a way, that's true what you were saying about that. If you give everybody $1 billion, that the rich people are gonna get richer again because they're smarter in a way. But that's mainly for first world countries, like in places where people don't have the money, they can start to do something with it and
Sure,
use it.
there might be a certain edge case where certain people who have learned lessons that know the value of certain things now will probably come out on top in a certain respect. So you probably see the dichotomy of the wealth change slightly, but you'll still have in the larger result, because of mass education on a lot of the stuff. Yeah, we may be a little bit more wise to it here in this group of people that we're speaking to now, but in the masses of the majority, a lot of them don't, unfortunately. So you're still going to have the capable versus the incapable in a large ratio of difference. The capable a lot less, and the incapable of understanding how it all actually works in the real world, just not having a chance, unfortunately, right? Because even
Must
like,
exist.
yeah, even if you were to like have like a lottery winner that comes up with like $600 million or $1 billion or something like that, and they don't accept it anonymously, like they still have people find out who they are and harass them and come ask them for all sorts of things. And if it is a large, significant amount of money, I'm sure that other people up above are going to do like what I warn people may happen with the pulse chain thing. When pulse chain launches, there's going to be so many things, front ends that pop up. They're going to say, give us your pulse and we'll give you this next shiny object. When I will have to say this, guys, even though Hex is going to be on that network, the most successful token that'll be on Pulse Chain, regardless of anything that happens on the rest of that network, is going to be Pulse. And there are going to be people that are going to want to try to get that from you. And they'll make all sorts of shit tokens to try to get it. And it'll just help pump the price of Pulse. And they'll get it. They will. There'll be all this shit, and there's going to be so many people that aren't aware, that don't know any better, that are just going to be thinking that they're getting the next shiny object, and they don't know any better. And the price of Pulse might be particularly cheap when these things are all happening. And
Reminds
they'll
me of that saying, all the world's a stage, men and women merely players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We do choose our part. We all, consciously or subconsciously, we all choose our part that we play.
Yep. So, I mean, all those, if everybody was wealthy, which wouldn't be sustainable in the first place, God, that would really wreck everything. It's just not a hypothesis. It's just placating the narrative is all, right? Truth seeker, because we know that could never really be a thing that would be sustainable anyway, right? Because as soon as everybody had $1 billion, then everything's value would go up significantly, that it wouldn't even give you the advantage in the first place. You might as well not even have the dollars in the first place, and just use you want me to come over and help you build the house today? Then while I'm over there, feed me and the rest of the shit. And then I'll go back home to the other deal that I have that allows for me to have the home on the other work that I do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Which may be building something else or doing something else constructive.
In a way, it's kind of related to the Indian philosophy of where, with reincarnation, and they have like the class system. Not that I agree with it. It's just that there's that certain recognition, at least in that culture, of all the different parts and all the different levels, and everyone being at different levels
Of consciousness.
Also consciousness, but also just of material wealth.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Back then, like 20 goats could get you married. For sure.
Back then.
And then have,
And also, if you would give everybody $1 billion, that like certain people have more value, they have more to give back for, and so they will get paid more for their work and for their time. So their indifferences, and others will just spend it and not
right.
even want to work or give something back, and then just so in that way, it's gonna be redistributed in a matter of time.
Yeah, and it probably wouldn't even take that long either. If there was an overwhelming amount of, let's say, supply, right, previous to the demand being met with everyone getting all this money, right? As soon as everyone gets this money, now demand is extremely high for all the supply that's sitting there, right? Because before, when nobody had any money and all the supply was there, nobody could even touch the supply, because even if it was worth $1, it was more expensive than anything you could have ever purchased, even if it was bread, right? But yeah, I mean, it would be that fast. It would be a very fast thing that would happen, where the equalization of wealth would all of a sudden be the impairment of others very quickly, and there would be so many scams. So many people would be taking advantage of each other, because all they would need to do is take advantage of one person and get everything they have, and I'm already doubled up versus everybody else. In the mass scheme of things, you could funnel, what is there, 8 billion people on the planet? I don't know, funnel maybe 100 to 1,000 people through that same old slaughterhouse, and then now I have amassed myself 100 times the wealth of everybody else on the planet. And I would just do that as quick as possible. By all this money that they have, they wouldn't even know what to do or how to manage it. I would tell them that I do. I know exactly how to manage it. Don't you worry, you can trust me. And a lot of that would happen. A lot of that would happen.
A tactic of like delayed gratification, and then also like providing value, and then I think those are all the combinations that actually get you out on top ultimately, because that's like the sustained top.
Well, I mean, if you already know that the 100 to 1,000 people, if you knew this, you weren't just saying this because you're an asshole, but you actually knew these statistics, that these people never would have been able to amass 100 times the amount of wealth, even if they had their whole entire lifetimes to do it. But you could convince through their own better judgment, whether it be a scam or not, to allow for you to amass 100 times more wealth than everybody else. And then the whole group together can either be decimated because the person that they gave the money to wasn't the right person, or they could rise above everyone else as kings together, kings and queens, or whatever you want to call it, right? It could be very good, you know, influentially and all the rest of that stuff. They'd have the backing of 100 times the wealth of everybody else, just this group of people, 100 to 1,000 people. Shit, it sounds like the top 1% of the 1% to me already.
That Bilderberg group.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And if we already know these things in history, then, and they did some sort of reset thing like that, you know how many people would be taken, there'd be so many people taken advantage of, and I would not be one of them. And even though I consider myself a decent person, if that was the case of something to happen, it would be the most prime opportune time to become one of the top 1% at that moment. And you'd be stupid, absolutely stupid, to not take advantage of that and make sure that you are the highest of that staking pool. For sure. Absolutely. Not to say that that's going to happen, obviously. Like, people like us need to die first before they do that. They need to re-educate the youngsters into thinking other stuff, and then they can go ahead and appropriate their one world government thing. But then they can just do it without any fighting. Right now, I'm sure that the assumption would be, if they try to do it now, that there would be any amount of fighting, and they're not willing to risk that.
The Tartaria idea is that they can manipulate the weather, and then they can create these floods and wipe out the majority of the population, and then gather up all the youth and reprogram them.
You know that they have, through HARP, this microwave array where they can push like really heavy microwave signals through a battery of these microwave arrays that they have. They could be acres wide of all these posts that just have microwave arrays that face up in the air in a certain direction.
And they heat the upper ionosphere. Yeah.
Atmosphere. They actually cause a bubble in the ozone layer, which sucks up more air into it, which causes for higher condensation levels in those areas where they're doing that, which causes a manipulation of rain to occur in certain areas on the planet. And there's
Absolutely.
7 of them. There's 7 of them across the planet that just the United States.
There's more.
Hold on. Let me finish. There's 7 that just the United States has the availability of operating and controlling at all times. And they range from Alaska all the way to Australia. And there's some in Africa as well, that the United States, 7 that just the United States controls alone. And that's enough for them to be able to manipulate the weather anywhere on the planet. With the 7 that they have, they're very strategic locations, so that way they can pinpoint 3 of them in close enough locations that they can put the array of where they're pointing those things at over any country on the planet, which, depending on where you do it, like let's say Vietnam, then you can cause for rain to happen for 40 days and 40 nights. Like, let's say you wanted to get a bunch of rats out of the hole, because that was the type of warfare that was happening back in Vietnam. So that's when they developed these types of microwave arrays to cause for this weather manipulation to happen in the first place. Which, oddly enough, in the Vietnam War, there was like months of constant rain, constant, never stopping, always going, constant, day after day after day after day, until it flooded every hole that they were in, and they couldn't hide in the holes anymore, and they could just get shot. And it still didn't work. But they still have these capabilities, and they've had them since the 60s, 70s. And other countries have bigger arrays too, because they understand the implications for this. Now there's a weather war on being able to cause these things to happen.
And also earthquakes that they can cause with it.
Say that again?
Earthquakes. They can also cause earthquakes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
You think the Florida storms are like Democrats attacking Republicans or something?
I mean, that's so speculative as far as understanding like the agendas of why they would use this weather manipulation type stuff. But I mean,
the agenda is way bigger than that.
Yeah, I think the agenda fits the narrative for the the global warming type of situation that they keep pushing. Now I before anybody piles onto me for that, if you would notice that, like what you just said about Florida and understanding that the hurricanes are there, that one of the main things that they say about global warming is water levels rising, right? So water levels are supposed to rise within 10 feet. I think it was 20 years ago that they said that it was going to happen in is a wash, right? That in reality, because of global warming, that we're going to actually provide property and these loans and these big businesses, these commercial districts and all these things to continue to keep building and all these things with no risk profile to the fact that the water level might rise. And most of the southern part of the United States is going to disappear just with 10 feet. And then you're supposed to tell me that even further on, when it gets worse, it's supposed to be 100 feet of water, right? Which they've been saying this for 30 plus years now. So imagine the people that were living on the coast of Maine that are
They've been saying that. Yeah, they've been saying about the sea level rise like since like the 1940s and 50s. Like that was like when that whole like the whole liberal movement started like heavy into like the early 60s, late 50s.
Right. Tell me all about the knowledge and all the stuff that you have compiled over the years, which there's plenty of data on ice melt. Oh, great. That's awesome. You do. You have a bunch of data that would suggest your narrative for what ice melt is. Now give me all your data for ice pack. Oh, you don't have any. Well, why don't you? Why are you not calculating and figuring out based off of the ice melt during the summer periods of that particular part of the hemisphere, how much ice pack happens when their nasty winter comes and actually adds more? Yes, okay, you want to show me a picture of a glacier breaking off of the side of another glacier that's been growing for thousands of years. But what about how tall it's getting? Is that not relevant? How maybe it might actually be adding to the structure of that. That's fine. But what I'm noticing, no sea level rises, which would explain that the amount of ice melt that there is probably relevant to the amount of ice pack that there is as well. Right? Yeah, we can say that the weather, as far as the degrees, the temperature has changed whatever degree up percentage 1 degree or down 1 degree or whatever it may possibly be, and have this catastrophic display of events that may possibly happen. However, through millions of years of organisms like thriving on this planet, it hasn't always been this temperate. It hasn't always been 19% oxygen and the majority hydrogen, and then the rest of it have carbon dioxide that spit out and shit like this, right?
And,
like so it changes.
Yeah, I think during the dinosaurs, CO2 levels were like 3 times as high or something. And
you can find proof of that in amber. There's more, a third more, 30 or 40% more oxygen in amber. And there are like air bubbles in that. It's like a fossil.
Yeah, so that means that they could absorb more oxygen with their big giant lungs, and then the creatures could actually be ginormous and burn enough food that they eat with the higher amount of oxygen that they had. Yeah. So everything was a lot more pure. It would almost be poisonous to humans to live back then.
And actually, also insects were
could run for days. Like we had so much oxygen and energy.
Mm-hmm. And there could have been humans back then too, right? That would have had lungs that are different than the lungs that we have now, and they just would have been bigger. They would have been more efficient. They would have been stronger. They would have been giants, humans, I guess, compared to what we see today, because the oxygen levels just don't suffice for a creature of our size to be able to, and the energy inputs that we have and available to us with how many humans that we have, to really go any further than what we have, even when there's not many humans on the planet. It just turns out that we only have limited resources. We've manipulated the planet to suffice for as many people as we have, to look like we have more resources than we do.
Some other points on climate change is that sorry, I'll let you go in a second. all of the temperature gauges are in metro, like near airports, which have been urbanized in the past 50 years. So a lot of their temperatures are reading higher just because they're getting surrounded by more and more concrete and less shade.
So you're telling me that they don't have any instruments that collect data that's out in the middle of nowhere away from people?
I mean, if they did, it probably wouldn't show climate change, so they would like ignore it. I don't know. But
Well,
yeah, that's
Yeah, there's some pretty good social hypothesis about inner city living, dealing with like the crime rates also, because for that reason too, because the hotter it is, the kind of more agitating you are without more kind of like fresh like wind and trees and the set and setting of a natural environment.
but the airports are like hot epicenters of weather reporting because and a pilot needs to know what the weather is right now, or they can't fly it, or what's it going to be in 2 hours and 6 hours and 24 hours. So they have like the best data on weather.
Well, yeah, because if you want to give data for weather, most weather like facilities have Doppler radar to be able to facilitate the future occurrence of what may happen off the models that they get from those radar projections. So, what does every airport have? Radar. Right. So why not? Yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. Every single one already has what it needs to be able to give them the data for weather. Why not just
Yeah,
do it?
especially 50 years ago, before anyone cared about climate change.
Hey guys, got a question about Icosa, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I believe I just won an auction. It said you won on the screen here, but I can't seem to see it showing up in my Icosa front end HSI collection. So what am I missing? And when I went back to see the auction page again, I couldn't find my bid, which is kind of weird.
So when you won it and it said that you won, did you click exit bid right away immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. So what might have happened, and you didn't notice this happen, is that you really didn't win. Is because there was a lag between you and the other person, that by the time it actually appropriated the information to say that there was another bid that came in, which really actually set the timer for another maybe 4 minutes, depending on how long the lag was. And it told you that you won, but the other person's lag was so far behind that it still allowed for them to do it before your counter actually hit to zero. They actually had the new thing in, so it just kind of appropriated and told you that. I've seen that happen. I went through it. I'm losing track of my days. Are we on the third night now? This is the second night. This is the second night of actual bidding.
Yeah, we just had the first big payout.
Yeah, so it was last night.
Yeah, I've heard this being talked about. The problem is my Hedron is like not in my account anymore. Like that wasn't returned, if that is what happened. So
no, it would have. It would have if you were overbid. It would have went back to your wallet.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't. So
you won the bid.
I guess I won the bid. So I just can't find where the HSI is.
Did you exit it?
Yeah, I like click through exit and maybe pay the gas fee and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, go to the Hedron tab in the app.icosa.pro.
There it is. Thank you. Okay, awesome.
I was so used to there being issues that I was trying to fix an issue.
Thank you. Thanks, Executioner. Okay, so why doesn't it? Okay, because it's not in my Icosa pool. Mm-hmm. Do I need to tokenize this again, or is it untokenized right now?
Okay, so hold on. This is important, right? Because this will give everybody a reference what happened with Poly. For anybody that's in Poly, this will give you a good understanding of the reasons why they're stuck, right? So as you see what happened when you exit that auction, it put it back into your wallet as not tokenized, right? It actually went there. So now it's not tokenized. It's a stake. You actually have to go tokenize it again if you want to go use the buyback function, right? So that's why those things are stuck, because they don't have a front end for their smart contract, that when they win the bid and it comes back out, they don't have a Hedron tab that they can go to that it shows it's sitting in there on the front end. Like what Alex has. He missed that step. He could have changed it with a line of code and a front end that worked differently. And it would have worked.
That's wild. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Well, I've definitely been following the whole Poly story, and yeah, this definitely shows it. So it almost feels like the catcher just like presumed, like I just did, that it would come out tokenized.
Yeah, nope. It detokenizes it when you win it, when it puts it into your wallet. And then you have to actually tokenize it, because then it gives you permissions to move it from wallet to wallet.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. There's definitely deals to be had out there, isn't there? Jeez.
Yes, there is. I would be quiet about it. I wouldn't talk about
it. There's no deals to be had, everybody. I've totally wrecked myself.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just
average.
Kidding. This is the
like
place.
15% discount right now. Is that about what you guys have been seeing?
Dude, last night after you went to sleep, Rich, I don't know if it was because you were in there bidding, because I was. But we were seeing deals like 30 to 50% off. I swear there was probably only about 5 of us bidding last night.
What?
50% off?
Yeah, bro.
I just got 50% off t-shirts.
Yeah, dude. So it was awesome. I was like, where's everybody at? I'm like, just yoink, yoink, yoink. So yeah, I pretty much didn't have much competition at all. Pretty much after you pushed the narrative, since that's how I knew there was not very many people. After you pushed the narrative, like, of the next bid up over 60% or so, like if you did it in a serious way, like, because there's some people that would come in and overbid you by a penny or whatever a 0.01 was. They'd put your exact amount and then put 0.01 afterwards. Or if you were trying to be cheeky and then put in 0.01, they would put 0.02. like that much, and then pay the gas fee afterwards, and you're just kind of like, motherfucker. So if you come in with an extra 100 million on top of it, over the 60%, let's just say, that pushes it up 1% or 2%, then they just leave you alone. And it's like, so I know that there was only one person bidding against me in that one, so I know that much, and they do this 0.01 thing, so I know there's that guy. So just off of behaviors, I've found that there was probably about 5 or 6 people maybe that were actually bidding, because it's funny, like, people have call signs. Some people are putting in like certain digits at the very end of it, for every single bid that they have, or at least last night that was happening. And then I think that we might have all actually been in the chat too and didn't realize it, or weren't making acknowledgments of it, because it started happening more when we were like talking about the 369s that we were seeing and the 1337s that we were seeing and shit like that. Oh yeah, I made a killing last night, so like, I know that these auctions are going to keep going and going and going and going and going every day for the next 3 months. So there's really no need to get all crazy about it, right?
Well, you say 3 months, but in 3 months' time, there's been 6,000 T-shares sold back to the Icosa contract, like today. So in 90 days going forward, it's just going to be perpetual. Like, there's going to be waves of these auctions happening.
Pretty much what we said. Like, it's nice that we hypothesized that possibility, and then it's happening in that respect. What was even more shocking is Solix was on last night when we were talking. I don't know if he's in here now. I haven't looked. I don't troll you guys to see who's in here listening while we're talking. I should though. Anyway, he's not in here. He was like keeping track of the buyback function, and we calculated how many had been won versus how many are still to be bid on. How much it was that was calculated to be burned, and how many were being sold back. So when we got the end result number, he went and calculated how many actually were back, and he's like, "You're not going to believe this." And I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "Almost 100% of all the HSIs that were bought are being sold back into the buyback function." And I was like,
Wild.
"Fucking, this is awesome because it's going to create this wave." So this might be like a perpetual, like, below the ceiling price thing for Icosa. And then people are going to run themselves completely dry of all the Hedron that they have. So, okay. So this first 90 days, we had the squids who are available to pull out their liquid Hedron. And that was only about 1 to 2 trillion, right? Kind of, other than Maxi bidding, what was it? 250 billion? They're the ones that they got all together. That between the stakers that could have just unstaked and had liquid Hedron, it's only about 2 billion. So I was like, well, after that's gone, of all the squids bidding, and maybe even burning some of it into poly, right? There's not much Hedron actually left because the majority of it's all staked. Like 30 trillion of it's staked, right? So, and that's almost 30% of the entirety of all the supply, and 50% of the supply is the OAs, the SAs, and like maybe 10 or more percent is the OAs, and Godwale staked all his, so that's part of the 30% that's staked. So that doesn't leave very much room for how much is liquid for the community of all the Hexicans and the Hedronians and the Icosa, members. In reality, in my opinion. So the first 90 days is the biggest wave and had the smallest group of people available with liquid Hedron to actually take a swing at it. So they get the biggest advantage, unless any of the bigger players actually EES their stake to take part, or some of them didn't stake any of their Hedron at all because they were really big, or they staked, in comparison to how much Hedron they have, they didn't stake much at all. But they're sitting there with like 100+ billion, right? Able to think that they were going to be able to swing at each other inside some of these auctions and still not have enough money on the big ones to be able to pull through with it, because there's other bigger people in there that are pushing the narrative too, and they're kind of leaving the smaller players alone. Like, I thought there'd be some pushing around stuff happening, but I'm kind of not really noticing that, which is neat. But the next wave that happens in the next 87 days or so, 88 days, the Dolphins are going to come out of their stakes. And they've got a lot more Hedron, right? So let's say all the Hedron gets burned. Oh, and by the way, there's only less than 2 trillion available to purchase on the dexes across all the pairs. So if we just burned 1.6 trillion, and we know that the squids only had about that much to be able to burn when they stopped staking in the first place, so they could all be gone, like, in reality now, after buying all of the HSIs that they could actually get, and the amount of HSIs that are there is more than what they had. So they'll just sit there and not be bid on until more people come around with more Hedron eventually, or the big players just kind of nitpick for the next few months and don't have enough time to even get through all of them, and they're still stacked up there day after day after day, right? This is going to become the big players' new job, to figure out how to manage that until the next run of people get their Hedron available to them, and they're going to be able to make a dent into it too until they're all bled out dry and they don't have much left. But they're going to sit there with these, they're going to have like cheap hex, with HSIs that with T-shares that were made a long time ago. So I totally get it. Like even I am part of it, right? Like I went and bought HSIs and I used the buyback function and I increased my position in Icosa, which a lot of people are, which means that the Hedron pool is now potentially lost a significant portion of the squids that were around, and gained all of those into the Icosa pool for the next 90 days. So not only did they get the shot at the largest amount of the HSIs because they were the ones that had the majority of the liquid, right? And there might have been a couple of players, if you add them together, that they had 1.6 trillion, but really all of those squids were a big entity together, but they just didn't know it. That's the funny part, right? So they get a lot of availability if they ended their stakes, that is, of liquid to the tune of around 1.6 trillion. And as you can tell, it's hard for those guys to keep up with the auctions anyway, right? There's a lot still there to be bid on for 24-hour counters to get started. And a lot of people have already spent what they were willing to spend because they already got great deals. And there's still a fuck ton left. So after that 90 days, let's see what happens with the buyback function when the dolphins get let loose and how much Hedron gets burned then. For the next 90 days up until that point, the squids who have removed themselves from the Hedron pool and maybe gained a huge advantage from taking part of these auctions and what they're involved in, got involved in the Icosa pool, and now they are getting massive amounts of yield for the next 90 days, while everyone else that's in the Hedron pool staked up that are bigger players are getting better rewards, for being bigger players anyway. They'll have their chance to shine in 90 days. And then we'll see like everybody kind of take this stair step up the ladder of ranks in which they just went up, right? If you were a lower like squid, you can become a higher squid, or a lower dolphin become a higher dolphin, or even be a dolphin turned into a shark, right? Or a squid turned into a shark, even maybe potentially. I don't know. We got 90 days to figure out how much burning and how much availability that we even have in Hedron in the first place. People might have to start buying the available less than 2 trillion that's available on these markets and start sucking the market makers dry. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean that in a literal way.
I mean, I found myself literally buying Hedron off the market today just because of these deals. It's like it's just like a no-brainer right now.
Right.
Speaking of the ranking side of things, with the squids and the dolphins and shit, when you add your new stake and say you tokenize it into an HSI, right? Like you just talked me through. My stake was unwrapped. It was in the Hedron tab. I tokenized it. It's now in the Icosa one. How do I get that kind of contract information out so I can like put it in stake wrap and that kind of thing? Like, where do you actually see that smart contract detail?
It would be in the Icosa contract.
Yeah, on the front end here, I mean, it says the progress and how many stake tags and stake days and T-shirts, etc. But I can't seem to find the actual, contract information. Where would I find that?
On I'm not sure what it is on app.icosa.pro, but on the Hedron website, on the far right on the tab under actions, I believe I haven't looked at it in a long time, but it would say token info, I believe it used to say, and then there you would actually get the tokenized the address for the actual HSI in the tokenized form, and then you could input that address into your stake wrap, and then you can watch it from there. Because that's what I did with my HSIs. I tokenized them, and then I went to the actions button, and then I believe it was token info, and then when you click on token info, you'll see a different address, and that's the actual address for the tokenized HSI.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's like
remember
on
that bit.
Icosa.
Yeah, thanks, Mango. I remember that being the case as well. But when you click on the button now under actions, it just says either transfer or detokenize. It doesn't give the info.
You can still go to Hedron.pro into the DApp and still use that. I think that when you go there and you click on the button on the right, it gives you different information for that HSI. So you'll be able to actually pull up that information from there, I believe, still.
You are correct, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to assume with that conversation that just happened that there might still be some adjustments that you guys may or may not notice on the front end of app.icosa.pro. I would assume, right? No expectations or none of that shit, but it looks to me like that's still something that's can just be added, and probably will, because why wouldn't he implement that same data if he already has it onto the new one? It may be these auctions that causes for that to maybe just wait. He'll just keep Hedron.pro up. So like what we just found a workaround for a site that's still available. And Alex will be willing to pay the cost that it costs to run that website for Hedron.pro for us to facilitate that need for that data for now until he implements the data on the new website, and then he doesn't have to pay the costs for the old one, and he can finally shut it down whenever he's done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, I feel like he, of all developers or, overlords of a community and design, that he listens and takes every comment and suggestion very seriously, which is quite amazing.
Yeah, I'm not used to it, right? Sometimes I'll be like, Alex, sometimes you just need to be a dickhead. And then as soon as you tell him that, you're like, I get it, right? You don't even have to say anything. You're just like, fuck, I get it. I get it. No matter what the situation is, and he's always calm and cool and collected and thoughtful about the situation. It's not because he's a founder of a currency. It's just him, right? So even when you're like, God, I just wish that you would, he just kind of laughs at you, right? Because he's not that person. He ain't gonna change for nobody.
Yeah, no, his credibility and love within the community. It's really something that I'm not used to. I mean, obviously Richard Hart, who's behind, everything, and the reason why we're in this room talking right now is obviously a living legend, and he has his, but he has his ways, right? He has his kind of things that everybody's like has to kind of gulp and just accept and stuff. But with Alex, it's just like solid and not kind of, it's so far removed from RH. It's like a real breath of fresh air,
Yeah, and I mean, and I love Richard Hart for all the stuff that he is, and like I know certain people, it gets rubbed the wrong way for some of the stuff, but like I can't think of one time that I specifically was like, that doesn't seem like a Richard Hart thing to do. Like all the stuff that he does is like totally a Richard Hart thing to do. And that's his personality. So I totally agree with your perception of the difference between the two guys and the reasons why you put the breath of fresh air with Alex.
But also his I mean, yeah, but also has been given, not just given the opportunity, but like, he just grasped the potential to just be like, if he's got the SA's ear, for example, like that action that the SA did today with the Maxi situation and stuff, it's just like that, that's just unbelievable, like embracement of all aspects of the Hedron Icosa solar system. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Alex, if you're listening, tell the SA, good job.
Yeah, I think it's funny that people are thanking Alex for all the yield. And it's like, it wasn't Alex that did it. It was the essay that did it. Should thank the essay.
We're actually like hiding our mad gains behind his mistake.
You're so right. Sorry, I'll let you continue, but I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I wanted more of that, Kevin. You need to build better. Build back.
You mean more like one-liners? Or you want
Sure. There's the one. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, my girlfriend's sick. She's throwing up, so I'm like, I can't really like go on a monologue right now. I'd look like an asshole.
Oh yeah, for sure. My lady just got sick too.
So with the whole Maxi debacle, obviously now they're not taking off huge amounts of these HSI bids or auctions, whatever, which is good for everybody else, and therefore more Hedron is going to be banned. How's the general feeling about now, however, whatever 1.45 trillion Hedron stake going into the pool? Have people started talking about like not wanting to stake so much in that pool because of that?
I haven't heard much sentiment about it myself, really, but I could see why people would think that, but it doesn't make it true, right?
I mean, how big was the Godwell stake? I'm pretty sure it's bigger than that one.
5 trillion.
Yeah. And people kept on staking.
Yeah, I agree. People just forgot about it and kept moving forward and kept doing the same thing. And I wasn't even noticing the yield change with all the new people coming in. Like only when those big players came in, it changed just a little tiny bit. Like when Godwell came in too, it didn't even like change it enough for me to be, I didn't even think about it. It didn't bother me none, right? As far as the change that happened. So when I was hearing about the poly thing at 1.6, but it was only like going to be like 15% of it or some shit like that, wasn't it? Like 80% of it was supposed to be bid. But now, it's going to be over $1 trillion. So I'm still not worried about it when it comes to the Hedron pool. But I do think that like people are probably going to feed into that narrative and think the same thing. And they're going to think that they're being smart and they're going to move over to the Icosa pool. And then all of a sudden the rewards inside the Hedron pool is going to get bigger. And people are going to start
what the project is. It resets the level for
like, oh, thank God all the smaller guys got the fuck out and my yield's bigger now. But it's going to be harder to tell because, like, right previous to the auctions happening in the first place, we had like a stagnant line of whatever your points were. You were getting this amount of yield per day, right? And you were able to like calculably like monitor whether it changed much per day. If every day you were actually writing the statistics down to like vary against each one for every day that it changed. And then you'd be able to see what's going on in the pool if you had participated in every single pool and had like multiple Wattses and things like this. Like it gives you a wider scope of what's going on. So this ebb and flow from one pool to the other, I mean, I've other people heard me say this multiple times, but some of you guys might be new. But this is a suggested theory already, is that you're going to have, since there is more people with Hedron, that they may push themselves out into the Icosa pool. So eventually, one of them's going to have great yield. And right now it's the Icosa pool. So that's an incentive enough, isn't it? And then eventually when enough people pile into there, the percentage comes down and down and down and down and down. But where are those people coming from right now? It's not a bunch of onboarding from outside sources, really. It's more of an availability of, well, I guess it is kind of onboarding in the mentality of the reason why Icosa protocol exists in the first place is is to burn Hedron. That is the purpose of the whole thing. As in the end result of burning Hedron, we all get rewarded for doing it, right? So eventually you got to have the light bulb go off that what happens when there is no more Hedron, when we were all told that there was so much, right? What happens when everybody is doing good behavior and it's all staked up and only few people have, nobody thought about it. I mean, I did, but I don't think that anybody really thought about how significant that it really was with the actual available supply that was out there in the market. People were to ask me whether I thought Hedron price was going to go up or down or wherever, and I wouldn't speculate on that because like I said, I don't have a crystal ball. But it does make me look at the liquidity providers for those pairs for sure to see whether they're starting to get the understanding as a group that it might be beneficial for the assets that are currently being sold to, as a collective market maker group, to maybe realize that they could suffice to have the price go up too. And then I would actually see price go up. But what's probably best for the community right now is not to have the price go up so they can get less. The competition becomes more, so the actual availability of a discount you might get becomes less. And if price goes up on Hedron, less Hedron gets burned. So it's a kind of a balancing act of what you want to do as a market maker and where the actual price would be a really good relative price for now during these times. But that doesn't mean a damn thing when the community wants more money, and that would be Hedron. That is the only currency that's allowed to be used in this marketplace that has thousands of T-shares available for you to be able to purchase at a last night, like I said, like a 60 to 30% discount. So
Yeah,
that's huge.
I mean, I'm evidence enough tonight of like just looking at the prices of these auction and T-shares that you can pick up, but obviously need to have Hedron. I've got a shit ton of Hedron, but it's all staked, and I'm very happy with the yield. But tonight I was just like, you know what? I need more Hedron. I'm going to go and buy it on the open market in order to get these, hex T-share discounts.
There you go.
And it's not going to take. Well, I like to think not too many people that understand the system that's simply the only play right now.
Yep. And then there will come a time when your minimum stake length comes to an end. And luckily for you, well, maybe not you specifically, because I don't know, I can't assume what position you have, but to some people in the room, the next level up of Dolphins, they'll get the chance to play because we already know that there's, what did you say, 6,000 T-shares on the first day, rolling back in to there for the next 90 days. Maybe that'll happen again for the Sharks.
It's interesting what you're saying there. Okay, let's talk that through because, okay, so my first big stake, and I staked all of my Hedron, I minted all of my Hedron and staked it all on day one. And I was locked in for 90 days, right? And I had all of this Hedron that came out, and yes, I'm kicking myself that I didn't keep a shit ton, but I just restaked because it was just going so good. So that's 180 days. But so I think 90 days is what, squid, and then is 180 days dolphin for when the stake ends from the first day, or is it 270? Okay, to 180. So basically, I'm going to be basically unstaking my second round of 90-day stakes, right? At exactly the same time as dolphins will be if they staked on day one. So actually, dolphins and squids are going to be competing if they're in the same boat.
That's correct. Every single 90-day round that happens, the squids will get the opportunity to participate in any or all of the rounds. The dolphins will get to participate in 2 of the rounds, the second one and then the 4th round with the whales. So they have to compete with the squids first, and then they get to compete with the squids and the whales at the end. the dolphins do. And then the sharks get to compete with the squids, and because it's 270 days, which the 180 days, if they restake again, it's going to be that they're going with the whales and not with the sharks. So they don't have any competition with any of the dolphins. The sharks don't. They'll only have competition again on the third run with the third 90 days for the squids. And then on the 360 days, it'll be squids and dolphins on top of the whales, all competing on the end of the year-long event.
Yeah.
Of what possibilities
curveball there, and I agree. And I think the reason that is happening, excuse me, the reason that's going to be happening in the first year, which what you described is completely correct, is because at the start of Icosa, you know, we've gone through this unfortunate thing whereby everybody is like, oh, right, well, I get a bonus of this much. If I stake for this long, I'm willing to do that. But now that those bonus situations have gone, squids, dolphins, especially the dolphins, are likely going to start splitting up their wallets, etc. You know, so after the first year, there's going to be a lot of savvy people that are like, I don't want to be a whale, I don't want to be a shark, I don't want to be a dolphin, I don't want to be a squid, because I want to get my Hedron out, you know, in the smaller ladder situation, because there aren't any bonuses.
What if I told you without telling you that there would be options available? Not to say that they're going to happen, but there are options available to kind of mitigate and fix that.
I would say I don't have any expectations of what you speak, sir.
Yeah. So I wouldn't. I mean, you can have that path of thought of what it'll be if it continues to be what the thought process is now by the end of the 360 days. But knowing Alex, that before that 360 days happens, that the narrative will change.
Right.
I have no clue what you're saying.
Good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, me neither. It sounds like some kind of ducks and tapes. I don't know, whatever it is. It sounds
ducks
good.
and tapes. Well, I don't know what I'm saying either is the thing. But knowing Alex, that yeah, he's more than capable of being able to change that narrative before at least the 360 day.
Yeah, because it was a great narrative, and it certainly inspired me. And I think everybody's been rightfully incredibly grateful, and you know, not holding any grudges or spite towards that situation. And I'm really amazed by the community and grateful for the community for being like that, because everybody knows just how good this whole system is. You know, in another community, it could have like been endgame, but everybody just took it on the chin, and like you say, has trust that there could be something better coming, or you know. But again, Alex, or the not Alex, the SA, you know, instantly stepped in and you know, remedied the situation for the first year, like you said, with the, you know, big burn and then the liquidity situation, and like you say, that goes for a year. So yeah, interesting.
I mean, think about the guy that like created the whole Hedron system in the first place and how it is, right? The fact that he has the,
I can't imagine what that feels like.
Well, I mean, like coming up with something like that that's so intricate, so difficult to do, that I like being on his side, because no matter what happens, that it's not like a duct tape thing, right? It doesn't have to be a duct tape thing. It could be the realization that you have the capabilities to further the longevity of cryptocurrency as a whole with the development tactics that you could deploy with new innovation like this, right? people were always wondering what the fuck you would want an NFT for and how stupid and silly it was, right? And then Alex developed HSIs in a way that it was like, wait a minute, hold on, is this it? Is this the new thing? And then as more people like see it, they don't really question whether it is the new thing. Like, this is what NFTs are supposed to represent, real value, instead of speculative. This is just a picture because of an artist made it. Well, we can put a picture on it and all, but as far as an ERC 721, which is the representation of an NFT in the first place, for you to be able to use it like how Alex has done it, is fucking miraculous, man. Like, this is how the blockchain is supposed to be used. So I mean, as far as any further innovation and what comes into this space, I'm excited because I know Alex is a big old nerd and he loves all this shit, right? So like, he's not just going to retire and hang up the jacket anytime soon, in my speculation, right? And that's what I'm doing here. Like, he didn't tell me anything specific or fancy, that I'm not giving you guys the drop on anything specific, but I'm just telling you like my point of view on how I see Alex after being here, like even before Hedron launched and had the availability of you know, talking to him and getting to know like him and what his initiatives are. Yeah, it makes me pretty confident, right?
Yeah, me too.
There was zero.
Speaking of NFTs, the WhatsApp side of things, I've got a few of those. Is WhatsApp still outperforming the other two pools despite the bonus thing going away? Like, am I right in understanding that WhatsApp now get their bonus from people putting through the Icosa contract? Any bonuses like the 5555 bonus goes to WhatsApp pool, but even like today, did WhatsApp outperform the other two pools?
Well, I mean, their performance in just the general static performance of them generally perform the same regardless, because they all do the same function at 000 UTC together. The formulas that they do to figure out how much Icosa to mint is based off of the burned Hedron the previous day. So they all do the same function. So they all are going to perform relatively the same, but differently based off of the participation level that's in the pool specifically, right? Like Hedron, you would think that it's performing less because there's more people there. Really, in reality, it's performing the same as the rest of pools, right? Statically, I think it's like 43,375 a day or some shit like this, distributed across whatever your fraction of the pool is, your percentage of the pool is. And then the Icosa one would be assumed to be doing better based off of dollar value, because there's just not a whole lot of people that are there in that pool, because there's just not a whole lot of Icosa to be had, right? Think about all the trillions that's locked up inside the Hedron pool, and it gives you a pretty good yield, right? Even if it was just that. But there's only like 19 million locked up in Icosa pool, and the yield is like a third better. But in the WhatsApp pool, there's zero diluting happening, right? There is no more additional people coming into that pool at all. There's only people going out or not going anywhere at all. So the performance of that pool, as far as the yield per day, like I said, it does the same formula, but the amount of people that it distributes it to gets less and less and less every day, meaning that their yield gets more and more. So they're kind of outpacing the share rate faster than everybody else. They have the opportunity to outpace the share rate because they're not getting diluted. However, the Icosa pool right now is outpacing the share rate in rewards for how much hex that you could get back for the initial amount that you started with in the first place. So that is the winner over all of them right now at this time. When more adoption happens and the pools have a lot more people in them, so it would be it's a lot easier to tell right now when people are moving from one pool to another. because it's a little bit more drastic, more volatile, right? You can see it in the yield as it happens. But as there's more people will be available every 90 days or every 180 days or 270 or 360 to move from one side to another, add capital whenever they want, to compound whenever they want. But the one pool who will, in my opinion, gain the most availability for overall yield over a long period of time is the Watson pool. So that is the Hail Mary one there. Like, it's intentional to go long with it. And maybe hopefully even lose the narrative as to what this redeem Icosa thing is for some people, and they just click the button. Probably best case scenario to just burn your Wattses is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, not unfortunately, because I love the Hail Mary pass, and I thought I was a baller when I went into WhatsApp, but I'm beginning to realize I should have been even more of a baller. Is that those people, us people that did do that, definitely understand the system. Like, what was it, like 2 weeks or maybe a month that you could actually mint these Wattses?
14.
And 14 days, okay. But think how deep we all were back then into understanding the system, and you can pretty much guarantee that and they come from the hex background, that they are diamond hands. Like, these Wattses are not going to be burnt very often. I think they're actually more likely to be burnt by just being sold on OpenSea to people that don't understand it and just see the value and then burn it, but it's going to be a slow grind.
I was thinking, like, okay, so we'll take a look. So 1 B point Watsa is about 75% to full to 100% on their
What's that,
capital.
a grand, right?
Yeah, it would have been $1,000, and if you started it at day one, then you'd have somewhere around close to 740 Icosa. Built up in that one. So I would say that if you have 760 for 1 B points on the first day,
716.
716. Okay, 716. That's pretty fucking good for only being 90 days in on your $1,000 that you put in to almost get all of that capital back and understand how this particular version of the protocol is special, right? Because you lost your capital, right? Like, it was gone. That was a sacrifice pretty much during those first 14 days. So, like, to you, 1 B point is $1,000, but to anybody else, like, they may not know. So you're not gonna burn it right now or any day previous to even now anyway. But you could just take it to market and sell it for 3 to 4x the value of it for like probably not a 1 B point. Congratulations to you if you took 1 B point and you sold it for $4,000. But you might be able to get it sold for like maybe close to $2,500, more than $1,000. Let's just say that, right? But if you were to burn it and get your 716 Icosa, then you're barely even going to get $716 for your $1,000. So there's no point in burning it. However, if we have a couple more days of yield like this, as you can see, if I was to value it for $1,000 before, and now only 95, 96 days later, and I'm talking about 4 more days in the future, let's say, and it's over 1,000 Icosa at that point in time, then some people might feel like it's okay to be able to burn it after that point in time, especially if they thought that it was going to take a whole year before they even got their principal like allocated just in yield back that they actually burned and lost in the first place. and now it happened within the first 95 days, they may actually burn some of them because they get FOMO for the staking protocol, or they felt left behind, or who knows, right? Who fucking knows?
But again, the people that did make these WhatsApps, the vast majority, I would have thought, are going to be aware of the premium on OpenSea and be much more likely to sell them on OTC, or through OpenSea. And the people that are buying those WhatsApps are definitely not going to be burning them because they've just paid premium for them. So I think I know what you're saying about, like, as soon as we get over, X amount of percentage gains to burn your Icosa from the WhatsApp and, make a profit, as it were. I think the majority of those people are going to be aware that these are selling for much higher on OpenSea.
Even if it's 1% of the people, that's good enough for me, right? Even if one, you know what I mean? Like, because there's less than like 6,000 people, and like, if you're like me, you made many of these suckers, right? I made a lot of Wattses, so like, you could have also the other people who are like, every 365 days, I'm gonna burn one of these. And then at 15 years, right, I'll burn the last ones, right? Like if you made 15, then you have your 15-year staking ladder. If you made 30, you got your 30-year staking ladder, or a 10-year staking ladder, or a 5-year staking ladder, whatever you wanted with these. Like if that was your plan, that's probably what you're going to stick with, maybe. Or your whole narrative might change if you come into this chat and you hear us talking about it sometimes, right? Like on what would be more advantageous to do with them.
How's the what's it called, Hex Market, I believe it's called, like the ability to connect HSIs and Watsers and all of that good stuff. Like, are you seeing much action out there with like a basket of goodies?
Maybe try to make a higher value of a bunch of stuff that you bundle together.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, like, this encapsulated, wrapped, NFTs of these stakes and Watsers and all of that good stuff. Like, it's very interesting. Like the fact that you can actually bundle this shit, and the bigger this community grows, and the more awareness of the depth and brilliance of the Hex Hedron Icosa ecosystem gets, the more valuable and interesting that side of things is going to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, imagine if you could like start like kind of wrapping, some of the Maximus stuff, like a Deci stake and a Poly stake and Watser and a HSI, and just all of a sudden you got something that is kind of worth like 50 grand, and people that understand and love and embrace this system that we're in are going to be like, I'm all about that,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, who's to say that the ecosystem doesn't just become that, right? I mean, Alex did design it, and there it is to be made, right? So why not? Just need to make sure that the developer that makes it on top of it is actually not making critical failures in code.
I mean, I believe I totally agree, and we've seen recently.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that because of that. I just mean that like literally, though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no, for sure.
yeah.
I believe this hex market thing is already up and running. I haven't even been to the site, but I've heard a couple of influencers talking about it. It sounds like there's all, I think it was Motley talking to Dipcatcher on Cabana Crypto the other day. They were kind of beginning to get into it. Yeah, just about being able to conjoin these kind of wrapped derivatives and into one bundle. I think it was Hex Market. I can't remember, but it'd be great if it is hex related and not just OpenSea. I kind of like that idea.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy if you could like I don't know. I can't really I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Apparently the thought that I have needs more thought. It has to do with encapsulating like smart contracts that operate like as entire currencies like Hex. But not like Hex, but like encapsulating something like a bunch of contracts together, like Aave. And then you can just move it from place to place. Though that's too much code, and I know it can't exist, though.
It'd probably be would it be expensive to move? I don't know anything about blockchain programming.
Well, no, because you'd be able to tokenize it and then move it wherever you wanted, but you'd be encapsulating and tokenizing the whole entire smart contract.
Oh, so when you tokenize, you're just exchanging the seed phrase. Okay.
So it exists. Nah, it wouldn't work. Well, maybe it would. Maybe it could work, but it just wouldn't work the same way as it currently does. Because you're not going from like, maybe I'm back on the page that it wouldn't work.
I wonder if that would be a way to create, like, you could have like I don't know, let's say you had like a community and they could vote on what modules they wanted in their contract, and like they'd be like, we don't want this. Like, for example, if we had modularized the Icosa contract, then we could all, as Icosa owners, vote to change this one portion of the contract that had to do with bonuses. So you'd have like a different smart contract for each module of the whole contract.
Yeah, so then you could actually without forking the initial contract, you could utilize the same theory without changing the contract on the same network, be able to have a migration of a contract that has new changes that can be re-implemented over, or maybe even change, maybe the contract.
I think we just invented the next step of DeFi. I don't know. I'm not a fucking blockchain programmer. I don't know if it's possible. You have to talk to Alex.
Well, so that way you could have, now the thing that we might be failing here for the security of this, where you're not going to have product market fit, is I don't think that you can make it immutable. And I think that was the reasons of the thought process.
Well, it would be immutable until like 51% of Icosa holders wanted it to be changed.
Oh, snap. I don't know why, but like it just dances in my head. Be like, but it could be centralized pretty easily.
Yeah, I guess since it would be centralized if the Icosa was very centralized.
Well, the essay would just have to participate. It's just plain and simple. It would just have to.
If you wanted, you could downgrade the essay's voting privileges or something. Like his votes only count for 1/10 or something of what they should.
Man, if I was the essay, I'd be upset about that, because then I'd have to pay attention to this shit and be like, all the time.
But it's like
these idiots keep putting no. No.
Yeah, he's already. It's been like, what has it been? 90 days, and he's already, or in the last 2 days, he's given out 2 bonuses or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about it,
it's 7 million Icosa minted to the pools in 2 days.
Wow.
Speaking of burning and minting, what's been the burn of Hedron compared to the minting? Has there been a massive uptick in minting of Hedron from states?
I can look. Give me 1 second.
I wonder if it.
God.
I wonder if it would become a security if one person had all of the control, or even if you could vote on the modules of a contract.
Do you want to know the stats for? I mean, the burning has really only happened for 2 days. The essay and then today's burn. Yeah, yesterday's burn now. So I guess we'll just do 2 days. For Hedron minted on the day of the essay burn was 434 billion was minted into existence, and then 250 billion was burned by the essay, and then obviously the other 750 billion was distributed through the seed liquidity function, but it doesn't calculably show it on here like that. And then today's 000 UTC shows that. So yesterday was a high mintability. It was one of the highest in the last. Oh shit! Day 219 was the last time this much was actually minted into existence, and today is 262. So 219. It's a lot of days ago, right? That's like 50 days ago was the last time yesterday's minted rate happened. That was 434 billion. And like I said, 250 billion of that was burned by the essay. And then today, 281 billion, pretty much 282 billion was minted into existence, while 1.6 trillion was burned by the community.
Okay. So it shows. I mean, that's a massive mint, but it shows that the people that can still mint are very much involved in understanding what's going on here. You know, even though the burn is way outpacing the mint, like the fact that there is that much minting going on is quite interesting.
Yep. And like the 400 billion, like 300 billion, I see another one for 261. And those were like almost, that was 196. We're at 262. So
what day did Icosa launch in the days from Hedron commencing?
170.
Yeah, there you go.
So from 170, on day 170, there was 1.9 trillion minted. Day 171 was 2.2 trillion minted.
I
Then the
remember
next,
those. I remember those days.
yeah, there was a day where on day 191, where 3.6 trillion Hedron was minted into existence. That was one of the bigger days. It is the biggest day since Icosa has existed that there was an actual mint of Hedron. The only other day that compares to that type of mint was day one of
Right.
Hedron.
Right, when everybody was just dumping it. So that's fascinating. So when Icosa launched, we're talking trillions of Hedron being minted to obviously partake in, the HSI buybacks and Icosa situation. But in the last day or two, we're only talking billions, which is very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of static. I'm like seeing like 131 billion, 77 billion, 121. Looks like there's multiple days with no mints at all between day 230 and 235. 81 billion.
What about like two or 3 weeks ago, whenever Poly announced what it was doing? Was there a spike like 2 or 3 weeks ago?
What was that? 2 3 weeks. Not that I'm noticing. 100. See, like all those other ones, I was down maybe around the day 208 to 226 when I was like 130 some odd billion, and even in this last 2 to 3 weeks is 130 billion, 64 billion, 88 billion, and this isn't the time frame in which you're asking me for. That's actually like
thinking about it. You know what? I reckon a lot of that Poly Hedron came from like stakers, squids and lower. They were just then sitting on that Hedron, ready for the auctions, and then all of a sudden Poly came out.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they weren't planning on participating anyway, but now they're looking at the auctions. I don't know why they would be looking at the auctions now. And maybe feeling like a certain way about it, but they need to not do that. For their own psychology, they need to not do that because their intention was they weren't going to participate anyway, and that's the reasons why they got involved with Poly, regardless of however the situation fell out. Now they're going to be involved in the staking protocol, which is fine, right? It's fine. They're gonna all that Hedron is gonna get restaked as they mint it. That's about the only thing they can do with it anyway, so they might as well. There's like a couple hundred billion mintability with what they have that they can actually add on to the pile that they currently have, which is cool. The bad thing is it's just not going to get any hacks, and that's it, really, right? For now, right? The narrative can change. It doesn't mean that it has to be this way. I mean, these guys are incredibly innovative, so who knows what they could think of. And I'm not, no expectations to them. It could just be, it is what it is, and that's it, right? That's just the case, right?
I think it is. I think it is what it is with that contract. But I saw Dip Catch earlier on stream, and the idea was floated about doing a whatever Poly 2, whatever you want to call it, but for that next round, I guess it would be my thinking of HSI is coming back on the market, and he was just like, now that he realizes the error of his ways as far as coding, because he didn't understand this unwrapped stake situation. He's just like, I just need to delete one line of code and we could relaunch and redo the whole Poly contract, and like who's interested, like, you know, and he asked his community, and they were like, yeah, we would go back in for this now that we can trust that, you know, you can do this again, but do it properly. So it wouldn't surprise me if they come back out and go, hey, you know, we're just doing this again, round 2. Let's not call it poly. Let's call it, you know, Molly, whatever you fucking want to call it. But you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they come back out and go, okay, we can do this again.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, they want to do round 2 against the Dolphins of the Hedron class of stakers, then they can definitely provide another service for those guys to not participate, right? It's not even that tough. And even when they were participating and it got later in the night before they shut it down, there were still deals that were happening. So I don't know, we're just not going to get the essence of what it would be like with poly actually in the mix the whole entire time, I guess, to see if it actually caused some sort of actual competitiveness amongst everybody, to see Poly Maximus like pop up, and then like the bigger players being like, oh fuck that, you know, and they definitely went in on it, you know, because then people, at least the bigger players, since that's what the ones that they were going after, they didn't have to be so snoopy. All they needed to do is look for those orange letters, and the ones that they were going for were pretty good ones, right? And if you can get them at a discount, great, but it's poly, so it's not going for a discount anyway, right? And I don't mean for it to be like a negative thing, because I don't think that's what the competition of the spirit of the whole event is, right? And you know why they have the capabilities of doing these things, having a centralized entity who has a staking strategy in mind versus the entire rest of the community is fun. And it is fun. It still is fun. Like there's people are getting addicted to it, and they need to be careful too. Like take care of yourself and make sure that you're sleeping, and don't wreck yourself with your money into oblivion. Pay attention.
So absolutely good advice. So in regards to those kind of big, like, you know, I was just kind of watching it, like you say, you can see it on the auction website where like Polly was bidding on like 500 t-shirts, right? And it was winning some of those bids, right? Quite a few of the bigger ones. Once they realized the error of their ways and simply stopped bidding on anything of the, you know, on anything, what happened to that? You know, those massive bigger bids. Did you like? I wasn't following it, but was like prices coming down compared to what Poly were originally like bidding, and how competitive were those kind of bigger, like, you know, plus 100 t-shirt kind of HSIs?
On that very first night, like they were still being bid on by the rest of the people even after they were done, closer to the premium level, right? Almost all of them, almost the competitiveness that first night, you could clearly see which ones were going for the premium level, which were the bigger ones, and then even anything that was down in like the 10 to 60 t-share range seemed to be pretty hot commodities. Even all the way down to like the 1 t-shares, and like the ones that only had like 5,555 hex in them. I was noticing where there's a lot of bids that would go onto them, where eventually they'd even string out on the 5-minute countdowns for quite a while up there in the lost category, where you'd see a couple of stragglers of a few people getting left behind because they're over there left to bid while everyone else is bidding underneath them, right? So after that stuff starts to happen, and you lose more competitors to the competitiveness of themselves between each other on those 5-minute counters, presented opportunities that I don't think people really understood. right? At least I was able to see it and be like, huh, okay. The guy that always puts 0.01 after every single bid that he has is now stuck with the guy that does 369 on his bids on all the rest of them. At least they're out of it. Maybe I could dupe swoop this next one that's coming up in 30 seconds that has 10, 15, 20, 30 T-shares in it or whatever, right? And then capitalize on this shit that's happening every once in a while, every few minutes when these two start going at each other, because apparently they've identified each other and they're having these competitions between each other where they're hunting each other out even. And I think that was the fun part, because they didn't change their behaviors, they kept doing it. So and they were, so yeah, even though Polly wasn't there, the community members were being just as competitive as you would assume people would be, right? And other people were catching deals too on top of it. Eventually, like, there is no responsible person that says, hey guys, you're starting all these timers, but you started too many for the timelines for the people that are going to be available to even bid on them. And even if somebody was, it was like in a loud crowd of other people. And then all of a sudden, at like, I don't know, pretty much around this time of night where we're all up right now, 48 participants. Some of you guys were probably up last night too, that you started to notice that these deals start happening, right? But I think that last night, while the deals and everything was getting picked up late at night, that there wasn't a whole lot of people that were actually going up there and starting these auctions either for the next round of 24 hours. So now I think that there's less that are actually coming up for people to bid on the next night. I haven't actually looked at it for a while, but there's a couple. Where are you guys at? I've done no bidding today. Well, last night, but none today. Let you guys just have at it all day. Okay, so there's a couple hundred left for you guys to go through. That's pretty good. That'd be good for tonight's pickings. How many of y'all are going to go to sleep around 4 o'clock in the morning?
You'll sleep when you're dead.
You know what I mean? That's what I heard last night too. But around 4 o'clock in the morning, it was like, looks like this 30 to 60% deal thing's picked up, and there's maybe less than 10 of us actually bidding against each other. There was only like 20 participants in the chat, like 26 maybe.
But half of them don't get the chance to stand against you, executioner. You not slept for so long, I guess.
I'm prepared.
He's on the same uppers that SBF is.
What?
The only thing I lost yesterday was patience and my gas.
Yeah, gas.
But thank you so much, executioner, for that suggestion for not unstaking the Hedron. The eel was so good, so awesome. Appreciate that.
Dude, no shit. So
almost 100% for me. Like I just like, what? Just doubled. It was like some odd numbers. The next day it was doubled. I was like, wow.
Yep. Yeah, and then now, since you've already met your minimum staking length, you have the opportunity to look and see what's going on in these auctions, and then make your relevant understanding on whether you want to participate or not with the Hedron that you have. Because like, I've seen some of the, like, imagine this: there's a stake that has $60,000 worth of hex in there, and you watch it get sold for $27,000 to somebody. Imagine that was you, right? Imagine that you were the guy that bid 27 grand, going, At about 30 grand is where I'm going to stop if there's any competition on it, right? So I swung it in there to just below that, nobody bid against. And so now I just won $33,000 worth of assets availability to me, and staking position also.
That's the point, right? The one thing that you were talking, like there were people who were putting decimal points and two digit in the front. If you put 100,000, they're just putting 1 on the top. So it doesn't make sense to sit there and like, oh God, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I tried a couple of it yesterday, but it was like going way too much. It was better to just look at it than to participate, because you're just like losing it every time.
You know what's funny though? When you mention about the guy that did 0.01, like it worked. It worked for me at least, because you know what I did when I saw that happen to me before? I just moved on, and then I watched that guy in the other bids that he did and noticed that he continued to keep doing that. So I just avoided him altogether, right? Like I was capable to be like, nope, not dealing with you. And because I did that, I believe that I put myself in a position to allow other people that may get upset and get into this competitive thing because of that, stuff, get caught up with him or her. And then now it leaves me to run free through the field and then spend all the Hedron that I want to nab up all the good ones all of a sudden and then go on my merry way. And then I'm done for that night.
That's the smartest move that you did. That's correct. Yeah, ignoring that part was, but also like I have a couple of liquid Hedron to play with, but not that much. So, but let's see. Like it's going to go for a while, but we might miss the big ones a little bit, of which has a good T-shares. But yeah, not complaining because of the yield.
Yeah. There was like a one that had like 1,200 T-shares in it or something, and it was coming up, and I guess there was only like 12 billion bid on it for the initial bid, and some people were making reference to it like it's coming up in a couple of hours. It was like 3 hours later, and people are like, well, I hope that we have enough Hedron to be able to get that one bid on higher than the 12 billion by the time it's over. Like we didn't know how much it was at that time. That was yesterday at about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I saw that. There's one more coming with 116 T-shares, 9 billion bid on that. 4 hours probably.
Nice.
Hey, Executioner, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's currently a 1,037 T-share auction right now. It's currently at 58 billion Hedron, which is right around 55% of the value.
Wow. When did you say that it's about to go down?
It's going down right now. The counter is currently at 345. It started about 12 minutes ago.
No shit.
It just got rebid. 60 billion. I
see it.
Yeah, so now it's 63%. I didn't mean to kill a conversation. I just thought people might like to watch it.
No, yeah, it's interesting. I've been I can't bid on it, but it's been interesting to watch it.
It's funny. Yeah, it's funny that I just happened to make mention of it, and you're like, perfect opportunity to segue. Everybody, look at this fucking thing.
Burn that Hedron, baby. Yeah, I want these things going for full value.
I agree. I mean, that might partially be the reason why I mentioned it. Like,
yeah, I got a couple bit auctions I want to bid on here in a little bit. I'm hoping people leave after this big one's done, so I don't have to fight so many.
Yeah. It should have a pool option where you can just have an address that'd be like, I want to choose this one. Who's in it with me? I got 25% on it. Let's go. Like no matter what we bid to, I got 25% on it. That'd be
That
cool.
would be nuts.
Yeah. You'd be like, we're the buyback pool, so the contract suffices that whatever we win, however many wallet addresses are in there for the auctions that they bid on as a group, it goes immediately to the buyback and is distributed as Icosa to those individual wallets as they bid. But they can use all their Hedron together. That'd be sick.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Make it
crazy.
happen, dude. Make it happen.
Well, I mean, you could just proprietarily like code like the thing like Poly, like you could just like make something that does it, right? Like a private pool that has the availability of software that just does this. Now, the one thing you want to do is make sure that you understand the software that you're building on top of, so you don't have like a critical outcome, like you can't get the HSI back out, right? So we learned that, right?
Life is full of lessons.
Mm-hmm. So we could just let Poly make Poly 2, fix the whole thing, and then as a private group, we could just copy paste their shit, and then we just won't call it Poly. There won't be a Poly. There won't be nothing. We'll just change the parameters of the functions and how it works to fit the private pool's needs, and then fuck the SEC.
Now you're talking, man.
I'm kidding. I don't know if this is being recorded. I'm assuming that it might be recorded. I can't tell any longer. So maybe I should retract my statement. Yep.
Can I ask a
Siggy.
quick question?
Erase that shit, Siggy.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
go
sure
ahead.
you're allowed to tell a government organization to go fuck itself.
Well, not in the presence of wanting to do illegal activity. Or, I guess, championing the behavior of illegal activity these days.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then,
sorry, execution. Sorry to cut you off. Somebody was asking a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just a very quick one. I just have some extra Icosa now. Can I add that to my Icosa stake because my stake closes in 4 days?
If you add it to your stake right now, it'll increase your minimum staking length back to the minimum term again at full length.
Yeah, I don't care if it goes out again to 90 days, but I can add it without doing any suffering any penalties or anything like that.
Yeah, you can add it anytime. The only thing that happens is it resets your minimum staking length. That's it.
That's all right. It's going to be there for a long time, so I don't care.
Cool. I like that attitude. Most people would be like, should I take the yield and compound it and do all these other things? And it's like, I don't fucking know. Does your financial profile make it that an efficient thing to do? Is that your plan? If that's your plan, then don't ask me. Just do the fucking plan, man. So.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Yes. Yeah. Good deal.
When do you think
I thought I reprimanded H10 yesterday about his open mic double speak. It's a joke. Go ahead.
I say apparently there's an echo when H10 opens his mic open. Illuminati confirmed.
When do you think this crazy amount of yield we're getting right now is going to kind of, I wouldn't say die off, but like start to tail off?
Well, as you see the competitiveness of the winning of these HSIs die off, the level of competitiveness is going to be the amount of Hedron that gets burned in the end result on these. And if you're seeing like 50% discounts across the board, then that's half the potential of the Hedron that could be burned. And it might just be varied on the time of day, right? Like if you're only up at 000 UTC for only a couple hours after that, 5 hours after that, and you're getting like the main brunt of what the United States is doing with their waking hours, it might look like there's a whole hell of a lot of competition every time that you go look at the auctions, because that probably is the truth, right? But like right now, it's in the central part of the United States, it's almost 2:20 in the morning, and most of those folks are asleep and need to work for the majority part of the day until around 000 UTC again, when they are, back at it again. Right now, we're currently in the realm of the UK folks waking up and, getting the sand out of their eyes and about to start participating too. So I would say that between the hours that have probably already passed, but let's say sometime after midnight central time in the world, mind you, it's 2:00 right now, 2 a.m., 2:23.
Right.
So almost 2 hours ago for about 4 hour lengths from midnight to about 4 a.m., or you could even do one better from midnight until about 6 a.m. For those of us that intend on being awake during those times, then we need to be starting these other stakes and like picking and nitpicking through these ones that we want, so that tomorrow night when we're awake anyway, doing the same thing we're doing tonight, like we were doing last night, that we can maybe either we can create competition because oops, we just actually every single one that's there is the juicy ones that are coming through, or we don't be so nitpicky and we just randomly go through there and pick a bunch of other ones on top of it, because it just, that shit needs to be done, right? As far as the gas prices and the rest of the shit, like there's still going to be deals to be made, and the reasons why we know that is because a lot of you folks are currently seeing that and getting those deals right now. So I mean, there's millions of dollars worth of HSIs that's in there, potentially going for less than 1 million, potentially.
Right.
So, and we're gonna have
My
to pick.
thing is, yeah, I'm just thinking about when. So I've got at least my Hedron stake. My time's been served already, so I could end stake right now, but I don't want to miss out on some of the yield before minting the yield I can get on my native hex stakes and my Icosa. So I'm just trying to figure out when I can basically restake my Hedron and continue to enjoy that craziness.
Are you planning on ending the stake eventually to take the yield to do something with it and then restaking it again? Or are you just going to add function the native stake mints that you have into your overall pools? Or a little bit of...
I mean, there's been some decent Icosa that's been yielded off of that, so I would probably end stake, put that Icosa in my Icosa stake, and then pull all the native hex stake yield and put it all back and restake it.
Yeah, and try to make up the points that you were losing for taking the established yield that you had for the first 90 days. Yeah,
right.
Or 90 plus days. Yeah, that's what Lucky was saying before, because him and I had talks days prior, because he was like, do I end it or not? And I shot the idea across him at the time, and I was like, what if you knew that all this yield was going to get increased and you didn't lose any points at all for the first few days, and you took this more like the tortoise route, like let the tortoise win the race. And as you can see, if you did, with how the the competition value at this time of night, for at least my perception in the United States, the competition is less right now for sure. And you could be taking advantage of that after you get some extra added yield, right? And now we're seeing the buyback function being used like to a serious degree. Almost all of them that have been won have went back into it. So it's going to be another round after the next 90 days of the same burning process that happens. So do we need to have the competition so much? If you get them for 50% right now, to get the Icosa yield. And then they get used back in again, right? You already got a discount on it once. So you that's the reason why they got sent back in, is because the majority of them, they didn't have to be they weren't over the 1-for-1 ratio. They were at least at the 1-for-1 ratio, and immediate liquidity. People are seeing the buyback function as a thing to do. So the next 90-day cycle, even with moderate amount of burning level for Hedron, like 1.6 trillion, we're probably not going to see that again. I don't even know what we're at right now for burn amounts, if anyone's actually paying attention to differentiate between the days, as opposed to just waiting until next 000 UTC and seeing how much the burn was. I don't know what it is. Last night was exciting. I'm not doing the math to stay excited every night, but just know that there's a certain amount of it. And then we'll see the competitiveness level in that next 000 UTC burn on that, what is it, hexmodel.com. You'll see that in the Hedron burned graph that they have underneath the Hedron minted graph on their Hedron page for that models, for the Hedron daily stats. So that'll be like your visual representation, in my opinion, as the 000 UTC happens and it actually prints the next blue data marker. It'll be your visual representation of how competitive everything really was, because we know it's not a simple reasoning of numbers when it comes to the available supply that's there, because there's plenty of HSIs that are there. So if there's less Hedron burn the next day, then that would suggest that there was so much Hedron that was burned the first day that people are losing their gap. Like the competitive people are burning so much of their Hedron that they're not competitive. There's no more competitors, I guess is what I'm saying. And I kind of speculated that this would happen too. And they're kind of the reasons why I had to talk with Lucky, that might be something that would happen and be beneficial to those who don't in their stake, that they monetize their time a little bit further, even though there may be a lot of things pulling them to go participate now because of the great deals that are happening. But what would happen if you just let everybody spend completely dry, and then you do maybe 10 days later or 8 days later, or whatever you decide, to end the stake that already met its minimum staking length 8 days ago or 10 days ago, and then just go nitpick through them, because there's nobody else available. The only people that are going to be able to compete with you at that point in time are people who are going and buying Hedron. And as long as that Hedron isn't causing green candles to produce over there, then you ain't having much competition coming in, because you know where you're at in that ecosystem, right? The tortoise literally wins the race. And so that's kind of what I'm seeing happen. And I'm glad that I had that talk with you, Lucky, at least, and you remember that talk of the potentiality of that to happen.
That's why I said thank you and appreciate. Glad I got to ask you that question at the right time and you were there. So yeah, thank you.
Fucking nailed it on that one.
It's so weird to me. So weird to me that nobody's paying attention. There's only 50 people in here. But
I know, right?
Yeah, it's not like people don't even tweet about it and retweet either. It's just like, I don't know, it's strange.
Is it strange? Is it strange? I just spent 20. No, I didn't do this. I'm not doxing myself and saying this. I'm just saying that, like, I watched this happen. So somebody could say this in our community. I just spent $27,000 worth of Hedron, and I bought a $60,000 hex stake.
Wow. And that's like instant profit. That's not like you didn't wait months.
Yeah. And so, like, it's going to mint Hedron more than I could have ever done before as a newer player, if that was the case. So then I can be ready to compete for the next 90 days based on the value of how much Hedron that all these HSIs that I have built up could mint for later, for the future. But then it's like, I just want to use the buyback function. Fuck that thing. Dump it.
Well, yeah, use the buyback function and do it again.
You get a bonus. If you have a 5, if you get a 10% bonus on top of it, and you got a discount for it, and you're like, well, the value is this, and I could do this with it or that with it. I could go sell it on the market. And you're like, how much Icosa can I get? You get the 10, it tells you how much that it is, and it's like, and then you get it. It doesn't tell you how much it is with the bonus. It just tells you how much that it would be without it. But knowing what the bonus would be, that it could be like thousands of extra Icosa for 10%. You're like, holy fuck. Wow, that's even better discount than I ever thought, because I didn't, you're not speculating further down the road to what you can do with it. You're just speculating on how much of the discount that you can get just based off the values that you have right there. You're not thinking about what the end result could be if you turned it back into the buyback function for Icosa with that 10%, maybe even 20% bonus if it was a 10x that you got. Like, that's sick. And another thing I want to point out real quick that it really kind of distracted me, and I don't think it's different. Maybe I should take a screenshot of this because I don't think it's going to be different for anybody else. But this is distracting me, and you guys might see why when I put this in the chat. But look at Kevin and Ian. You guys see that between their avatars? How it looks like they did that on purpose between each other to make it look like movement on a chart up and to the right like that. Really volatile smash.
It's an omen that Hex bottomed.
We've been up and to the right for a long time right now.
That's fucking crazy. Like, I knew as soon as you guys talked that it was going to change your guys' positioning, so that's why I screenshotted it. This is nice. It even, when I noticed it, is you could tell that I, like, in the middle of what I was saying, I stopped talking, and then for a second, and then I continued on. It was because I just noticed that. I was like, huh, the hell? Oh, God. Okay.
I mean, if you understand or have ever been interested in T-shares, like, moving forward, there's unbelievable bargains to be had right now. Unbelievable. And that's just by either using or buying Hedron right now. Like, it's literally a no-brainer.
I mean, I'm stoked that a lot of the HSIs got use the buyback function, just because there's going to be a lot of the 10x still available on the next go round. So anyone that didn't have a chance to get in on that can still possibly get in on it. Me personally, I probably wouldn't have sold on one of the 10x, just because the amount you could yield on that and then buy back some other HSIs at a later point to enjoy some of that, some of those gains. I would rather do that than sell it off.
Yeah, but like, what I'm noticing on these auctions is, the states that don't have any Hedron 10x multiplier attached to them are the ultimate bargains, because if you believe in Hex and you want those T-shares to be in your wallet, and you're seeing everybody like going crazy over the 10x, 9x, 8x, whatever Hedron multiplier, and I understand why that is, but ultimately the T-share bargains is obscene.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, for anyone that's bullish on Hex, you definitely want as many T-shares as you can get. Period. So, I definitely get that. That bonus, though, man, you could do some damage on some of the auctions.
If we are all looking at this auction going on right now, look at the competitive nature of us. That went from 60 billion to 70 billion for that T-share. It's still going. Somebody won it, but still the timer ticked and went to 72 billion. Wow, this is crazy. It's about 200,000 USD worth of value. It's going to get burned.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that I know that have some significant bags of Hedron, and they've been particularly quiet and until the daytime when they're like, yeah, I was bidden. And I'm like, man, I knew you were. It's like, yeah, I just didn't say anything. I didn't want anybody to know when. It's like, oh, dang it. Especially because we all know that we're all watching, you know, not like us as like a community, like in this chat are all watching, because we are, but like as a group of individuals that know each other personally, I guess, like we know that we're watching each other. I guess when you're in this world of anonymity that we're in, and you understand that with even like the people that you know face to face, but when you're like in the digital realm, like what we all are right now, that you could on purpose like write things a specific way to people. Maybe not like make it look like Chinese or alien code or something, but put commas in certain spots or use certain numbers for letters and certain things like this, so it's significant to the situation, right? Like some people reference would be 1337 for the word elite, right? Through the whole Vitalik Buterin thing, or the 369 thing for Richard Hart. That you could, in a shitty type of way, because you know what certain numbers mean to certain people. I was noticing in the bids that certain people were putting messages out there, not like a message that you could decipher and read, but a message more like, this is me, and you know that it's me because I just put these numbers or these, put them in a certain specific way for you to just see words instead of numbers, I guess, kind of like in the reference of leet, right? And pretty much stay the fuck away because you know better. So I guess it's different to be able to see like some of those things that are happening, and then just knowing, because I don't know, some of us were in testnet, and I guess that's what I should be saying. Some of us were in testnet to each other, and there was certain nights of the bidding that was going on that when we were calling each other out, that the other person would laugh because they knew that, I mean, you don't know until somebody like tells you, but since it was all testnet and we weren't like being for real about it at the time, that it was like a big old joke. So like the competitiveness of their spending all these free coins and doing all those things was there. But in the meantime of actually making bids, there was all sorts of like, instead of using commas, you know, and things like this, your decimal point would be a reference of where you would use certain specific numbers as code, right? And other people wouldn't notice it, but maybe that person was like, hey, you remember the person that was bidding da 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 da, if you notice, like, you know what this means? And then like you'd see it, and then later on, like the actual bids are happening, and you're like, oh fuck, I remember that time. I remember when all that shit was going on. I remember when we talked about all these references to those things, and then you actually see other people like doing it, and you're like, okay, all right, I didn't even realize this was a fallout hundreds of days later like this.
Hey, executioner.
What?
That big 8 million hex HSI sold for 72 billion hex. And so the total value of it was just under $283,000. The guy got it for just under 217, 70%, 76% of the value.
Nice. And that is a lot of Hedron burned, folks. Cha-ching. When's the next one? What's the next one? What's the next one we need to look at? We need to get some more competition on those big old suckers. Let's get it. Somebody else was bidding against them, so We know they're awake. They're bidding. They're slicing and dicing. Let's see some more. You know what? We might see some more arbitrage happen. Maybe where people start figuring out that they're going to need more Hedron.
You know what's really cool is that because you can't, only the small guys can really like get that liquidity back immediately because they don't sell the price down as much. Like that guy who just got 400 grand HSI, he can't just trade that for Icosa and then do it all over again without paying a lot of slippage.
Right.
So it's kind of helps the people who are really behind catch back up.
Unless those guys that realize, like, to fix that situation, that liquidity must be provided and suffice, and then they do. The liquidity will start getting thicker, and so like people who are bidding more and more on these HSIs that they get, or the bigger the HSIs are, will facilitate for more volatile price movement. But that would only make sense if there was more liquid Icosa supply, and there's just really not. Right? Like most of it's all being staked still. I think I only watched it go from like a little under 500,000 to what is it now? 800,000 liquid.
Hey guys, just be aware there's still overbidding going on. There's a 10,000 hex stake for 2,000 days that's currently at 102% of its value. So keep an eye on your numbers.
That's the funny part. Yesterday also, while I was looking at it, means the value of the HSI and people bidding on it continuously did not make sense at all. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, you'd think that somebody would just be like 60% of the value, boom, and then the next guy would be like, oh yeah, 70%, boom. The next guy would be like 90, boom, and then 100, and then he's the winner. On that one, or just move on. They just get to 70% and then they move on, and then they just spread themselves out at 60 to 70% ratios between each other, whatever their satisfaction is, and there's plenty of them there, and then they all win 60% discount, or not 60% discount, but 30 to 40% discounts, or 50% discounts even. Right? There's enough that if we started them all, that all 46 participants of this current chat could have more than enough their bidding going on the in timers to dilute each other into the 5-minute counters of the competitions of 2v2, of 1v1 competitions that are happening, up to those relevant factors of the reasonings of what you guys were just saying about somebody only bidding one and then you having to figure out what to do. Maybe you do one and the next guy does one. Well, how quickly do you think that you're going to be fucking around those 5-minute counters and then getting to that 60% of the value or 70% of the value before you leave, as opposed to just being very blunt about it and being like, this is the weight I'm throwing around, here you go. And that can really like make things a lot more efficient for you on your bidding strategy if you are a lot more blunt. Somebody comes over with you with 1 million Hedron, you come back over the top of them with 100 million Hedron, obviously making it relevant that you're still at a discount, right? And then they get the point, right? If they come back over you with 100 million Hedron, then you go throw $250,000, $250 million at it, right? Still at a discount, obviously. But make your point. Don't come over, all willy-nilly, right? And then they'll leave. They'll realize that you're serious about it. And if you can do all that before 60% of the value or even 70% of the value, then congratulations, you've now bullied them out of the position.
Yeah, this battle going on is personal because now it just jumped up to 110% of the value.
Ooh, son. And there's only 1,026,000 Icosa liquid right now, which could probably change tonight a little bit because it's doubled in one day of this going on, from 500,000 to 1 million liquid. And the staking pool's probably grown too, but should probably pay attention to that, huh? We're good. These
But
auctions
I agree with you on the whole percentage stuff. I wrote out the ones I was interested in and figured out what, 60%, 65, 70, 75% of the value was. And plan was we got to 75, might go a little higher, but anything above that, somebody else can have it.
Yep. And the thing is people's like array of acceptable percentage up to the premium cost of the hex inside there ranges probably from 50% all the way to 100. 51, 52, 53, 54, every single range in between. And then there's also the few people that are like 110%. I don't give a fuck. Like I got more, I can mint that amount of Hedron within the next 90 days anyway. And those are the ones that are going to burn the most Hedron anyway. So fine, fuck it. There's more to bid on. No love lost there, bro. You can have it. It's so addicting, like looking at the values and seeing what people are winning. Not even participating, just watching them happen is pretty sick.
Yeah, it's like actually unscripted reality TV.
Right.
And it's kind of fun too, because you can get people to actually kind of discuss what their strategy is. Everybody's got their own take on how they want to do it, what they want to do, what's important, what's not important, whether it's the multipliers or the days staked or the amount of hex. It's all different for everybody, and it's fun to hear why other people are doing what they're doing, and then kind of compare it to my own philosophy, and maybe amend mine a little bit. Who knows?
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Like the tactics make the end result the same for everybody. So it's nice. It's fun. You're right. So we established the HSIs that have 10x bonuses. It would behoove the people who get those 10x bonuses to use those HSIs, maybe particular ones, for mintable Hedron later in the future for further participation in the liquidations that looks to me like they're going to be continuing for a long period of time. Which would be smart for them. If people are already running out of Hedron and they're the ones that have the highest availability of mintability for them, then they're kind of front running the crowd by having those 10x HSIs and using them that way. But like what was you were talking about before was the ones that are just the 5555s that don't have they have a 0x mintability on it are the best case scenarios for that buyback function because it gives you that 10% bonus. Like it incentivizes you to use those ones in that way. So yeah, use them as a tool too. On top of it, I like it. I like the thought process for that. I didn't come to that conclusion and thinking of them like that until you guys had that discussion between you. So that's really nice that I'm going to steal that shit and I'm going to tell people that this is probably a better thought process of how you would want to use them utility wise, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of the whole gamification. It boggles my mind how Alex put this all together, and and continued to build on it. And like you kind of alluded to earlier, may continue to build on it in the future. And the way that the gamification and the looping of it, and how it works for people that are focused on HSIs, it works for people that are focused on Icosa. It's so many different groups and so many different people interacting together makes it harmonious. It's amazing.
Seems to be pretty reflexive too. Like anytime someone has a worst case scenario, there's always somebody like, but look what happens on the other side when that does happen. Like it presents an opportunity, a better opportunity or an advantage for the other people that are doing this other thing. And then it's like, well, what happens when they don't have that advantage anymore? Well, now you have the advantage again. So now it ebbs and flows in your direction too, because this other thing happens. And you're like, where does it stop? And you're like, it doesn't. That's the best part. So all you have to do is participate, and you'll be in the water getting hit by waves eventually. And those waves are bonus periods, right? High events, like actual crypto that's programmed currency to work and operate, where you can monetize your time. And then it has a game, right? King of the Hill with the Watsons. And then it has a competition with the auctions also. So it's like a little bit for everybody. Everybody, the trader, the speculator, the investor, the gamer, the whatever. I don't even know what that this is. What would you call it? Prototype, not prototype. Prototype is a good word, but not the word.
Sounds like starts with
H. I think it starts with an H. Sounds like hype.
Hypothesis?
No.
Heuristic. Like a rule of thumb? Is that what you're getting at?
gotta start rolling for the alphabet. A.
No, stop. Well, prototype. We just use the word like prototype. It's like new. It's a new thing. Hybrid. Hybrid is the word. Hybrid. It's a new hybrid of community availability to participate, and that participation of using the protocol and the events that the protocol presents means that the community is actually participating with each other. Like now, there's 40. It's fucking in my timeline almost 3:00 in the morning, and there's 47 participants in this chat, like it would have been during the daytime while the Americans were open right now, and we're all like participating in an event that's going on, that's going to be going on for months and months and months, apparently, potentially 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I work overnights, so I'm usually up around this time anyway.
Nice.
Hell yeah! I just came back from lunch.
Nice. But I mean, it's an even greater opportunity for new people to come into, because like eventually, like I'm not going to keep this type of behavior up and keep doing this. Like I'll be satisfied with what I have had done, and I'll move on from it, build up, continue to participate later, and have like these periods in time and spurts of like I can just come in and participate with the event when I find it necessary for me to do those things. Maybe and find edge cases by having it available to use for the next months on. And the newer people that come in are going to be able to get in a bigger way, right? Like they're going to have to come in and participate, and they're probably going to have to start by buying Hedron and learning about staking hacks and the whole 9 yards, and then trying to scoop up some of these deals too.
Yeah, it definitely helps that gas is fairly cheap. I mean, compared to what it was back in the day and what we've seen as spikes, like these auctions have been fairly friendly on the gas front.
Yeah, we got lucky. I agree. Absolutely agree. We got lucky 2 times, because I remember the launch phase of Hedron, everyone was really concerned about making HSIs and how much it was going to be costing in gas, because it was going to be kind of expensive to make HSIs. And then it got fixed. And then it just happened to be that because we had to push it out another 30 days because of that fix, that during the 10 days of the 10x multiplier phase, the gas went from like $10 a transaction down to like $1. It was amazing. Like on the day, it had cut down to where it wasn't even that cheap to make them at all. Only a couple bucks. when before it was like $30 to do a swap, and that was normal, and everyone was just kind of like, this is the way it is now. It went to like less than $10 to make well, the first day, actually, I believe Hedron went on the gas guzzlers, like top 10, was number 1 for that first day for a while. But I don't think it was over like $20 to make an HSI, even being the top one on the gas guzzlers. And then, of course, after that, even within the first 10 days, to make a 10x HSI, it was not that expensive. So that was a nice thing. So it's kind of neat that these events have happened, and we all know how bad GWE can affect everybody's availability to participate. But it's like, it just wasn't a rainy day. It's like the sun comes out for these events, and it's just nice weather in the crypto ecosystem for GWE to be low. So I'm happy. Very, very happy about that.
Yeah, and ultimately it probably means that more Hedron is going to be bid and burn, you know? It's like, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's going to be more transactions that are going through, causing for the validators to burn more Ethereum in the end result too. So yay for them. Now that it's quote unquote deflationary, and they're sucking Jack Levin's dick off about the whole thing.
Yeah, speaking of which, do you think there's a chance that Mr. Jack's coin is not going to be brought into Pulse Chain after what Richard said to GRC the other day?
Can he do that?
That is a good, yes, he can. He absolutely can. Yeah, he can deny the contracts from being able to participate. And if they came in and just built it with a different contract, like, I'm pretty sure that he can censor contracts if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's definitely said before that he's willing and able to do that.
Well, that you have to be able to, because of something like Zen. If he really believes that it's a provability that through community, through a large community, that through every one person you can have 1,000 bots that allow for you to instantaneously batch a bunch of wallets together and cause for a bunch of
spamming the network.
Yeah, chaotic throughput happening on a network is exactly what a DDoS attack is. But as a single person doing an attack like that on a network, it's too expensive for them to afford the gas fees. So why not convince a bunch of idiots in the form of a community to pay all the gas to do the DDoS attack for them and be happy for doing it? He's not going to allow that. So I agree that he doesn't see that as being a beneficial thing. Maybe he will censor it because he'll see it as a security issue for DDoS attacks.
The interesting thing about that though is, like, if you are a Pulse holder or not investor, sacrificer, is it not in your best interest for something like Zen to exist and be burning Pulse at a rate of knots?
No. I mean, maybe if you wanted false numbers of the actual performance level of the network, then sure. If you knew that your network was garbage and you needed false reporting of these numbers and that was the reasons why you wanted this thing, then it's probably not the best case scenario, because then even you yourself will have no idea about the cracks in the walls that must be fixed. Or at least you might be able to, but it'd be diluted by all this garbage, right? 1 million wallets that 1,000 people have that are running bots for all these things and batch services and all that other stuff. It's fine because like NFT services do those things, right? When they batch a bunch of NFTs and it causes for gas prices to go up. And those things are going to be available to be had, but it's not like there's a whole community going out and minting up millions of NFTs every day for free, pretty much just the one gas cost that's cheaper than if you were to have that many actual NFTs minted up as ERC 721s. It would actually be quite expensive for you to do that. Maybe even $1,000 to be able to do like 1 million NFTs at once. But they're doing it for $7 a pop, using the network against itself. Right? The network obviously decides that it's capable of being done, but it doesn't realize it's a manipulation of the numbers. It doesn't know. It doesn't see it that way.
Oh, yeah. What's the second thing? What's the second thing they started doing? I didn't even pay attention at all to it.
It's batching large NFTs, kind of like HSIs, like wrapped around the stakes that they have for when you stake Zen.
Uh-huh.
So you could do like large batches of individual NFTs that can be individual stakes with Zen that create Zen inside of them.
It's very, very innovative. Sounds like something familiar to me.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, I mean, in my opinion, like Jack and Robert Janetto are kind of in the same basket of people who aren't actually bringing real innovation. They're just taking the ideas of the new innovative stuff that has happened, slapped a new paint job on it, called it something else, added some different solutions on the mechanisms and how it works just slightly, but same thing, right? Like it's just a new paint job of the same result. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack didn't have another layer that came on top of it, right? Maybe they'll even do a maxi thing on the side too. Fuck it.
Yeah, I was noticing Zen getting talked about a lot in some of the other telegrams, and I was just like, and you know, I heard described a bit, and I was like, this makes no sense to me. Like, why would anyone want to do this? Like, I don't know. I didn't get into it, and I'm so glad I didn't.
It's not performing very well. I know that. I mean, it went all the way up to 4 zeros and a 6 on the 2nd of November, so 13 days ago, and then went all the way back, and that was from 5 zeros and a 6 to 4 zeros and a 6, and then it went all the way back down to 5 zeros and a 9, 4 zeros and a 1. It's almost lost everything that it had. I'm sure it's going to have these pump and dumps happen, but why buy it? I mean, the buying of it, to me, now this is just my speculation, is the centralized exchanges manipulating it. Because the centralized exchanges probably are not sending their people to the front end of that asset to be able to go mint it for free. They're just promoting it to people for them to buy on their front end. And that's it, on their exchange. Like Shiba Inu. Look how cheap it is. Look how much there is, right? I don't see the positive feedback loop where it works yet. So maybe it's just not something to be understood when it comes to that. But I mean, that could be maybe lost in translation with they saw the idea, they understood, they wanted to copy some things with it and change it a little bit, but didn't realize that in the end result, the reasons why this ecosystem is the way it is because it has to be this certain specific way because of how everything's actually works. Meaning you need to know the hex code and hex like very intimately. You need to know Hedron pretty intimately enough to expand your game theory at least. And then when you get into Icosa, a lot of the game theory that goes on with Hex is like a reverse, type of thing back and forth between all of them too, using Hedron as your own middleman, right? In the exchange of back and forth between the protocols. And I just don't see Zen having there's nothing like that. And if they build onto it, like, I still don't see how you get that asset past just the speculative phase of proposed things that could happen for it, like making the comments that it could be the next monetary currency over and over and over and over again, where that's what people just repeat over and over again. They start to believe it. Not they, like every single person, but I mean the narrative starts to get put out there like it's going to be. Like, prove it. Like, do something. Please do something more innovative than show people how to maximize the availability of the network at the most minimum level where they're wasting their money. Like, how do you get money? How do you convince so many people to spend more on gas than the cost of the assets in the first place? Like, it's crazy to me. I don't know. I don't get it. It certainly isn't minting up fucking thousands of Icosa in one day off of a 1.6 trillion Hedron burn type shit like this. And Hedron's valuable. It's the currency needed for these HSIs in the first place. And we're willing to burn it to be able to get yield in this Icosa, which makes Icosa particularly fucking expensive, in my opinion. And the only way any of this stuff even exists in the very first place is from the underlying asset, which is Hex. And I mean the prices. The only reason why Icosa can be so expensive, and the only reason why Hedron can exist as a derivative of the whole thing, is because of Hex and how it's established and how its code works. Its perfection of the code, and then having it immutable on top of it, is even better. It's like platinum style code. Like, you don't get any better than that. So good luck to anybody else in the ecosystem. I mean that very seriously. I know there's a lot of stuff to look at, and we got Pulse Chain, and we got 160 things that are launching on it, and very few of them actually have utility and like tool-like structure for you to be able to use to your benefit. Very few of them. Very few. Some of them are NFT front ends, but where do you feel like NFTs are going to be going after being in this ecosystem and seeing what can be done with them, as opposed to how they're using them now? And how do those front ends move forward is probably going to be the thing that you're going to need to ask yourself on how you value those front ends and the assets that are attached to them, right? And I even sacrificed for one of them, for Mintra, right? And I even have to feel the same way, right? And I've even watched Gerardo with his Lamborghini and all of his fancy shit that he's spending the money on. Another thing that would probably be a good thing to look at. Now, I don't want people to get injured, so do your own research. But Fiat is a fork of Aave, and it brings the availability for this ecosystem, which we all participate in, to be able to do things with your Hex that you were never available to do before, right? To be able to short the market, or just go stake it and long the market. If that's how you want to be with it, that's fine too. I mean, there's safe routes to go with it, but make sure that you understand how to use the protocols too. Hell, you could even short Hedron too, right? You could short Hedron now through the HSI borrow function if you understand how to do that and you were to speculate on the price. But right now, I'm sure a lot of people probably aren't willing to speculate on Hedron price, considering it could go, depending on what happens with the available supply, and the context of what's going on with these auctions. I would have to say that there's a high likelihood that Hedron price probably will go up, that people are going to have to start buying it. I don't think that they'll understand that there's like actually very limited amount because it's all staked, and the rest of it's been practically burned already. There might be some outliers of a few guys that have a few $100 billion that didn't stake at all, that were prepared and well aware of these things. So they're probably still poking around out there, arbitraging the fuck out of things as much as they possibly can. Try to participate for as long as possible, I'm sure. Some guys only took like a week off of work, though. They're probably realizing that they didn't take off long enough. And then you might even see better deals because even those guys can't participate. And yes, I am talking about bigger players than I'm aware of. All good news. There's a yin to every yang in this ecosystem, in my opinion, and it makes it really, it's going to make it tough. Like as these communities build and everyone starts to really wrap their heads around how all this stuff works and how to get these advantages, and no matter what you do, there's an advantage to be had. There's no fucking way that many communities are going to be able to shine, I guess, any brighter if we're already able to see the potential and the available potential in this bear market that we're in, where people are literally jumping out of buildings. And I mean that not to sound morbid, but in the same sense, it's reality. Like people really are killing themselves over some of the stuff that's going on here in this market right now. And it's not even done yet. Like there's still more to go. Like, don't be surprised. FTX, don't be surprised if there's more, right? I think that you guys probably even expect that too, maybe even to a certain degree.
Yeah, I expect some more exchanges to start falling apart.
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, and we're already shining pretty bright over here in the quiet section. Probably for good reason. I get it. I get it. But when the bull market comes around, and we all behave like community members who actually want this thing to continue to keep doing these things that we're currently involved in and sees such a large profit margin, that we don't kill the project because we decide to, it is the bear market, but it's up to us as a community to like realize that it's up to us to make it a success or a failure. Right. So
yeah, I just managed to, I just looked through the math here, and in an hour I managed to get 20 T-shares for $5,000, which is totally insane.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is making me really FOMO right now. And the main thing is, it's like, I've been putting out a ladder for, to Quattro Cinco for a while now, but like there's like all of these auctions that you're buying into are basically Quattro Cinco anyway, and at a discount. So it's like just a no-brainer. And as much as I've been buying Hex on the dip and still staking it, all of a sudden this opens up like, why would I, all I'm buying Hex for anyway is to whack it out Quattro Cinco, but yeah, I can get a 50% discount through these HSIs. So basically, Hedron is very bullish in my view right now. Very, very bullish.
I'd have to agree. Before, people were like, why would you buy Hedron when you can just mint it for free? You're like, well, now what are you going to say with these auctions? You can't mint fast enough. You can't.
I can't buy Hedron fast enough to buy these auctions up. I can't.
It's true.
I just blew all of my dry powder that I was saving up for pulse chain for whenever it comes in the dips. Even though I've got big bags of sacrifice stuff, I had a big bag, and I was just like, I saw these prices, and I'm like, this is the deal of the century. If you know, if what I do is believe in hex.
Another factor is that, and this is pure speculation, I honestly think that Pulse Chain is going to launch next year. You're going to get that HSI on Pulse Chain. So you're already going to have an additional Quattro Cinco on Pulse Chain as soon as it's copied over.
Yeah, imagine the
Still,
auctions.
still,
Imagine
still
the
always forget about the copies.
yeah, imagine the auctions are going when the fork happens.
Jesus.
You'd immediately need 2 computers. So that way you can have one computer on the one network and another computer on the other network. You would be, oh man.
The one thing I can see about what's happening here is like, ultimately, I would have had that dry powder, and in the back of my mind, I'd have been like, I can buy hex. You know, this is here for a hex dip, but these auctions and the price of these T-shares is just mind blowing. So therefore, that money that I would have had to go into hex is now going to Hedron. Like, you know, as I said earlier, I've literally bought it off the open market to participate in these auctions. So, which is good, you know, it's great for Hedron, because if there's other people like me, they're going to be not putting their money in hex and bringing, because what's Hedron now, like a 15, you know, 15x or 16x below what it actually should be. So hopefully this actually brings it all up and makes parity sooner.
Plus, depending on the cost, as far as you know, with HSIs, you have to pay in Hedron to upkeep. Depending on how much you're able to mint, you might not even have to really. You'll spend money on the gas a little bit, but you might not even have to buy extra Hedron to pay that as well.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see that Hedron is going to quickly catch up with hex. You know, that ceiling price, and we're, you know, in Hedron terms, so we're quite far below hex. I think it's going to catch up pretty quick over the next few months.
Yeah, I mean, if I like that thought process that, like, if you can go in and get any of these HSIs at 50% of the cost, then that could be the relevant understanding that instead of buying 3-cent hex for however much hex that was locked up in it, for a penny and a half on the value per. And then extrapolate that value to the buyback with, if it was a 5555, and get 10% more. Like, that's crazy. Like, I saw one that was on there. It was like 30 T shares. So like a little over 250,000 hex. And what is that? That's like $9,000 or some shit like that. Let me go see. Price of it really hasn't changed a whole lot. Yeah, $8,500, and was able to toss in just under 2 trillion Hedron and won it. So, excuse me, 2 billion Hedron, trillion. Yeah, right. No, sir. Not doing that. Add a couple of zeros on accident, 2 trillion. So it was just under $6,000 worth of Hedron.
Yeah, I think Hex is going to take a bit of a hit as far as, you know, the more knowledgeable people who would have put their dry powder into Hex out of formality and just trust, but now if they understand the system and they're in it for the T-shares, then Hex is going to take a hit over Hedron.
It's not going to.
Well, a lot of these HSIs were people buying Hex 90 days ago.
Well,
So,
and then on top of it,
yeah.
like to suggest that Hex is going to take a hit would suggest that Hex is being sold.
No, exactly. No, it's going to take a hit relative to that dry powder. Like I'm, you know, speaking from experience in the last hour, you know, I had a big bag of USDC. It would have eventually gone to Hex, but I was just like, wait, I can get Hex at a discount. I can get T-shares at a discount. I'm going to put it into Hedron.
Maybe.
Man,
I mean,
that sounds like the system working as intended to me.
Yeah, because like even like me, my ultimate goal is, even though I'm involved in these protocols, to be able to extract the interest on the end of it, right? That it gives me the optionality to have multiple wallets where some of them I'm compounding yield, some of them I'm actually extracting interest, but I'm not extracting the interest for profit to like bring it back to my bank. I'm extracting the interest to go buy more Hex, and then I'm pulling up my Hex and pulling it and pulling it and pulling it. And I already have my native Hex stakes, but I know one thing is ever since I've started buying Hex and making native Hex stakes and then getting involved in the HSIs later, that it's rewarded me over and over and over again. So I will always and forever remember the roots and always participate in all of that stuff all the time. But I'm not on an exit path here, guys, either. Some of you guys might be or jump in and out when you're entering and exiting, like actually to your bank and stuff like this. I'm just more fortunate enough that I don't have to do those things. So I'm just all free all the time.
But with these auctions, you know, I just bought 20 T-shares that are Quattro Cinco, you know, and I'm aware of that, and I'm down for that. So it's not like, you know, it's a pump, you know, it's like an exit thing. This is like, you know, you understand that the Hex system, but you're getting T-shares at a discount.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, if you know that, like, if you were to buy an HSI for 50% off, and then let's say when you turned it back into the buyback function, that it would have been 9,000 Icosa that you'd get for using it. But because of that 10% bonus, because it was a 5555, it's now 9,900 that you're getting, right? So you get a free 900 Icosa for 50% off, and then a 10% bonus for the buyback function being used. Now even though I got the 50% discount on it in the first place, so really I'm ahead by 60% here now at this point with that 10% bonus, that it behooves me to just go stake it all anyway, because there's not enough liquidity there to suffice all of the inflation that's happening. And because all this inflation is happening, it's not a good time to become a market maker either, right? Potentially, because then you're going to be exit liquidity, for people who don't know how to play the game or don't understand. They'll just see that they're not having slippage in those regions, so it's okay for them to sell as much as they possibly can, and that's what they're going to do. They'll just keep changing the number until the slippage goes down and it's not at, you know, an orange level or a red level. They'll just wait till it goes gray and it's at 2% or 1%, and then hit the trigger as many times as they can until they're satisfied, and then move on to whatever. Well, if liquidity doesn't provide that right now, then they won't be able to do that, right? And if you just stay out of it, then you won't be the ones facilitating to do it. And then you just get involved in the staking. And then when the majority of the inflation is done, right, after the year-long events that are happening, is more when the serious market makers are probably going to start putting more into the liquidity to make it a little bit more healthy for people to actually go back to Hex. Because like I'm saying, like if I just won a 50% discount on that HSI, and I know that within the staking length terms that I have, that I might have the potential within the next, I don't know, let's say that would be a shark position, so 270 days. You have the potential of earning more yield to get more Hex in the end result of what you would have had. That based off of these cycles happening and people actually using the buyback function, it's going to change the mentality, obviously. Like maybe what I'm saying is a little bit too forward thinking for only having a day's worth of buyback functions being used and being like, well, it's almost all of them. I can't just assume that every day and every one is going to be used that way. But right now it makes sense that if you can extract an extra 10%, that what I would do if there was liquidity for it in that pair is take the whole extra almost $900 worth of Icosa that I just got in a bonus and go buy more Hex with it and just keep building pools with that. But it wouldn't make any sense to do that right now during the highest inflationary period for Icosa protocol, where all this Hedron's being burned. If I stake it and just wait 270 days, around the same amount of time that even the whales are going to be just getting done and establishing their positions, that there'll be more than enough liquidity by the time I get done, right? And 90 days after the whales get out and have an option with all their yield to like establish liquidity positions with the other side of the assets for free that they just got in their own interest, that now I can utilize that liquidity that they provided to be able to go back and forth across all the other pairs and find these other edge cases and, you know, arbitrage moments and other things that other people may not see at that time. But in the meantime, fuck yeah, I'm going to go get the discounts, go get the bonus, go increase the staking position for the time being. And then all the interest that I have on there may increase my staking position across other wallets, or have a plan ready for the interest that I'm going to have at the very, very end on whether I, you know, not compounding it and purchasing Hex with it and starting the process over again. So that way I can at least have HSIs that are minting more Hedron for the future of the project. I'll start changing when we all see more healthy community participation and the cycles moving the way that they are, then you can garner a longer profile on how you act, right? So now if I know that there's going to be available need for more Hex stakes to be made to be minting more Hedron, whether it's native or an HSI, then I'm probably going to go make an HSI for it so I can move it around for my own security purposes wherever I need to go. And I can participate with those HSIs in the auctions as well and create this whole cycle for going for the longer period of time. And then, like you said, having the other ones there for mintability ahead of time with all this extra yield that I have, because it's actually keeping me ahead of the share rate moving by having Icosa in the first place, even if it's liquid, right? Right now, the value of it in the pair compared to Hex at least moves stair step with the share rate. So I can at least keep ahead of that inflation. So I don't have to really worry about like what's going on. If I'm holding on to Hedron, its value versus Hex doesn't move up with it when the share rate does, but Icosa's does. So at least I know that I'm not losing by not having the Icosa staked, just by having it liquid. It's like having Hex staked almost when you're using it to buy back to Hex at least, right? Because the ratio for the Icosa versus the Hex would suffice to say that the Icosa has a being connected to the T-share, the T-share always goes up and to the right. It kind of has that edge over it for that. So holding it liquid, being able to purchase hex whenever I want with it means that I'm minimizing or lowering what I consider my risk for going into staking with the Icosa, and then giving the community time to establish these liquidity pools between them. It may even take more hexagons to actually come figure it all out. What the hell's going on here? Like, wrap their heads around it instead of just whining and crying, some of them, about how difficult it is, because we're just making a fucking killing right now, right? Like, you could take $6,000 and win $9,000 HSIs and make up for $3,000, and then you could use the buyback function, make an extra 10% on that, where now you took $6,000 and made 4, all in one fell swoop. You could do it in one HSI, you could do it in multiple HSIs. It depends on how many gas fees that you want to do, or the competition, or how lucky you are, right? But you could do it in a bigger fashion too, right? When a $20,000 HSI with almost 100 T-shares in it for $10,000, right? Like, all that backed up availability of liquidity would suggest that you would start to see liquidity getting built up right now. But the people who generally have the availability to do that are not thinking of doing that. They're thinking of staking, because the rewards are, well, you don't have to worry about risking and risk to impermanent loss on the price movement. Just staking is like the best way to go if you're not having to risk your assets when it comes to that whole thing. And usually is left to the bigger players, because they understand the ecosystem and how they're gonna move and how they're gonna do it and all these other things. And plus they're also staked too, just like you are. They just have enough overload of assets that they can do other things with them other than just let them sit there in their wallets. So it's just a different point of view. Most of us don't have all those extra assets. Go ahead, Ian.
As much as I love like Icosa and the yield and everything, like, I'm so happy with these T-shares that I scooped up today. It's kind of like going to let them sit. Like, this is like the new addition to a staking ladder.
Easy peasy, and you got it at a discount. That's awesome. And you can just mint up your Hedron whenever you want. Let everyone else do all this other mumbo jumbo in that respect, just for that one HSI, and then you also participate in the mumbo jumbo for other reasons, right? Too. But just leave the one HSI there for.
Yeah, but like, we're talking about like 15 years time, and we all know that in like 15 years time, like, some people are going to look at a person that owns one T-share as a like crazy OG. Like, we know that's going to happen with the T-share rate. And these lovely HSIs are like locked up, there's ready to hold throughout. And yeah, it's like a beautiful thing whereby in 15 years, these kind of HSIs that we can pick up for pennies on the dollar are going to be worth potentially, crazy numbers.
Hey guys, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Shoot.
What was the burn yesterday? Was it 1.628 trillion for Hedron?
Yeah.
And what's your estimation today?
I don't know. I haven't been watching it.
I think we're down to like 11 trillion or 11.9 trillion, 111 trillion, sorry. But like, you can't tell because there's a lot of minting going on.
Really isn't like there's not like a high amount of minting actually going on, more than maybe a little bit more than usual, but not really.
Yeah, okay.
But like the amount that's being burned, like I'm just not tracking it, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
just making it as easy as like when tomorrow 000 UTC happens, um, hexmodel.com that Dev Dewey made, I'll just let that go and then I'll see what the competition level looks like. That's about all I'll do.
Yeah, okay. Like there looks like some pretty good options with the auctions at the moment.
Oh yeah. Yeah, apparently there's some discounts going on.
Yeah, like I reckon you could get maybe 5 T-shares, but like I'm not a big player, but like I reckon you could probably get 5 T-shares pretty cheap.
Yeah, apparently any T-shares, you know, if you're lucky, you can get it up to 50% off.
Yeah, sweet. I'll I'll have to jump in.
And be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Don't fat finger stuff. Double check everything before you verify. You know, be careful, guys.
Yeah, so that 12 billion for whatever it was the other day, that wasn't good.
Yeah, so I kind of noticed why and how easy that fat finger situation could be, whereby you like, you know, say there was a T-share going up for whatever 500 million Hedron, right? And so you put in that kind of exact number, 500 million Hedron, and right next to that offering is the button max Hedron or max stake, and underneath is like stake exact Hedron. And unfortunately, I think that's why some people may be like literally putting in their whole stack. And
Yeah,
once you
but after you hit that button, you'd have to find the other button that was below it, right? And then verify it after realizing that you hit the wrong button the first time. You didn't think that wasn't what did I hit instead.
No, I disagree. I kind of feel like once you're like, okay,
But then you have to verify it in the blockchain.
that's mine. Yes, but once you like that, this is my number. You know, whatever it is, 500 million for a T-share, whatever. You know, realistic numbers. Right next to it is max bid, and then you're like, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, this is my max bid for 500 million. Unfortunately, I do feel there's room for confusion there.
Well, I mean, first of all, it says max Hedron, right?
Yes,
and
and I haven't done it, but I'm just saying.
So if it did say max bid, then that would make sense for you to believe that that's what you were doing, but it doesn't say that. It says max Hedron, and then when you click it, it puts the maximum amount of Hedron that it does exactly what it suggests. So then you're not bidding when you hit max Hedron, right? You just assumed without verifying and didn't verify afterwards your assumption of what actually happened when you hit the button is what has to happen for this to happen. And then you have to submit the bid, whether it's below or not, right? Whether the confusion of you not seeing submit bid and having to scroll down a little bit is not to suggest that you thought that was going to submit your bid. You thought that it was going to do the max bid instead of the max Hedron in the wallet. So I do get the confusion, obviously, Ian, but it does explicitly kind of do exactly what it says.
Agreed.
And then you have to bid.
Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that people have blown it, but it's kind of a shame. And I'm sure Alex has done everything he can to save the plebs from themselves. But when you know, I just saw today, it was like, oh, I can see how this can happen.
Oh, that's great.
I think this part of it is like meant for this is like a non-pleb arena that should be had, especially if you've stepped into the hex realm and now you're coming into the Hedron Icosa realm. Like, there shouldn't be too many questions about, if this is confusing or not. And I'm not, you know, I haven't even looked at it yet. Honestly, I haven't even clicked onto that page yet. But I do understand what you're saying, because we've heard it a lot too. You're not the first person to say it at all. But it's like, yeah, it's like you shouldn't be a novice trying to go into the space, nor should you be expecting it to be a novice friendly environment when you're dealing at this kind of level. You know what I mean? No, I agree with
Yeah,
you. I agree with you.
yeah.
Well, I've heard we've heard it a lot.
I'm sure, but Mangi, you raised an interesting point, because this whole ecosystem is utterly genius, and like we all know that there's something like insanely bullish about being part of this whole ecosystem. But you know, like we also must like understand and be aware and cognitive that it's very complicated. Like as far as DeFi goes, and you know, Hex is already complicated. Let alone you bring in,
Yeah,
you know, Hedron, Icosa, and bidding on HSIs. It's like you know, it's very exciting for us to get it and a part of it. But you know, the simpler and less, you know, difficult it is for newcomers hopefully coming into this, the better.
Not difficult.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not difficult because you can be just as simple as acquire some assets, whether it's just go to Uniswap and buy some Hedron or some Icosa, and stake it, right? Inadvertently, while they're staked in the protocol for 30, 90, up to 360 days, they may sniff around in Telegram or on Twitter or some shit about what the community's up to. And they're going to find out about Hedron, and they're going to find out about Hex, and they'll have, you know, a month, 3 months, a whole year to learn about all this other stuff to become deeper participants in the long run. So they don't have to know all the stuff right away, like as complicated as it could seem to be, when they can just as simply go buy some stuff and stake it. And then if they learn something, great. If they don't, they don't have to. Like we could like literally run the engine that provides them the great yield that they get just for staking anyway.
I totally hear that. How likely, honestly, do you feel like that is, that people are going to come into this ecosystem, stake Hedron, stake Icosa, without somehow being incredibly deep in Hex?
I know that there's a percentage because I've had people come over and ask me why the hell all these hexagons are in here.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Ian, you've been in this space since the beginning of Hedron and everything too. I guess I don't know. Maybe you weren't so much in like the actual type chat. Maybe I know you've been in the voice chat forever. But yeah, dude, when Hedron first was even pre-launch and then especially post-launch, dude, there were tons of people in here who were just like shitcoiners. They were just like degen traders and stuff like that, and coming in, and they had no clue. They had no clue what Hex was.
Mango, apart from you sounding like you just shat a mango, that is incredibly wonderful to hear. You know, I've been in and out, and delighted to be back in the game again. I've always been in the game, but no, to hear that people are coming in without knowing anything about Hex, that's incredible.
Is his audio only bad for me, or is my audio fucked?
No, it was doing this
kind of scrambling.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Illuminati confirmed.
Speaking of Max Hedron used to be my favorite movie.
That's interesting.
Anyone remember Max Hedron?
We even had debates in the admin chat about when Alex was talking about making a meme token, that people were talking about making it, instead of Hemdron, it was like headroom, like room for more. And then a blue bum took it the distance with all these max headroom memes. It was funny as hell. He
Oh
really
man,
did.
late to the party. Sorry about that. That sounds
Yeah.
pretty rough.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, it's just funny that you bring it up. That you know, you just said it was your favorite movie or whatever, but then in reality, in this ecosystem, there was a point in time that like we were all having discussions about maybe taking that direction with like a purpose for some reason because of the meme thing of it. But as you can see, it played out this way. We got Icosa instead and all this other stuff.
Man, they are still duking it out over that 10,000 hex stake. They've been fighting over this thing for like an hour, 5 minutes at a time. It's pretty funny.
Which one? The 10973?
It's stake ID 588025.
That one just finished.
Oh wow, it did just finish. They were fighting over that thing for like an hour. This is pretty funny.
It's funny to see how stubborn people are. Like I'm taking notices of the the addresses, and I'm just like, it's pretty funny. It might be the original owner's emotional attachment to it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's a 10x stake, but it's only 2,000 days, so I'm wondering if they may have been overvaluing it.
Well, at least like right now, there's like somebody had the intentions of trying to buy back their HSIs. At least there's not a whole fuckload of competition happening where you don't have a good shot at it, at least.
Yeah.
Is it just me or have the premium cinched up a bit since yesterday? Seems like it.
Yeah, like the overall premium of what all the bidders think that it should be. What is it up to? Like 70, 80% now?
Yeah, it feels like it. I kind of gave up after a while yesterday because I'm glad I didn't unstake my big bag of Hedron, obviously after that UTC payout last night, but now I'm kind of thinking like I'm probably just going to sit and do nothing because I've just been paying fees trying to get shit I'm not winning.
I guess that is the psychology, right? Like if I unstake this Hedron at the points that I have and go participate, will I win anything? And if I do win something, how big of a discount did I get? And then when I restake it, I lost points. And how long am I going to hold on to it to participate? Do I wait a day and lose out about like, oh man, the rabbit hole of thought processes at this point in time?
Yeah, you guys should probably just all give up and go to bed. I'll keep up.
I'm just waking up.
And then Hedron does a 10x.
It's going to happen. Hedron's going to pump big time. Mango Junkie, sorry I didn't respond to whatever you said. My phone ran out of battery and now I'm back. But I appreciate you guys.
Okay, I thought my audio was because I heard you scratchy, and then they said I was scratchy.
Yeah, I think it was me that turned into a robot. But yeah, like you were saying earlier, I've been in this community since day one and like before, and incredibly excited to see what's going on. And it kind of amazed me today that I was digging deep into my liquid powder to actually buy Hedron to now bid on these HSI auctions. mainly because I'm completely staked and locked up, which is fine because the yield is insane. But yeah, the fact that I'm just now buying Hedron through the nose to buy hex stakes at a discount is just mind blowing.
Buddy, get the copy pulse chain for all those HSIs you're holding on to.
Oh, dude, I'm not in any way complaining. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm picking up T-shares on the cheap. Like, how can you do this outside of this system? You can't.
I just want to chime in and just say fucking Wats's baby. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm done.
Did you throw up some gang signs when you did that?
Dude, all the cheap Wats's are gone. The one guy, he was like liquidating his portfolio and they kind of stayed there. The guy took all of them off and all of the cheap ones have been purchased. There's a few left at $3 per million. And like, obviously any Watsa holders right now will go to their app.icosa and it's like, oh, holy shit. Like I would never sell this for $3 per million. You know, it's almost worth its original mint amount in just Icosa. Like cheap Watsas are gone. I'll be real. Like making the Watsa pool my biggest pool was the best decision I ever made. Like I'm actually thinking of buying more. I'm like thinking like, what do I want? Do I want Hedron or fucking Watsas? I'm like, it's a hard choice. They're both so good.
I don't know if Watsa God Mike is a speculator with hex stakes quite yet to understand.
Shut up.
50% off and 60% off. Or,
dude, I literally like had an 8-year stake length and sacrificed $700 for Pulse. I am like more of a hexagon than you. Get out of here.
Yo, guys, I'm a little confused with Icosa right now. Why am I getting so much yield?
Because there's a lot of burning of Hedron happening.
Yeah.
So
welcome to the party, motherfucker.
So if I stake and unstake today, I'll still get that yield tomorrow.
Yeah, as long as you stake before the 0 UTC.
What's the 0? What time is 0 UST?
7 Eastern.
Okay, so cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I you know, obviously I'm just a dumb fuck who just likes NFTs here, but I think that being compounding your rewards is like totally good. Like if you have an Icosa stake and a Hedron stake, taking your Icosa from your Hedron stake and then throwing it into your Icosa stake and vice versa is fine, depending on you know, probably only ending one. Depends on what the member share rate moving up does affect all these things. But yeah, compounding's still good. But make sure you're staked because this next year is going to be pretty insane. And you know, being staked through the, in my eyes, like the quote unquote hyperinflation stage is really good. You want to be like, this is the most important time to be staked because eventually Icosa probably get pretty rare.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Hey, Mike, you know what the difference between me and you is when it comes to the Watsa pools?
My height, because I'm 6'4". My good looks.
No.
Head.
No, I said when it comes to the Watsa pool. I'm not really sure how you're
I didn't mint. I'm a fucking retard. But go ahead.
I didn't buy any of mine. I made them.
True. I came in late, dude. I was still working full time. It was busy season for my business. Like I had just like I was working 40, 50 hour weeks. Like I kind of was like, oh, like I was waiting for a little bit lower in like Hedron in the bear market. I didn't think that all this stuff was happening. So yeah, you're right. I'm a dumbass. But hey, I still saw the value in the product and was willing to pay 100% over, 30 days later and knew that it was still such a good bargain.
Right. Yeah, but then it was because of you that you lost the damn bargain.
Oh no, I was pretty much bought in, dude. Like, I got a few slamming deals. I got one. I got a few near minting price. So
then you came in and you started telling everybody like
true.
where the discounts were and the advantages of them and like the averages between them, whether they were $3 per million or $4 or where the good deals were, and all those deals got bought up before you could even fucking turn around twice.
It's so funny because I was at work today in chat with Siggy and I was telling everybody this and I was like, yo, like after, like, you know, we were doing the math and I was like, well, it's 0.3, I think, per million for a 1.5 trillion burn. And I was doing some of the math and I was like, yo, some of these Watsas, I actually think I might go home tonight. I didn't have my wallet on me. I was like, I think I might buy some of them. And then I come home an hour and a half later and all of them are gone. I was like, oh yeah, there was like 40, 50 people in the chat when I was saying that. So you're right. I did fuck myself out of a couple deals, but there's gonna be a lot of people who like me now. So I'm making friends. It's okay.
There was a lot of
Here's the really funny thing, guys. So I'm hovering around chat. Mike comes in, and I've been hoovering up all the cheap Watsas for a couple of days, thinking, oh God, they're really, really cheap. Mike comes in and he says, so what's all this Watsa stuff? Go on, sell it to me. And then I sold it to him, and suddenly I shot myself in the foot because I did exactly what Mike did. I was like explaining the virtues and the benefits of buying these Watsas, and then Mike took over, and suddenly there were no cheap Watsas because Mike hoovered them all up. Then he was shouting about it, and then suddenly everyone was hoovering them up while Mike was talking about them.
Yeah, but here's the difference, DJ. Is when you told Mike about it when he sold it, I was there too. When he came in and he was like, sell me on whether I should stake or whether I should be involved with this or whatever, right? And when you sold him on it, you just did it like you normally would, right? And you just laid the points out there and you laid it the way it was. And at that time, we were all like, if you have a Watsa, you're probably going to get a venereal disease and die shortly. So you should get rid of them, burn them anyway. And then Mike came in and his very energetic, flamboyant behavior caused for all of us to be like, dude, shut the fuck up, right? Like, calm it down a little bit on what you're doing here. And he doesn't listen very well. So he just is, it's just Mike, right? And thanks a lot, DJ. Now that we all know that it's your fault.
It was. I didn't do anything, and DJ like sold me on it completely.
No, but here's the funny thing. I have no regrets because basically, I think Mike started the snowball FOMO. So all my Watsas that I've been hoovering up suddenly went up in price. Okay, so I missed out on a few cheap ones, but basically Mike just did all the work for me in promoting it.
And that's the way it should be. And his excitement can carry on to the next other people that when they get attached to him and the light bulb goes off, you know, they're going to be happy about it too, right? Kind of like Mud Dog coming in here and being like, why did what happened with the yield? Like, oh, just go hit the stake button, right? And we're like, yep. And he's like, I'm on it, right? like people are going to probably do the same thing even if they get a hold of these Watts, or you know, they come in now and they're like, what the fuck is this Watson thing they're talking about, right? Like, why is this thing the creme de la creme that they're all speaking about? And why is it so hard to get, right? And then they find out about it and they're like, oh shit, this is a VIP room of the whole show. Like, okay, now I see why it's worth the value. And they might even spend 4x the price, 5x the price just to get that VIP ticket.
Well, here's a little bit of insider information to fuel the fire. So I was blessed to be invited into the the What's Art team, and I'm actually working on them now. I've been working on them for weeks. But all I can tell you guys is the artwork is going to send ripples around the greater crypto community. Some of the artwork is absolutely mind blowing, and that's all I can tell you.
I had a sneak peek from one of the artists, and I saw one, and I don't know if it's 100% sure going to be sent in. That was one that was like up in the air, maybe. And I saw it, and I was like, "Holy shit! Like this stuff's fucking like it's really good. It's not just like a monkey with a cigar in his mouth and then another monkey without a cigar in his mouth. Like it's like real deep artwork, really cool." Or the type, like I don't know the exact ones.
Dude, I got to see. It's so hard to describe them because they're all different too. It's just they're incredibly detailed and realistic and fluid, and I got to be able to see, and I think DJ, you too, maybe, but we got to see like 20,000 or more, right? However many that were there at the time that they just went ham on. And it's after going through and seeing that they're all different and all different variations and all different like scenes and depictions and all sorts of stuff. You couldn't describe it. You absolutely could not. No fucking way. It's impossible almost. And they are pretty fucking cool. Like what DJ's saying.
So is each What's a NFT artwork different from the other?
Yes. Yep.
There's 21,000 something, so there's going to be a lot of varieties.
There was actually more than 22,000 made, and possible art selections. So, and they are going to be selected like in a specific type of way, I guess, not in as individuals attachments, but only there's only so many Wattses and there's only so many like art pieces. So only certain ones are going to be, used. But either way, they're all different. Every single one of them is different from each other. And they are all pretty cool. And on top of it, the artists are people that you know. They're in the community. Like you've heard of almost every single one of them. You just wouldn't know that they're the artists because they're modest and they're not telling you, and they're involved in a bigger project that they believe in. So they're not releasing anything until it's available for actually being processed into the code. So yeah.
Here's another thing. There's going to be a proportion, a percentage, and it's a smaller percentage of artwork that people are absolutely going to hate because they'll either be, well, yeah, all I can say is that you'll absolutely hate them, which adds to the game theory. Will you burn them if you hate them?
I did not think of that, but yeah, I know. I showed a couple to my old lady and she's really judgy, right? And she went to college for like an art degree and stuff like this. And she had her opinions on it, of course. But she also, in the same time, while having an opinion on it, because she's a woman, no offense to any women in here listening, she assumed positions from previous very famous artists on how some of the art is, on how they're relative to be looking like the same types of stuff. And I'm like, at this point, even if she is being opinionated about it, even if it does seem naggy or negative about it, that when she's making it relevant to like artists that are like forever historically famous, then she's not being very judgmental about it, I guess. But still, her own way.
So here's the thing. So when you're generating the artwork, which is like literally a string of words, at the end of the string, you can put in the style of. So you can put in the style of Rembrandt or in the style of any artist you like, any famous artist. I mean, I did an obscure 60s op art, which is kind of like optical illusion art. And it recognized the artist. So it's got a whole bank of artists from the history of art that it recognizes. And then you can apply that style to any subject you like. So that's why some of it will look derivative, but the creativity is the icosahedron and fusing the icosahedron into the brand. And just seeing the amazing things that artificial intelligence generates. I mean, I'm particularly surprised because it feels like there's an intelligence that is beyond the actual programmed intelligence, because some of this stuff is so aesthetically beautiful. You cannot believe that something that's completely blind can actually generate and present to you something that's so aesthetically amazing.
Yeah, because it's not like in certain versions of an icosahedron, it's not like something that you would see in real life. And it presents you with an ecosystem background and foreground of what you would probably assume is real life, and then have this very fantasy icosahedron, maybe even mixed in with the life like cycle of the creatures that are there. And it makes it look like it's real. And that's amazing how it can be implemented in, like, I don't know, how many environments do you think exist where you could placate your mindset with? Infinite amounts.
Yeah, so what it also does, it doesn't just create an icosahedron, it will break down the internal geometry of the icosahedron. So it will take the triangle. So you might get a whole landscape that doesn't even feature an icosahedron, but the geometry beneath the actual structure of the whole underlying like framework. I mean, when they render these things, they call them frames, don't they? So I think what happens is that the artificial intelligence, it will actually generate an actual frame before it puts the skin. And it probably taps into something like Unreal Engine that can create sort of virtual worlds that actually look real. So what it's doing is it's actually generating these landscapes and then putting a skin around it, which is absolutely amazing. So as I said, sometimes you'll get triangles and you'll get underlying hexagons that are like infused into the landscape. So not every single picture is an icosahedron. And that's the amazing thing about this project, is it's actually generated artworks that artists wouldn't necessarily, because as soon as you put in the word icosahedron, it changes the whole geometry of the landscape and the shapes. So this artwork, this body of artwork, is going to be kind of held together in a brand form, even though it's created by lots of different individuals.
So sorry, I have a question.
I'm pumped
But
up.
sorry, Mango. Just a moment. I just won one auction, but I tried to exit it. It did the number like 300 something. It told me to do it 3 times, but I still lost it. I don't know what happened.
So here's a little tip that Hexecutioner gave a while ago. When you're bidding, just increase your gas limit, because what happens is your transaction is going into the block, and if there is someone else who's put a larger gas limit, that transaction will be favored. So you're competing on the blockchain. So your transaction may have got rejected. So just increase your gas limit a little bit.
Oh, I see. No, because it told me that it's ready to exit the auction, and it did that block of 352 something. And okay, maybe it's gone. I can't even remember which one. I won 2 and I lost 2. Wonderful.
You literally actually did win. There was 4 of them there. You won 2 of them, and you lost 2 of them out of the 4 that were there. Or do you saying that you thought you won 2 of them, and in the end result somebody overbid? and you actually lost them.
You're right. Yeah, I was stupidly excited. Sorry, guys. Continue the momentum.
Yeah, just wait. Like when it says that you've won or something like that, and it says exit auction, just wait like 30 seconds, right? Because that might be the delay time that the other person that's bidding against you has also, right? So if they're behind by 30 seconds, but their clock still says that they have time, even though yours says that you won, and they get a bid in before theirs hits 0, then technically there's like this delay in the competition that's still there on that particular one, and they could still be in competition with you, right? So then as soon as it actually updates that that was actually happening on blockchain to the front end, then it'll update to you too that nope, you didn't win. There's actually, it wouldn't even say 5-minute counter to you. All of a sudden it would say 4 minutes and something. And now it will catch you guys up on that timer for this next bid that's coming through. And then you guys will both have more of a nice timer, unless another bidder comes in, right? Then he may have a different differentiating timer that needs to be reset for both of you at that time. Also, it depends on how quick that your the speed of your internet is also, and how much stuff that you're doing on your computer as well, that you're doing the bids on also, that might reduce your processing power for being able to get some of these things done faster. Also, click and go, right? If even that, even when it's blockchain and you know it has to process with 13-second blocks. Alex was saying that it takes another 3 seconds to be able to update the front end. So that could be somewhere, and 13-second blocks aren't guaranteed on Ethereum network anyway. So it could be more, but let's just say 13. It could be a maximum of 16-second difference between each other. And then a variation of just slower internet for other people. You know, it could be 20 to 30 seconds. So if it says that you won and you're like, you should probably have that occurrence now where you're like, did I win? And then just wait for a second. But you won't have to wait for the whole 5-minute duration of the overbid that caused for it to happen, for it to all of a sudden update to you to say that you're still competing for this thing, right? So that way now you're looking for it, because if you thought that you won and you hit this function, which of course it's going to pop up and try to do it, then it goes away all of a sudden because now it updates. Now you lost in translation. You're not really looking for it immediately because you still thought that you won. Now that you have this generalized understanding of what really happened, now when you're not sure that you won, you just keep your eye on that sucker so you don't lose track of it. So you're not spending the next couple minutes frantically looking through the whole list as to where it went when it didn't move. It's still in the same spot. You know, it just doesn't say that you won any longer. It's not your main bid, it's the next guy's. So
Thank you for the deep explanation.
sorry.
Sorry.
Sometimes
I'll just add one thing that Alex mentioned, which was quite helpful to me when I was stuck in that situation, is to minimize the lines, the rows of bids, so that you can only see 5. So if your page is on 100 or 50, for example, just to take that down to 5 that you can see at a time. And then once you see your one that says 1, exit auction, and that really helped for mine to go through to only have 5 lines that I could see at a time.
Yeah, that's really good if you're either starting the auctions on the 24-hour countdowns, and for if you actually did win in the auctions and you want to go through the indexing process of exiting the auction for yourself. Yeah, minimizing that down so that way your computer isn't like processing all the live data that's coming into it, is very, very helpful. Yes, that's correct. But for the bidding, I don't think the reducing of the window probably isn't going to help you a whole lot, in the sense like it will for the indexing will, to help you get that done, that process done. But if your internet is slower or something like that, it might actually will help you to minimize and bid, but you just won't be able to track them very easily if you're down to 5, of course. But
Yeah, I'm not much worried about the internet speed because Talon is pretty much strong 5G. But yeah, got it. Thank you. Thank you, the lady who spoke. I didn't see your name. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it sounded like crypto fruits.
I do know
I
crypto
didn't.
fruits. Not crypto fruits. It's Cappy.
That's not crypto fruits. Who is that?
It's Cappy.
I'm sorry. I'm an American. All you Brits sound the same to me.
So racist.
Watch her tell you
Well,
now that's not British.
we're all human beings. There is no race. We're the same race. Human being, human race.
You yeehaw.
Oh, camera guy, do you get made fun of for being like an American in England at all or no?
Nah, because I'm like, I've got West Coast twang. People don't really mind it. It's just, I think people that, hi, oh my God, look at the London Eye. That's so neat. Like those kind of voices.
Like kind of like Valley Girl upspeak.
Yeah, or just kind of Midwest, like nasal. I don't know. Maybe yours actually. No, I don't know. No, yours is all right, but it's just kind of the textbook annoying him, like, where's Leicester Square at?
I love hearing like non-Americans like making fun of like or trying to like impersonate like American speaking. I love it.
My favorite impersonations are just black people doing middle-aged white guys, like the Chris Rock, like, hey, what's going on
Oh
over
yeah.
there?
Oh yeah.
That shit fucking makes me laugh. Love it. Like Trevon does it a bunch. It cracks me up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I grew up with a dude exactly like Trevon, like actually even like his facial structure. I grew up with this dude like him. And yeah, he'd do like the same kind of like Dave Chappelle, like acting like the white guy thing is so funny. Yeah, DJ's got me all hyped up now about these NFTs going to be coming out. Pretty sweet.
Actually, I'm now kind of regretting even bringing the subject up. I don't think you guys should go on OpenSea. Because I know I now I'm buying some. So don't go there.
$3 per million sounds very cheap right now, actually.
See, it's weird because so here's one of the things that I've noticed that have been happening with the Wattses. So if you're a dude and you had a whole bunch of money, and let's say you did $2,000 Wattses, I don't think that you're going to do as well as all of the small ones. So if you want to get one for $3 per million right now, dude, you got to hawk up a bare minimum of $4,000. And so, like, yeah. So, and like that's going to be like I think a continuing thing, because if I'm a whale, which I'm not, but like if I was a whale, I always like to buy in bulk, and if I buy in bulk, I want a discount, and that's how I bought like some of my Watsas. Like I was like, oh, dude, that's like I gave an offer or whatever because I'm like, I'm buying in bulk, dude. You're gonna fucking sell it to me because there's only like a few other people who have this much money, and they do settle. So, but like we might see some of these small ones, like start going for like closer to $6 because, and then the super small ones have an even higher premium. So it's really weird.
Hey, Mango, here's something to contemplate. If you're a new Watsa buyer and you're coming in fresh, the advantage you have coming in now is that when we came in, and we were paying 1x. At the moment, you're only actually paying 2x. You're not paying 3x because there's already 1x. In about 2 days' time, there'll be 1x accrued. So if you're a new Watson buyer, you're only actually paying 2x compared to the original investors. You're just coming in fresh, but you're only actually paying 2x.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I love when you've been in a bidding war and then you get a failed transaction at the last hurdle. Yay. Someone throw a virtual pie in my face, please.
That's still one of the funnier videos, watching Bill Gates get a pie in the face.
Executioner, how many HSIs were there this time yesterday per page? If you had like 100 showing, I felt like there was like 8 at least. Now there's only like 300.
8? What do you
I
mean
mean
8?
800. Sorry, like or 12 or something.
There was like 1,400.
Or 14. Okay, so that would be, yeah. There's a shit ton. Now there's like not that many.
And then we went through maybe like 500 of them by the time that we were talking about it last time. So there was like $1 trillion that was burned around then. So then there was about another 600 billion when I decided to crash out that appeared while I was asleep, time traveling, I guess. And so had been a couple hundred more, a couple pages that went through. I did look at it when I got up to see how many pages you guys had moved through. I want to say that it was only like 2 pages, 2 pages you guys had moved through. So another 200, so 700. Then, and we got to 383 now. Let's see how many pages of the 383. I gotta like keep digging to get like pertinent information to make like a judgment call on what's going on, I guess. Oh, I hate doing this.
Don't kill yourself. It's cool.
I'd probably end up doing it anyway. That's the problem. Okay, so you guys.
The Ozzy show is about to come on Discourse. If anyone wants to watch. See you guys later.
Peace. Page 2. Halfway through. 50. It's about 220. $220 left to go through that are actually have timers on that bottom list. Boom, I got to your answer. Okay, so that means that we probably need to have like some of these suckers getting started. Because let me go see how many that need to be started that have the now on it. So there's like 1,450 that are ready to start right now, compared to our 220 that are left to be bid on. $1,014.50.
Yeah, I think the other play is just to sit and wait.
What happens if you don't start it?
They just sit there until somebody comes along and bids it and starts it. One way or the other, we're going to have to go through all these.
So it could be sitting there for weeks if nobody started it?
It could sit there for literally forever, until somebody starts them. Yep. Yes, sir. So tomorrow, there's going to be like another 200 HSIs getting dumped in on the pile of the 1450 that we currently still have to go. And then the next day, we probably have another 100 that are going to get piled in on top of the 200, on top of the 1450. And I'm seeing like in 2 days from now, there's 15 T-share stakes with 114,000 hex there for 85 million minimum bid Hedron that you might be able to just get the minimum bid on if this continues. Unless people are intentionally backlogging to suffice for the actual competition for nitpicking.
I'm hoping that later on it will become a little bit cheaper because people are running out of Hedron.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep. So the 2-day ones, I said there's about 100. Okay, day 3, there's about 20 there. So about another 100 in day 3 getting dumped in. And I'm seeing 50,000 hex stakes, 37,000, 450,000, 58 T-shares, 260 million minimum bid. Day 3, that's 3 days down the road. 431,000 hex, 55 T-shares. Another one next to it, 433,000, 56 T-shares. Minimum bid, 326 million. Ooh, another one. Dang. 58 T-shares, 58.5.
I'm gonna delay gratification, let everyone burn all their Hedron, and then do what you're doing. Just come in at unsociable hours. I'm gonna say this out loud so everyone can front run me. Actually,
I'm
you
already
can't.
doing
You
it
have
for you, Bill.
Yeah, yeah. You just have to sit here and wait.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like when I wasn't here when Hex launched, but you know, Richard said don't FOMO in the first few days.
Yep. The tortoise wins the race.
That's it. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. We established day 3 is going to have 100 with quite a few juicy ones coming out 4 days afterwards. Let's see, there's about 20, 30 there. Ooh, whoa. Day 4's got more coming in than day 3. Let's see, how much? Oh, it's about 130 on day 4. More HSIs getting dumped in. Oh, look at that. Day 4, 129.47 T-shares for a million hex. Only starting bid, 751 million Hedron. For less than $2,000, you too can have a million hex.
Ooh.
And then the one below it, 666,666 hex for 86 T-shares. For minimum bid of $500 million Hedron. For $1,000, you can have this 86 T-share stake. I love it. This is amazing.
Looking at me like I'm crazy at work. I'm like laughing and dancing around, but it makes me excited just hearing all this stuff, man. I love it.
Hey, Impulsive, are you using like a plug-in headset or something? Do you have a wire attached to your phone or a microphone or something?
Yeah, why?
Because it sounds like the cord might be bad or it's not established in the connection very well because it's causing interference when you talk. Like, you know, if you were like speaking into a microphone and you took the jack that goes to the receiver that's connected to the speaker and you unplugged it and you go speaking into the microphone and you start to like jimmy the auxiliary cable in around, but not like actually put it in, how it like starts to have that staticky sound while you're doing it. That's what it was doing to you.
It could because I'm on cellular, but I'm not on a good headset. I'm just on my regular work earphones.
Ah, gotcha. Now, what were we talking about? Auctions? You want to buy more T-shirts? Is that what you want? Are you FOMOing in on the Hedron train? Is that what you said?
Something like that.
Oh, there's another million hex one in here too. So in the 4-day cycle of the 130 more that get dumped in, there's at least 2 million hex stakes. Starting bid, $750 million Hedron.
Are you looking at Hex model or just the standard app?
I'm just looking through the app. Yeah, I'm looking 4 days in and like actually doing the calculations of the numbers on my own. Like averaging is good enough when we already have a backlog of 1,400. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like so. Yeah, I'm looking and I've pretty much expanded the auctions that you guys are currently bidding on right now, and I expanded it to not the auctions you guys are bidding on, excuse me, but the ones that are waiting to be bid on. And I got the rows to 100, and I'm on 1,901 of 2,000 page. So page 19 of 5,741. So 57 pages. Yeah, 57 page. I'm on page 19 of 57.
It's annoying. It's annoying it doesn't let you just type it in.
Yeah. Hey, that would be nice. He probably just has it all as raw as you possibly can have it, just to suffice for not too much complicated front end actual work to display the live data.
Well, you climb the mountain, you get the rewards. So thanks for sharing.
On a lighter note, day 5 only has like 70 or 60 that are getting flopped into the pile. But I see 60 T-share stakes.
So if we look at this as a cycle, they all kind of got pushed in, and then this is kind of, it slowly tapers off from the looks of it. But then there'll be another wave because as price changes and dynamics change, people will be incentivized to start them up again. Is that right?
I don't know. Like, if you find like right now, I'm just kind of perusing through these things 6 days in advance, right? I'm on, like I said, I'm on page.
No, yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, these are all byproducts of people popping these in 90 days ago or whatever.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, every 90 days, there'll be waves, right? So to speak.
Yeah, potentially. So far, it looks like the majority of the ones that are getting one are going back into the buyback function, because you can just get immediate liquidity for the hex value out of it with a 10%, maybe 20% bonus to get to the staking platform. And some people are seeing, like, which makes sense, the ones that have the bonuses on them to keep them for the mintability, right? If it's already a 5555, then you get a 10% bonus on the Icosa that you get on the buyback function. Those are that. I mean, that gives you an incredible advantage to use them that way, in my opinion, right? Because the 10x ones are probably going to have more competition just because they're 10x ones. But it also is because you can get mintable Hedron out of them for the next 15 years. And that might be something that's going to be needed, a couple of years down the road when we already burn the fuck out of all the Hedron because of this happening, even if it happens on a moderate level, right? Like, that was the basis understanding of where the level starts, is what is the minimum bid for these hex stakes in the first place. And that was the borrowed amount of Hedron for it, right? To have this understanding that the value that's in it is obviously more than the borrowed amount of Hedron that's on that thing, right? Would cause for inherently more Hedron to be burned than what was needed anyway, because people are going to value these hex stakes because we're all hexagons. So it's not like more than likely they won't go for the first bid anyway. But you can do all the calculations based off of the minimum bids and say, yes, with the calculations from this, that even if they did go for the minimum bids, it would be a positive end result for the stakers and everybody that's involved. And then however they decide to use them for the next cycle, you know, is up to them, really, right? You can keep these cycles going, and obviously price would dictate that there's an arbitrage moment. Then there'd be other stakes that are made and also added to the cycle, right? But really, I don't know, we already see a lot of the buyback function being used again, but over a period of time, when the share rate moves up, and the way that you get Icosa is based off of the calculation of borrowable Hedron divided by the share rate, means that the share rate's going to work against you in two different ways, because the amount of borrowable Hedron you get is based off of the amount of T-shares that you have, and that's way less than what you'd be able to actually get, because the T-shares are just hard to get, right? Because it actually goes up. For every one T-share that you have that's staked for 15 years, you can borrow 5,555,000 Hedron from that. And that might be a pertinent thing that you need to have like into the future. Having a 10x on that obviously is going to be no different for the borrowable amount at all, right? So it doesn't incentivize you other than the 10% bonus that you get for turning it into the buyback function. But still, a 10x bonus on the mintability of it in the long term is going to be incredibly valuable to have, I'm sure. Of course, I mean, I've been telling people about that for a while. But the second way that it disincentivizes the buyback function is because the knowing that it's harder to get T-shares in the first place for people to go out and actually just buy it and get, you know, with Hex, stake it, get a T-share. That it's going to be harder for you to have the borrowable amount of Hedron in an HSI in the first place, especially as the share rate moves up. So then it takes it divided by the share rate again after that when you actually turn it into the buyback function. And pretty much like there's this period of time where you know, when you have staking in Hex, it's like, well, what's the best time to stake Hex? Well, that was yesterday. And in this occurrence with the buyback function, it has the same result, right? When was the best time to use the buyback function will probably more than likely, calculably, have been yesterday. And then tomorrow it would have been today, right? And so on and so forth. Just because all the calculations for Icosa is based off of T-share mechanics anyway. So eventually all the inflation is going to die down. There won't be much Hedron left. The rewards will remain stagnant anyway, because price action will be facilitated in a way where you're going to have these arbitrage moments happening. It's going to feed that monster anyway. And then people using this buyback function, I don't know. I don't really want to say this because it may seem like a negative connotation because of me saying the word grayscale. But maybe there might be some sort of discount thing going on here now that might exist. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. We'll just have to see over a long period of time how it all shakes out and whether this buyback function continues to work the way that it is now as it's intended, or if the share rate moving forward actually disincentivizes people from using it or not versus the discount. So even though we know that the share rate moving forward is going to doubly disincentivize people from using the buyback because of how much Icosa that you'll get back, but what happens when price appreciation kicks in? Like, what if the market cycle was like, ooh, here we go, right? And then everything starts going up. And then it's like, not only did I get thousands of Icosa from all these bonus events, but it just doubled in price. So you just like double whammied 4x'd everything. And you're just kind of like, what? Now what do I, now you got to wrap your head around all this. Now how do you move? Now what's going to happen? What are you going to do? And how is it going to be? And all the questions and all the stuff. So we're in the bottom of the market. I'm assuming that the price appreciation is going to happen. And more or less, like usually, thank God, when price appreciation happens, people don't usually come at like what I just described, like, oh, like, should we be worried that price went up? Like, what are all the implications if price go up? Executioner, like, tell me, da 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 da. Not usually in a chat does that happen, but usually in like real life with my other buddies, like we may have those types of conversations which are pertinent too. But yeah, I mean, we're already in prices already went down section, so we'll just have to let the blood hit the floor on the rest of these exchanges failing because they had this scheme to pretend like they can do what the other centralized banks do by putting money on each other's books, pretending like they actually had anything. Just didn't work. No fucking worky. The dominoes fell months ago. It's just now they're continuing to topple. Could you imagine if the whole run-up of that whole last cycle was a manipulation of that whole entire thing? The whole run-up was a manipulation of all of these failures that you're seeing. And will be like the culmination of like the biggest people that are probably involved in centralized stuff. Like all their garbage is still yet to come out, and it's going to come out. Then there'll be a Netflix film on the whole damn thing, and they'll make more money off of it. It'll just be one big old joke. Where's the Google fucking remind me of this calendar thing on that whole scenario? As soon as you see the Netflix film that talks about this whole everything. This could be Jawa's fucking movie idea thing here. He could explain how the flat Earth caused FTX to fail. Kidding. Just kidding.
I'm dying laughing. Muted here.
Don't go there again.
I said that not for the sake of argument with Jawa. I just said that for the sake of argument with anyone else in the community that's listening. I don't want to argue with anybody. I was just joking.
Whether
I
it's
know
flat or
that,
round, how does it help tax price? That's all I care about.
well, I mean, I also know that the flat Earth didn't cause for FTX to fail.
Yeah, but can you really prove that's true? Like, you can't prove that it didn't.
I don't know. Let me strap myself in a rocket and go see if I can see FTX in space.
I love that one guy who like made his own rocket ship to go prove that the Earth was flat, and he like killed himself.
Dude, that guy's name was Mad Mike, I guess, and apparently one of the gentlemen that was involved in like the production of the whole thing, right? Was in the chat last night and spoke too about a little bit about the whole thing. So that was kind of neat because we said kind of the same thing when we were like talking about that and made comment, just, you know, joking in between. I think we were probably trying to poke fun at Jawa then too, just for fun. Why not? Normally I wouldn't even talk about those things or even initiate conversation with it, but Jawa, you know, he's fun. But then this guy was like, hey, you know, crazy thing, like, you guys brought this up, but I wanted to tell you, like, that guy's name is Mad Mike that shot himself up in that rocket and ended up unfortunately dying, but he was my friend, and like went into this whole thing, and it was like, whoa, wow, okay, that's neat.
And
That
then
was
and then it took a dark turn, and we won't go there ever again.
yeah, yep. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
That's good.
Right.
Yeah, we should all just kind of, yeah. You handled that very well, by the way. So, props to that.
Thanks. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of here, and it's my responsibility. And it's like, it's the easiest position to take. It's like, look, this isn't a democracy. Sons of bitches, listen to me. Whatever.
Yeah, but a lot of people would have been a lot more emotional, and you kind of did it in the best grown-up spanking kind of a way.
Went dad mode on everybody. Now, none of this fighting, gentlemen. Put your purses down and let's be nice.
It kind of felt like the calm version of like you're in the trenches and the general's just like, come on, soldiers, we're all in this fight together. Put your differences down and fucking march on.
Yeah. Siggy, put your pants back on. Tired of seeing your dick out. I could just see DJ being the guy that speaks up and says something, and then Siggy being the hype guy that stands behind him, just talking mad shit, but using DJ as like the shield to talk all the shit behind. And then Watts of God being back there. Don't forget, you got Wattses to worry about.
Dude, I'm really in a cult conflicted space. Don't make fun of me.
No,
I'm looking at some of these Wattses. I want to buy more.
Executioner, I want to thank you, and I want to also apologize because I don't usually get triggered, but the guy who came in, I was actually okay about most of what he was saying. It was going over my head, but as soon as he was a Holocaust denier and talking about the ovens not existing, I mean, that really triggered me, because I know people, my family knows people who had firsthand experience, who came out of those concentration camps. And for someone to just use this as a platform to talk about that particular conspiracy, I just thought was absolutely disgusting. It would almost be like someone saying that, the slave ships that came from Africa and brought back black people over to America didn't exist. I mean, it is that offensive. So I just want to thank you for saying what you said and explaining to him that he isn't actually being censored. This just isn't the group for him to bring all that trash up.
Well, and then also the way that I kind of see it also, and I have my reasonings for this also, is, okay, so I'm like in my mid to late 30s, and I know that a 6, 7, 8-year-old kid is discovering a lot of things in their lives, because a lot of stuff that they're coming across with their inquisitive minds, always asking why about all sorts of stuff since they were 3. It's a revelation to them to have this discovery on how things work. However, they don't really like present themselves very well as 6, 7, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds with the information that they have, because not only did they just discover this, but they present it as if they're the first ones to discover this information and then present it to you. Like they just discovered this thing and they must talk to you. And then when you're like, yeah, but really there's this thing you're not sure. And then they argue with you about some shit that you've known about your whole life. And So that being said, generally you don't take the counsel of a 6, 7, 8-year-old kid, because their perception of the new things that they've discovered, no matter how profound that they may be, even to you, probably not best results, right? So in saying that, knowing that, and I also know that that gentleman is a younger individual as well, that even I, like maybe a month ago, recently, a few weeks ago, noticed like a slew of social media stuff that had went through that was perpetuating this thought process of that thing. And when I read like the headline, I just was like, about it and moved on, because it was just like, not, I'm older. That's just not worth my time to go through some garbage like this. So I moved on. But I do know that it existed. I knew what they were talking about, trying to perpetuate that, all these kids were still there and the families were still there and all these other things, right? And even if that was true, like propaganda, man, the propaganda goes so thick to try to cover up for so many atrocities from some of the things that we do, right? That you can't, like you said, DJ, you can't pronounce a platform to speak about things in which you're not professional enough or educated enough. You can't go read one article and come in and preach it like you're coming from the church of this thing and know all and be all about that thing in that way, right? So I've noticed that as I called him out on some of those things that he was speaking about, that he was saying he hadn't spoke about before, I've already heard the story about it, right? That I noticed, since I listen usually, that when a story changes ever so slightly, then it probably comes from random discourse of maybe even more intelligent people than who he's talking to, where they correct him. And then also the development of new conspiracy to be added on top with this narrative that already fit your mold of narrative that you saw fit in the first place. And I've had talks with this guy, with this gentleman before, and he does have a narrative that he fits. And unfortunately, like to everyone else, let's say that this narrative to us would be like, yeah, dude, you're a bigot. For sure. No, for real. Like, we can't understand how you can't wrap your head around that this display and how your mentality is would cause for us to come to the end result that you are a bigot, and then still not get it, and like just continue with utmost respect, regardless of the fact that people are like, fuck you, man, right? Like, dude, you gotta stop, period. So I mean, even in the DMs later, he was still trying to make his case, right? And I didn't respond to it, obviously, right? So, and I think that a lot of that greatly has to do with the fact that he's a younger gentleman, right? And that's dangerous. Like, think about that. Think how many younger people that are out there that have been fed what we would call propaganda based off of what we would see as generalized understandings how things really are in the world, and them coming into the world not knowing a damn thing about anything, how anything really works at all. And the shit that they read is really calculably what they think is what's going on, past what they read and all this shit. And they think that everything they read on the internet sometimes is the truth, and they preach it too. Oh boy, do they preach it. So I don't know. It's gonna get weird, I think, but hopefully, like, I'm far enough, old enough, to an age where I'll just be dead before it gets too weird. It's already weird right now how things are.
As you pointed out, that generation is so disconnected from what actually happened and the horrors that happened, and the fact that millions and millions of people made an incredible sacrifice to go and fight, the things that were actually happening in Germany. And I just feel that, as I said, I wasn't actually personally offended. I actually found it offensive. And I think my reaction was speaking up on the the millions of people in the world who, a suffered the atrocities, and also the fact that it is so offensive that it just was totally inappropriate to bring up, in Icosa Chat. So again, yeah, I thank you for a very, very mature response and shutting him down very quickly. I mean, obviously you wanted to just let him run and have free expression, but unfortunately, we all want free expression, but when convoluted, misguided, uneducated thoughts like that, which are, as I said, they are so abhorrently offensive to millions and millions of people who have not only suffered, but are also persecuted to this day because of that absolute rubbish he was spouting. So, no, thank you, Executioner, and very, very well moderated.
Although I do want to support extreme amounts of skepticism about official stories too. So, I think
yeah, make sure that you're not covering, if you're on your phone, make sure you're not covering your mic with your fingers or anything like that when you're speaking, and just speak loud and clear. I want to hear your
I
point
just
too.
don't have good sound. I just don't have good sound quality. Can you hear it? Hear it at all?
Yeah.
Very muffled.
Yeah, but let's take a swing at it anyway. I want to hear his opinion.
But can you hear it all anyway?
Yes, we can hear you.
I mean, I think it's becoming sort of more and more obvious that much of what is as patently accepted without question, and I'm not specifically talking about anything, but as a concept, much of what is known as the official story is, in some people, as you guys have said, garbage. So I don't want to hear complete acquiescence to the official stories as having 100% reign in this chat either, because the official stories are very much subject to being questioned, and I'm not, so I don't want. I think we probably shouldn't talk about it. Either not talk about it at all, or let's not just go on one side.
Well, to be fair for 1 second, is I let it go on. I let both of them like discuss their differences regardless, right up until the point that the other gentleman asked DJ a specifically like personal, particularly damn like question.
Yeah. I
shut
agree.
it.
I know what you're talking about. I know the very question you're referring to, which was that was a very poor choice of questions.
That's the problem with some of these heightened types of conversations, and usually why the conversations are avoided, because it really takes the quality of the other individual to have those conversations, to be able to remain in a way in their own damn head, to continue to have like good discourse for a long duration, which we usually call intelligent conversation, instead of losing your head. And now all of a sudden it becomes, hopefully, well, it's like thankfully, it was a short conversation at that point. I guess needless to say.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to have these conversations that are, I don't know, better outcome than others, but I just don't know. I mean, if we're going to talk about quote, being fair, I just think that there are a lot of holes in a lot of allegedly correct, officially accepted narratives. So I don't want to hear like the baby being thrown out with the bathwater, in the sense of You know, we must believe the mainstream media and the history books and all these sources that are allegedly the true story, or at least impartial, because they are partial and not necessarily correct in some
So,
ways.
so you're saying when they take like 50 different news channels across the entire United States in one night and then combine them all together, that they come across the conclusion that one person wrote the script across the entire, all of them across the United States, and then, you know, maybe thought that that was a little odd?
Are you talking about these a little bit sort of humorous, I don't know, what do you call them, concatenations of stories where you hear an Australian reporter say the exact same interesting word combo as an American, as a European, like all the news reporters across the world are parroting the exact same, singing from the same songbook?
Well, no, literally, like there was 50 different news stations, and within a period of days, right, like they all, not the same night, but within a period of days of them all coming out with their news stories for their nationwide news or whatever, they all read the exact same script. They all
Right.
word for verbatim said the exact same thing. And
Right.
somebody chopped it all together and was like, well, here you go. Fucking Illuminati confirmed, motherfuckers, across the entire United States. And then people just sat on their hands and didn't get it.
So something, exactly, a clip like that you hear all these, you know, repeaters or reporters or whatever you want to call them saying that, it does, it may not necessarily, well, it seems highly, far too much to be a coincidence, right? But it's also, it would be good to dig into those and do some more research and say what's really going on, right? So it's right, yeah. On the surface, yeah, it sounds beyond coincidence, right? That they'd all repeat the exact same
I mean, if you think
jargon.
about it, well, think about it. How many of the media outlets that are out there, the big ones, under their ownership, there might be 3 owners at the top, and maybe hundreds of different ownerships of different stations that go all the way across the United States, but they get their orders from the headquarters at specific times, I'm sure. And it may just be, hey, we got this, you know, whatever script you wrote, throw that away. We got this one. Read this tonight.
Right. And yeah, the massive consolidation of news media sources is just amazing. So there are fewer and fewer independent sources for anything. So, and journalism, you know, is a dying breed.
Think about this, excited, before you go too far into it. And I'll make this quick and concise. Is imagine that there used to be a time where the lead of the network didn't actually come in very often or at all with a piece of paper and say, read this, right? Actually, before it probably was read this. And then there came a time where it was like, you guys have to make your own script. We'll stick around these other things. But them locally as a news network, the script is theirs. They don't have an outside, the conglomerate, you know, sending them a piece of paper because they read this. But then they do. And then it doesn't happen for a little bit longer. And then they do it again. And then not longer, and then they do it again, and then almost every day, and then actually exactly every day. They don't have scripts anymore. They're being handed scripts every day from the lead network. This is what you read. This is it. Right. That's the scare.
Yeah. So that doesn't seem very healthy to me.
No.
For a societal, you know, the collective, you know, thinking of the collective. It just doesn't. Yeah. So anyway, I guess what I wanted to voice is moderation on the castigation. I mean, I don't agree at all with that question he posed, that specific question, and some of the other points. to be brought out in this chat, right? But I also don't want alternative narratives to be castigated like outright. All like, oh, you know, this is controversial or this is not the official story, therefore out you go. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that it's balanced in that sense. I'm not, I'm not a proponent of offensive sort of, you know, content. But I will say this: I'm highly offended by extreme acquiescence to what to me are patently and clearly evil and corrupt and extremely deceptive narratives, and a non-questioning of any of it is. I don't know what people's positions are, but I don't like encountering a non-questioning populace, and I do feel that is what we have. Not necessarily here in this chat, but I'm just saying as overall in society, it's extremely acquiescent, and that to me is much more dangerous than investigation of a deep investigation of the official stories. To me, the deep investigation of the stories is more healthy than the forbidding of seeking knowledge.
Excited. I'm absolutely on your side on this, and I totally agree with everything that you're saying. I don't believe that narratives should be censored. The only thing is the guy did actually reveal himself, quite early on, to be someone who actually was very, very offensive to millions of people around the world, and to not understand the sensitivities that you have to operate in, just in public. I mean, in this group, it was inappropriate for him to go that deep and talk about those things because they are so offensive, and not to understand the sensitivities that you could be offending many people. He didn't actually offend me. I just found the things that he said actually offensive towards millions of people in this world and millions of people who have suffered. And for him not to actually understand how inappropriate that was, and to feel that this was the appropriate platform to go down that path, I voiced up, and I wanted to just shut him down because he was totally inappropriate. His reaction to me revealed actually that he is a racist.
Well, I did feel that it was really. It was a serious problem when he started asking you specifically who you are, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
That was completely and utterly. It wasn't a point, because, as I said,
it was irrelevant. Not only was it irrelevant, but
totally irrelevant. And I would
have pointed. You know what I mean? It was irrelevant and pointed.
So yeah,
you know
I agree with you that we must question narratives. We shouldn't go by the history books, but also you do have to have a sensibility towards people and cultures. And there are certain people in this world who have suffered just so much. I've come across this so many times, but you've got to be sensitive to those groups of people. Whether you've been persecuted as a black person, an Asian, a Jew, it doesn't matter. You can't come in to this kind of group and use it as a platform for those kind of discussions. As Executioner said, those discussions should be, in another group. I mean, I was particularly triggered because, as I said, I took what he was saying as offensive to millions of people. I wasn't actually offended myself.
Right. right. And to your point, if one were to discuss these things, it, it, it takes a lot of skill and sort of a lot of time to unravel things. It, and this is just not the place for that. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to. It's a delicate balance too, though. You know what I mean. It's there's a balance to all of this in the sense that here we're here investing in crypto, so that should be the prime topic. So short jokes or short chats, even about fun topics, fine, but not to sort of try to unpack a whole seminar worth of information in here, right? Especially if it's going to trigger people, which yeah, it's also skillful means, right? It's if someone were to if two people were to say the same things and one person said it offensively or blurted it out or didn't just didn't present it well, that would be counterproductive and would probably even backfire. But someone that said things skillfully and had time in the like you're saying in the right appropriate place, totally different outcome. So I'm not advocating for I guess what I'm advocating for, I kind of wasn't sure where you were fully coming from, and I appreciate that we've had this chat because I do feel that a questioning society is much less likely to get persecuted and enslaved. And I do feel that there's much, in general, there's far too much apathy in the, and acquiescence as a whole. I know I'm being vague. I'm kind of being vague on purpose, but I do feel like I understand where I understand how you feel and what you think much more clearly.
I mean, I would like to just extend it a little bit to say that my personal belief is that greed and corruption and the things that are done to persecute minorities and people around the world, that is a question of human nature, and it's absolutely nothing to do with race. Because I've seen people, I've had firsthand experiences of people who are in oppressed communities. Once they are in position of power, they do all the things
right
that they have been arguing that they as a race or a community have been persecuted.
Yes.
I've spent my whole life battling that it isn't race, it's power. And once people are in a position of power, it's the abuse of power, and that is human nature. That a lot of people in power abuse their power. And as soon as you then associate that with a particular race or color or skin or minority or community, you've missed the point. So as I said, that's what I found very offensive, that he was pointing the finger at a group of people because of their religious beliefs or and again we see that around the world, that people point fingers at groups of people, and it's nothing to do with that. Mango brought up a little bit earlier, we are all humans, and you are either blessed with what I call conscious high thought, and you understand we are all equal. And that's what I love about this chat, and that's why I come to this chat, because Hexecutioner is operating on that very high consciousness level. And and in a way, that ability to understand that and set the bar, it does weed out, as I said, people who have what I call misguided. I mean, feel free to argue with me, but I feel that it is misguided to group a minority or racial trait, with overall conspiracy and greed and power. I don't think it works like that. I think it's human nature.
Yeah, yeah. First, I think Executioner did an artful job, sort of very, I don't know, diplomatic in a complimentary kind of way. Um, and also regarding sort of conflict, even in the Hexagon community, we've had a lot of people. I mean, and I feel like overall it's a great community, absolutely. But from time to time, we've had moments where in the community, people are awfully quick to to launch really caustic accusations and very quickly and viciously and this and that. So it's kind of happened in this microcosm as well. So it's almost like an interesting psychological study, right? To kind of sometimes just taking a breath, counting for a few seconds, and kind of observing the fray is kind of instructive, especially if you've been associating with the community when it's more peaceful, right? So I guess to your point, even in this, several thousand people community, there's been a lot of, there's been a lot of attack and a lot of interesting psychology. For example, because Hex has been persecuted by crypto as a whole from the start unfairly, I think that has caused Hexicans to feel a lot of animosity, just and defensiveness, which people they want to defend themselves, and I think that has sometimes caused a little bit of trauma and made people maybe hyperactive, hyper responsive, But anyway, that's it. But so I just wanted to say, as far as persecution, yeah, I actually feel if people live regardless of what class or what race a person is, if the society in general is corrupt or the powers are generally corrupt, I would also say everyone is persecuted. Everyone's quote, education is terrible. Um, the education is not designed as an enlightenment school. It's designed to create ignorance. So to that extent, you know, I think this could be a much more evolved society if you know it was sort of designed to be that way. But I don't happen to think that this is an evolved society whatsoever. But I think it could be, and that affects all species, all races, creeds, all people. In my opinion, I feel like in a sense that the entire population of humans is under assault, massive assault from birth.
Yeah, and
But
one of the
go
things
ahead.
is that crypto and especially this ecosystem is giving millions of people what I call financial freedom. And with that financial freedom, the sort of sums of money that we're talking about, there comes a responsibility. And the slight problem, and I think the conflict which you've identified amongst a lot of people, is that suddenly when you are free of the powers and you have that financial freedom, you have what everyone calls fuck off money, which is I do not have to listen to anyone because now I am outside the system and I can do and say what I want. But I think, as I said, I think that it comes with responsibility. And one of the reasons I love hanging out in this chat is I feel that, Alex, being such a humble person, counterbalances, sort of Richard's brash kind of arrogance and
That's a
the
great point.
and the role model that Richard kind of has put forward is basically he does what he wants, he says what he wants, And unfortunately, a lot of hexagons have kind of taken that sort of that fuck off money philosophy, and I'll say what I want and I'll do what I want. They've kind of taken that as the role model. I feel that
Right.
Alex,
I agree with you big time.
I just finish because I think this is a really important point, that Alex has come into the community and he counterbalances in an absolutely wonderful way, with humility. He's humble. He listens to people. He doesn't interrupt them. He works hard behind the scenes. He's just shown his adversaries who are attacking his system. He's just reached out to them and he's made peace with them. Now, you could say, well, that is harmful to the Icosians because he's taken future money that could be profitable to us as a community, and he's used it, as it were, to quell the enemy. I'm just taking that as as an example.
As a worst case, yeah, I understand
well,
what you're doing.
I'm sort of building that up as a little bit of an extreme. But the point that
Right.
I'm making is that this chat here, to me, represents the purity of the philosophy, and with Hexecutioner at the helm as our kind of Socrates and Plato all rolled into one. It's a place where mature people can come. And one of the points that I've made is that the stickiness of the system that Alex has created it is a 4D chess game. And not only that, you're having to play at 10 boards at once. And that has brought a lot of people into the system, and the stickiness of that is attracting a lot of the best minds, in the community. And as I said, one of the reasons I kind of, as I said, I was triggered is that guy I just felt was missing the understanding. Look, we're all here for a greater good, and to get into all that conspiracy crap and to be drawn into those kind of talks and offend, because as soon as you alienate large groups of people in the world, you are not being all inclusive. You're not, you're not helping the community. And as I said, that's one of the reasons I was particularly triggered. And I don't normally get triggered because I'm a very, very liberal. I can sit back and listen to all the banter that goes on, and some of it is it's on borderline offensive.
Right.
Sometimes towards women, and sort of boys talk and locker room talk, I think is inappropriate in this chat, but it is male bonding, and some great relationships have been made here. And I step back when all that happens, not because I don't want to step in, but I think it is important to bond. But also, I just feel that people, must tune into what I call the greater good, and be respectful to Alex in this chat as well. And I don't think Alex would want this chat to be a platform for those kind of discussions that came up yesterday.
I would and by the way, I think I hadn't even thought of that. Alex's balance as a balance, almost a ballast, relative to Richard. Like, just I think it's a great point that you brought up. And just from personally, I find myself having to bite my tongue 99 times out of 100, because I don't really consider myself like most people. So at least, so when I've done a lot, I've tried to do some personal growth in the sense of, usually when I'm slightly triggered, I'm like, all right, don't say anything, and I've been able to actually get better and better. And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't have done your trigger thing. That's fine. I guess all I'm saying is I don't like the PP stuff. I actually don't, misogyny or a lot of this stuff. I don't like the pseudo pornographic memes. I just don't like the low. I don't want to castigate. I don't like what I would call lowbrow stuff, or the. I guess I consider myself a bit more of a philosopher than than a guy. You know what I mean? I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but so I feel like for me, I've done a lot of self control because I'm just trying to let things let the flow occur. You know what I mean? But in some cases, yes, just step in and maybe make a point. I feel like I'm kind of all over the map, but I really like what you said about Alex as a balance, this place as a mature chat, and I appreciate it. There are a couple chats that there's just so much sort of meanness sometimes, and it's so easy to do to have this meanness if it's only chats and people are just saying "f you," no "f you" even more, no "f you" and your brother. You know what I mean? So anyway, sort of going down to the lowest common denominator is something that can happen a lot. Um, or like, and I agree. The olive branch to the Maximus team, I think was a fantastic gesture. Showed a true depth of genuine kindness. Like Alex is sort of quiet, but also very kind, and it's just actually amazing to watch. And I really do like that you brought up him as a counterbalance or counterpoint to the Richard influence, because Alex is becoming prominent, very prominent. So sorry to ramble. I feel like I didn't say it very well, but I genuinely agree with you.
Can I interrupt real quick to kind of
Yeah,
segue
yeah.
away from that just a second? So there was a bid that was made, fat fingered.
No.
It was $5,800 worth of Hedron. So what would that be? Like almost 2 billion, almost, for $800 worth of hex, like 24,000 hex. And it was made mention in the chat, and then this gentleman named Jimmer came out and was like, "Is that that's a mistake on a bid, surely?" Oh, I thought, oh, never mind. I read it wrong now that I'm reading it. Anyway, I thought he was claiming it, but he's not. But yeah, anyway, somebody fat fingered it. There's been a few that's happened.
And people have only referenced the max button or whatever it's called. I think also it's probably not that hard to add an extra digit, 10xing your bid accidentally.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
I mean, one of my techniques is, and this may be patently obvious, but I double click.
He's gonna be busting Rodney's balls. Oh man, but the Eagles.
I double click on the existing bid, right? I double click on it to highlight it, Control C, and then go into the bid box and Control V, and then modify it from there. That's helped me.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Control C, Control V, and that way you're less likely to add an extra digit.
You know what you are now, Hexited? When
What?
you do that, you're a fucking dev now. You just
I don't know if it was Hexo's image or GIF or whatever the thing that is called, like that button.
You just forked the
The
bid.
keyboard.
You forked the whole bid. You're a fucking dev, bro. I can't believe it. Congratulations.
But I do.
And can I say,
before I forget, I do want to appreciate the chat I had with DJ, because I feel like I could have assumed I knew or didn't know what he was talking about, and he could have assumed the same about me. But I do feel like we've had a great chat.
Yeah, it was breathtaking to hear, and
Hey,
I obviously
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to establish one thing real quick because it was on my mind about the talk about the other gentleman. Throughout that whole entire time, I did want to, amongst censoring talk and things like this, right? Even though I did kind of like set a precedence in the, the room, right? The boundaries in which the room is actually sets with and who has control of that.
Right.
He wasn't muted. He wasn't banned. He wasn't there was no repercussions to him. So it's not like, you know, I'm technically a hero. I just reestablished the understanding of the situation only, like I said, when he brought it directly towards DJ, which it could have been anybody, really, honestly. But I just didn't. That's where it was, where it's my territory, right? It didn't matter who made any decisions or how you felt at that moment. It was me just establishing the authority that I have, which you guys are right when you guys are having the conversation about Alex, right? And him establishing this environment and this grounds. And when it comes to us, certain admins, we understand the environment in which Alex is the king of, right? Like, so
yeah,
whenever Alex establishes what the rules are, then we establish what we assume that those rules are. What the general understanding is right now is, which Alex has said multiple times, is that he backs his admins. Now let's not forget that we went through the liquid loans thing, and that whole, you know, at first it was like a argument between the two and them coming in here and Jesse popping up and like having these conversations inside the room and us having to establish a precedence. That this wasn't the first time that in the chats that we've had like random occurrences of discourse of people, you know, being on either sides of the board, right, and things like that, where we had to deal with those types of situations. So it's kind of like eventually going what I call dad mode.
right. I thought you did it. I thought you did a really. I don't want to sound too tree hugger, but you did it was also almost something gentle about how you did it. Like it was very civilized. You know what I mean? And I am too. I guess DJ maybe would agree with this. I think I'm well, maybe he wouldn't, but I'm surprised how osmotic the effect that Richard's antics have had. Like all of a sudden, it's like everyone's posting phallic posts, like it's like saying hello, or people buying Rolexes. It's just sort of like the osmotic effect of what Richard does. It's just remarkable to me how many people seem to be just sort of doing that because Richard did. So when DJ brought up the Alex balance concept or a counterpoint, I thought, wow, well, it would be interesting if Alex's sort of modality becomes osmotic. And one of the things I did post in that Icosa, or maybe the Legion chat, was, you know, what Alex did with that 500 billion Hedron, that could literally help heal a lot of bad blood within the community. Because, you know, there's been a lot of animosity, right? So something like that,
But
kind of
that
the
was the
butterfly effect.
right, Hex-sided, right?
What's that?
That was the essay that sent that did that, not
I'm
Alex.
so sorry. Of course, you know, yeah, of course it was.
Yes.
It was the Pope.
Yes.
No, you're right. You're right. It was essay. I'm sorry. We
The
don't know
essay,
who.
the essay is like God, like you or
But,
not God. Let's just say a
but
higher
the
power,
idea,
right?
but the
And then
concept of the osmotic effect, right? Richard has had, to me, a remarkably osmotic effect on people's sort of behavior, which is fine. Not my taste, but it's fine. But hopefully, maybe the Alex osmotic effect will be equally sort of interesting to watch.
he's like, what if there's like a Twitter picture, or he tries to go viral while he's like half naked, right?
Who?
And he's Alex, and he's like
Please,
half
please no.
on a like a C10 lifted pickup truck with mud tires on it, and it's all fucking mud shit, and he's on top of it, like all displayed out, and he's got like a corduroy button-up shirt on, but it's like open, right? He's got his hair all flayed out, right? And his beard all looking nice.
You're
He's got some
teasing me now.
and then he's got, instead of a Red Bull can, he's got one of those 5-minute energies down there holding it.
Right. Right.
Like, Now that would throw everything on top of its head, right?
Well, I think we can have a Richard and we can have an Alex, and they can be separate people. How about that?
What did he say? What did you say, sir?
What did you say?
Oh, I just said we can have a Richard, and then we can also have an Alex as a separate person. That would be great.
Oh, that's exactly what we get too, because Alex certainly is not a Richard. He loves his Toyotas and going out into the wilderness and like doing all sorts of stuff that's like manly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's great. So I do like Alex's. I like his aura. I like the presence he has. It's actually really deep. Anyway, DJ, it was nice
Hey, I was
talking to you. I appreciate it.
sorry to interrupt, guys, but you were a little bit ago. You were talking about somebody fat fingering, and it looks like someone paid 1.973 billion for a 23,170 hex station. This was a couple minutes ago.
I would like to know what percent of these overbids are the max button as opposed to just a mistyping.
Well, it's not max bid. The button doesn't even
I
say
mean,
max.
I'm sorry, Max Hedron.
Max headroom.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the button, right, versus typing.
Yeah.
But I think the copy paste is a
Yeah.
reliable, especially when you're in a hurry in the 5-minute bid. You know, copy paste is just much more reliable than trying to count all the commas that don't
Right.
exist.
Be the dev. Be the dev. Copy paste. It's easier than you think.
Be dev.
You know what? You need a class that costs $99 to get people in. You'd be like, I'm going to teach you how to be a dev in like an hour. It's $100, and you'd be like, all right, is Control V, Control C, Control C, Control V. There you go. And they're like, what?
That
And you're like,
keyboard image is so funny.
right behind you, there's a sign that says no refunds.
Yeah, nor expectations.
There you go. You are
So
a
thanks,
dev.
DJ. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I feel I'm glad we talked.
I enjoyed the talk, and what a great community. We're all blessed.
It's pretty awesome. All right, guys. By the way, I had fun bidding. It was awesome. It was it's really hard to create this UI with all the thousands of HSIs, and to me it worked out like the system works. I mean, it's hard to manage all that data, and it works. It's amazing. All right, guys. See you. Thank you.
Later, man. Thanks for chatting. I remember the first when I was a kid. I don't know. I was probably somewhere around 10, and the only places that had computers were like libraries, maybe, and maybe the school had one or two. And I remember finally getting one at the house, and I remember the overall talk about it was like, how does it even work? Like, what is it? Like, what do you mean you have to like type in a different language to get things to operate? And then being a kid and growing up with all that stuff, it's like the language to figure out how to make those things operate, like DOS shell language and C prompt and all that stuff, was easier to learn because it was in its infancy back then. And it's just kind of grown the last 30 plus years into this whole other thing under the radar where, majority of people don't even know how computers work at all. Like they're, it's very complicated and confusing to somebody that just goes and buys a box and plugs it in and turns it on and then knows that it works, can maybe operate the system through a screen, but they don't have a clue about how the hardware actually works and how the mechanics talk to each other and the ports and the communications and the levels of possible like security profiles that even just your system has as a network itself. Like how many times do you think that the different pieces of hardware inside your tower in there have to communicate back and forth towards each other? Like any time that it has to communicate from one piece of hardware to another could be a potential layer that it needs to open a port to communicate to the next one, that somebody could get in there and be able to steal that information. And that's called hacking. And then it just kind of progresses into a lot more bountiful, more productive things like this. It's just kind of neat. Kind of neat. And he's right. Like all these auctions, and then it works, right? Everything works. It works really well, actually. Be interesting to see what develops from this.
Tell you what could develop from this. The SA could be so inclined to just take over the ETH Bear network, and we could just build over there and have our own network over there while waiting for Pulse Chain.
Why?
Why not? Why not have double of everything?
But then you're going to have this fight within your own community that you're trying to build on one network to split liquidity across two networks. The only way that the two network theory works is if you actually have enough adoption to fill up the seats that are missing on the other side. Right? You can't, unless you all of a sudden have double the amount of available assets to you out of nowhere, and you're not actually taking any assets from one side and moving it to the other. You're just establishing the doubling of what you had to the other network. Then it's going to be pretty hard without actually having an adoption to fill those other seats and bring at least what you brought to the table, which means you may need to, like, depending on how big you are, you may need to bring a couple more people to the table to be able to fill the seat on the other side. If that makes sense. You don't want to split the liquidity like that, especially when you already have things being developed and going on the one network that you're on. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, I understand. I just see if there's.
You're excited. I know. You're excited. Like what you could do is pretend like you're the founder, go to the other network and convince a bunch of other people that network could be something, hopefully not wrecking them all, and then get them all addicted to that network for the cheap fees to participate in all that stuff. And then maybe you can get a few thousand people involved. And then maybe if you're lucky, you can establish some backing from the actual network itself to be able to allow for you to deploy front end stuff to make this auction thing work. So that way your community can actually behave like one.
Yeah. And like Richard, it's pretty apparent Richard likes Ethereum too. Did you watch or listen to the Twitter space and watch the Rand interview?
No. Well, I mean,
Oh,
which Twitter space? The one where he was in the 13,000 people group, or the one that he did afterwards? Or did he do a new one since then?
yesterday he was in with a bunch of the top crypto people, like what's his name .com, Kim.com or whatever.
Oh,
He was with them, and he was laying down some good shit. And then he also had a Ran interview yesterday, which was pretty good too. Like to me, he seems like his older self. It's nice to see.
that's good. That's good. So no smashing news, just him going back to the basics of the facts because there's blood on the floor. But yeah, he's got more opportunities to do this again. So he can go back to the craziness again to keep the hype up when the blood already hits the floor. The spectacle could maybe last a couple weeks, maybe. But the time that it takes for the rest of the blood to hit the floor, which we know that the rest of the dominoes must still fall, Almeida's going to have to go and to figure that out. And who knows how long, because they've got quite a bit of ETH, how long it's going to take for them to finally falter, if they even do. And then anyone else on the wayside along the way. And he'll have another platform to come back and say that he said that again. Has Richard said anything about Almeida at all? Because he did about FTX. Anyone know?
I haven't heard him say anything about Almeida. His next prediction for going down is Nexos.
Next, okay. See, yep, he's already got his eye on somebody else. I have a feeling that he's pretty well understood where all the cards might lie, but just was never really sure. But as they fall in the way that they fall, he gets the conclusion faster than everybody else based off of the theories that he was going with. Depending on how they fall, then it's going to be this different direction of how they all are interconnected on how it's going to fall apart. So yeah, and he hasn't been wrong yet. So
It's like Celsius and BlockFi both. I use both of those, and when I was researching earning yield on my coins, Nexos is the third one, to like consider, and it was like, how are they getting under the radar here? You know what I mean? But maybe they're not.
yeah, maybe they're not. I mean, if they were given options to be given all this money, like on little virtual buyouts from, which it wasn't a virtual buyout at all, it was other people's money. They took it. They took it and they thought that they were going to get away with it, and they did for a while. And who knows if there's any repercussions to it at all, because like all the amount of money that they have in the billions is more than enough to be able to pay off the people who are in the SEC and some regulators and maybe even some people who make decisions, judges even, like that probably wouldn't be too much. Like you give them $1 million, that's their whole salary for probably maybe a little less than a decade. They'd probably take it. Maybe. You just got to find out which judge is kind of shady. And there's always one.
I feel like they were just gambling, just like everybody else, on like Bitcoin doing really well and it being a super cycle and all this, it was kind of a gamble, kind of like T Money, it was a gamble for him to, try and launch PulseCon without even knowing if it was going to be, out. It's like,
Well, it's like we said that almost immediately, didn't we? Like in our understanding when we're like, what do you mean? Like, okay, yeah, PulseCon, cool. Sounds like a great idea. And then when people are like, when's it going to be? And you're like, what do you mean, when's it going to be? Like, quit asking about when Pulse Chain's going to launch. Like, that PulseCon thing will be cool. And then they're like, no, there's a date. And you're like, what? So did they announce Pulse Chain or something? And they're like, no. And I'm like, then why is there a date? You're like, well, because there's just a date. Like, so they think that it's going to be launched by then. Well, they think so, yeah. Well, do they know? Well, no. Well, then why did they set a date? Anyway,
plan something like that, and you throw on top of it, you're like pretty much gambling that a whole fucking blockchain is gonna launch. Good luck.
I don't think Ethereum had anything like that when they had any delays.
Yeah, I never heard of a Cardano party for 7 years, and fucking every year having one before it happened.
Well, I mean, typically, you you get involved in crypto that has anonymity. You generally keep your anonymity as much as you possibly can.
I kind of like that Hexicans are less about, hiding their faces, and they do have get-togethers. It does give a sense of like we're real, and not so sketchy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, not just the founder showing their face, but also just the community. It kind of gives more of a sense that it's, like we're real people and not just some fucking, rip-off artists looking to scam you in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on where you put your face, right? Like, you could end up becoming a celebrity on accident wherever you put your face. And every marketing, every product needs a marketing team. So like the YouTube people and people who go out that want to make a bigger impact, that are just community members, they're not, nobody's getting paid. They just want to make a bigger impact. So they're YouTubers and they go out and they do the best they can to try to expand the community. Like, you need that to happen. So just like celebrities, in the movies or on sitcoms or whatever, you hear what their stage name was, but then what their real name was, and you're like, oh wait, I didn't realize that so and so, that was never really actually their real name, right? Which, even though you now know the real name, you're still going to call them by the Brad Pitt that they go by instead of the Joe Blow that they're really actually called in real world, right? So maybe that would still be like a substantial understanding for those that decide to go be more public about getting exposure to the marketing side of things with the currency on their own behalf.
Executor.
That was a last night thing. That was funny.
Yes.
Get a soundboard there, Solix, to hide your Frenchy voice.
No, that was Google.
It's funny that you can, if you put in executioner, it sounds obviously just like my pseudonym.
Go, your mic is hot. You want to mute your mic?
I was just waiting for him to say something. Why did you ruin that for me?
What happened with that steak, guys? I fell asleep.
He's a friend. I
T-shirt.
don't want him to tell anything stupid.
Nomad Shanty.
How do I mint?
Oh my fucking god.
Now, what happened with that 1,000 T-shirt HSI, bro? I fell asleep. What did it go for?
I think it was
Was 72 billion.
Nice.
Now what? Are you awake? Are you participating again? Does everybody need to clear the floor?
They got a 63K discount on the cost of making those t-shirts brand new.
Yep.
Hey Siggy, I got a question for you. You awake?
That's the question.
That's not the total question. The question is, if he's in here as Siggy, is it recording, or is it only recording when he's in here as his YouTube name?
No, I think he's just ignoring you. Pretty sure that's what it is.
Are you guys getting a bunch of noobs in here lately? Like people kind of filtering over from Hedron?
No. I mean, so you're asking if we're getting more people asking Hedron questions?
Yeah, like noobs to the whole ecosystem who don't even know about, maybe just found out about Icosa.
Yeah, every once in a while it seems. I don't know. It's hard to tell, like, what people know and what they don't know. But there's been just a whole lot of discussions in here lately about the auctions that are going on, to be honest, really. Everything else is just filler for entertainment for the auctions that are going on in the background for everybody that's in here.
Just
Yeah.
spoke about flat earther and everything like this. That's it. Nothing really interesting.
No.
Yeah, it's cool. I was asking if you were getting a lot of newbie questions because if we were getting bombarded by, a lot of noobs that need like actual information and like they need help, it might have been a good consideration to start a shit talking auction group to, just like be there for shenanigans. But I'm good with shenanigans in here. I mean, this is where the people are. So as long as we're not like getting bombarded with like newbie questions all day, where they'll come in here and hear shit talking and be like, "Oh, I'm not gonna even ask my question," type thing. You know what I mean?
Know that you want that group for that. Yeah, I get it.
I don't think it's necessary. I have a fucking 100 groups. It's fucking crazy. I don't even want another group. But if we were inhibiting newbies from speaking up, I would say it might be necessary. But I don't think that's the case, to be honest with you. And Hedron is just as good a place as any for noobs, anyway.
Well, I mean, like, if we weren't chit chatting, which there's times when we're not, it's just I notice that when I'm like I'm focusing on other things, but I'm still in the chat while people are just regularly talking, right? Like sometimes when they're done talking and nobody else talks and it's just empty air, somebody will ask like what I'm doing, right? Thinking that I'm bidding and trying to get away with shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it just kind of keeps the chit chat rolling, I guess, especially if I respond, because, I might be close enough to hear. But I have enjoyed having more people in the community participating in like public speaking on things, right? Especially like having people come in that are paying attention to the auctions and like making their points on that and maybe people looking at other statistics about how much is getting burned versus how much is getting minted, like, you know, talking about that every once in a while, bringing it up, and just kind of having like PSAs jumping into the chat every once in a while and shot calling information is pretty neat.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do it. I keep my headphones on all day, and sometimes I'll hop off and just go watch a YouTube or something. But like, yeah, I'm definitely sacrificing my brain cells with all this Bluetooth shooting through my ears all day, every day.
No matter
Just
where
to
you went, no matter where you went, other than just hopping into a Faraday cage, just get away from some of it. Hopefully, you don't have a computer and the rest of your electronics inside the Faraday cage, because then you'll just be trapping yourself in there with all that that stuff. But you're just gonna get bathed in radiation anyway, no matter what you do. So you might as well just enjoy it with some headphones, so you're not bothering other people, jerk.
I posted a video of myself yesterday directed at Siggy because he was trolling me. But then I'm like, yeah, I better pull it. I don't need to dox myself. This is the problem. This is, you were talking about it before, is like, you know, anonymity and everything. And I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth because I'm anonymous, obviously. You know, I don't have my face out there all the time or anything. Once in a while, I'll like change my profile picture or something, but like I always take it down because like I don't want to become a meme, and because I know how like ruthless I am towards like Gunther and certain other people, maybe Eric Wall. I'm always like making memes out of their faces and shit. And I don't want that.
I'm just curious. The on the HSI buybacks, is the reason why we buy the 555 back is so that we can get Hedron for 15 years, basically?
Well, I mean, if that's what you want it for, sure. You get
Well,
auction.
I mean, 15 years I could be dead, but
Yeah, it's true.
yeah.
Or
So
we
logically, it only makes sense that I would want it for the Hedron. But
or
if it's
you could use the buyback. If it's a 5555, you can get 10% on the Icosa that you get back, depending on the deal that you got on the HSI in the auction.
I've yet
And
to jump in because I don't know if it's worth it.
you're talking about making HSIs right now, fresh.
No, I'm just thinking about buying one. I just don't see these. I don't see why it's good. I don't see why it's bad.
How are you going to buy it? How do you want to purchase it?
Auction.
Okay. Because there's a couple different ways. Yeah, the auction seems to be a pretty good deal if you want to capture some T-shares.
So you get T-shares?
Yeah.
You get a whole stake, but here's something to think about, right? Like just off the cuff. Let's say there was 100, like let's say the value that you could get through the buyback. So imagine you got a HSI, the amount of Icosa that you could get by selling it to the Icosa contract was say $100 worth of Icosa, right? And then forget the value of the hex or the creating the new T-shares in that HSI. If you just focus on the value of the Icosa hypothetically, right? Say, hey, I can get $100 for this here and now. Like if I was to win this, I could take it straight to get $100 worth of Icosa and sell
Oh,
it.
yeah, I see what you're saying. You're thinking
And then
you're thinking.
Yeah, so
Yep.
imagine you could get something for $50 worth of Hedron bid, right? But then you don't sell it right away. Hypothetically, in the future, in the next year, Icosa does a 10x and goes to $10, right? Because you paid half price in the auction, that HSI is now kind of owing you half price. So, you know, your profit's actually like, you know, all the way from $1 to $10 you're in profit. But even if you were to sell it, you know, under market value, under $10, well, as long as it doesn't go down to 5, you've still done your 10x. Like your 10x point is up to only $5, right? Because
Yeah.
you got it half price. So it just, you know, it's not necessarily like, you know, do it and immediately sell it to the buyback and like, because you're also going to be pushing the Icosa price down on yourself. But it's just a way that you can you know, potentially get it just to kind of speculate on the price appreciation of Icosa indirectly, if that makes sense. You just hold the HSI, and then if and when you want to offload it, you're kind of ready to go. You can just, you know, give it to the buyback tomorrow, in a week, in a month, in a year.
I woke up
So
yesterday and I saw the Hedron Icosa in my bags, and I was like, it's a glitch. I'm glitched. And then I was like thinking the next day, I'm like, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, and then I received even more. I was like, what the heck's going on? It's still glitched. I was like doing a little dance. I was like, yes, yes. And then I had other coins that were like talking about like this and that and all this APY. And in my mind, I started going blah 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 blah. And then I see this, and I'm like, why am I getting almost 3,000% here? But I'm super happy with Hedron Icosa.
were you rocking back and forth in denial?
Only because I don't know, dude. I wasn't really educating myself on the situation, but like other people were like making some really good sells on me, and now I'm thinking about it that I should probably have not split my bags and just continue to invest fully on Hedron and Icosa at 20 cents. But my other investments are really good too. Just the thing is like I'm not so hype about long-term compounding. I mean, I am, but I really want a serious return on my investment. I've been tired of being that person who stakes and then it ends up not working out as good. But Hedron and Icosa, it's really working out really well, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, like for me, you know, it seems like there's a bit of something for everyone, but for me, it's like the deals are so good potentially in the auction. I need to just go around and compete a little just to see if I can get a deal that's really that good, right? Like Hex at 3 cents, if you get a HSI half price, that's like getting Hex staked at 1.5 cents. Plus, you've got the option to sell it to the Icosa contract 24/7, 365. So
That's true. You don't necessarily have to wait for the 15-year stake. I didn't necessarily think of it like that.
yeah,
But
you know, wait for a year, 5 years, like something. Like, but you have options now, and like I said, there's a bit of something for everyone. If you just want to like, you know, plod around, buy some Icosa and wait, cool. If you want to stay, great. If you want to do everything, again, great. And so, you know, for me, it's just like I'm gonna compete. I'm gonna spend some gas. Like if I don't really get the greatest deals, then okay. But if I, you know, it's almost like too good of an opportunity for me to potentially miss.
yeah, it seems like that for my mindset too. I'm just in a different mindset where I'm okay with missing out on opportunity. I just am. It makes me FOMO proof. It's a benefit and it's not a benefit because what you're describing to me sounds like a great idea. But now my brain has to develop cognitive dissonance for some reason.
And I mean, only you know what's good for you, right? So you know that
Yeah, I
could
know. I
end
know.
up
It's all
being,
relative.
you
You're
know,
right. Just
yeah,
messing.
and
I was
you
joking.
no, but you could end up being the one that's correct. Like, you know, you didn't,
Oh, I
you
probably
know,
am.
you did a smart play. You did a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and you end up better. You know, who knows?
Let's just say
Who
I
knows?
didn't mint Hedron. I mean, let's say I didn't mint Zen.
Me neither.
Well, congratulations.
We're on the same page, buddy.
Yes, yes.
He's like, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, when you to come out and say something like Zen is the superior asset. I was in the Zen chat. They're like, "Are you bearish on Zen?" I'm like, "Not really." And I'm like, "This is the only coin chat I've ever been in where we start talking about its case uses and then it goes down 20%." But I've never been in a chat where that's happened. Usually, when a
It's like,
coin
what can
comes
you
out
use Zen
with
for?
new mechanisms, the price starts pumping because I'm usually ahead of the curve. And then with them, it's like, oh, it's going the other way.
Feature.
Yeah, it's like,
not a bug.
what can you use it for? Anybody's like, I don't know. And then the price bumps, and then they find out everyone's like, oh, this is what you can use it for. Then the price tanks and just
What's
drops out
fucking
of oblivion.
hilarious is what happened to FTX. Just I don't really hate them, but the fact that they're like a corporatist thing, and what happens is they pay at the top for 100x more on Zen, and you realize they bought let's say a shitload of it at like 120% top on top of like 10x that. And then you're like thinking, oh, it's because the exchange just needed more of the Zen so they could, what do you mean? They needed $1 million in overpriced asset that's about to go down 120%? It's funny because they literally bought the most of Zen at the top of the top. Wonder why FTX bankrupt.
Wow. I didn't even know that.
Turns out, yeah, well, that's it. That's, yeah. Actually, if you paid attention to the, if you paid attention to Zen at all, it happened like the day one where all these people were like, we minted day one, and FTX bought it at 100x. And I'm like, wow, FTX bought it 100x at the top. Geniuses.
Wow. What do they buy? Do they buy assets in gen? Like, do they buy other assets like that?
They just, well, what they were doing is they were trying to, yes, they were trying to get a large amount of it so they could have it on the exchange, and they did it day one. And everyone who minted day one, that was when it was paid for the most, and they just bought millions. And what's really funny is apparently, okay, so I'm not gonna get too political because the Icosa Chat, but these people were associated with the sneaky snakes of the darknet and bad people. It's kind of funny that they are too stupid to play in crypto.
So
just because you have
the
loads of
FTX guys were associated with the sneaky snakes. Okay.
Yep, George Soros. And other people. But it's funny that those guys are so stupid that crypto's like saved us, guys. I'll just tell you that right now, because crypto has saved us, like as a human. Because it's the same for good guys. When they get into crypto, they don't necessarily do the best, but it's the exact same thing for toxic people too. The difference between crypto and fiat is in fiat, when the Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation go bankrupt, the government bills them out. Nobody's here to bail anybody out in crypto. You got to be smart. And good people tend to be smarter. So you guys are great.
Yeah. And like, it's crazy to me that like the minters, the day one minters of like, essentially, like, as far as I've been told, this is like Zen's like some kind of experiment of sorts, right? Like, let's see what happens, so to speak. And like the day one minters like dunked on FTX. It's like, what? Like, how does that happen in crypto?
Dude, I'll tell you something. All right, so I'm not here to show, but I had invested into a microcap, and I went around talking about the microcap, and I was like, guys, I'm just a digital artist. I drew the coin. I met this dude in this chat, in Hex Tokens chat, just like a week, and he paid me a little bit. So what they're doing is they're like, scam, 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 scam. 1 week later, it's up 100x, and I'm just like, hey guys, I just turned $100 into like 5K, and they're like, oh, well, it's still a scam, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's DeFi, bro. He's doxxed and everything. You can go to his house. He even tells you what state he's in. But I understand what they're thinking. I understand it. I just realized that the best way to get gains is to do your own research, go and meet the devs, talk to them about it, and then invest in their currency. When I felt like I was comfortable with Hedron and Icosa was when they came and started talking about it on YouTube. Now, I shouldn't have done that. I should have got in the Hedron Icosa chat and bought it when it was down like crazy. after talking to them, but that's not what I did. I learned my lesson though, and I've turned a lot of money and a little amount of money into a lot of money because I go and I talk to projects now. It's changed my life.
Yeah, and like we were saying, like no one knows what's good for you, or like only you know what's good for you. So
yeah,
the best you can do is start somewhere, and then, like Executioner says, like the more you say Executioner, I'm gonna butcher the saying.
The more that you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. The sooner
Yeah.
that you fuck around, also the sooner you'll find out. Also, so that's good in crypto.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I kind of understood that advice off the start, and I've yet to have a bad day. Other than the fact that ETH went down 40%, I'll take that.
And like diversify as well. Like that's.
Oh yeah.
It's like how big is your bag though, right? Because like somebody said to me, like a friend of mine works with someone who kind of bought 4K worth of, what was it, 40 assets with 4K. He's like, but one of them will moon. And then he said to me, look, I'm thinking, well, you know, like let's say like 1% of coins actually turn out to be like robust, great projects. Like let's say one of those moons and there's like 100x. He's gonna then have his money back. He's gonna have 4K from that one investment. And then the other 39 like go to zero, and then he's just left with 4K, which is what he started with, right? So like, it's like if you've got $10 million, sure, maybe diversify, but like if you've just got like $100, $500, $1,000, like going into 10, 20, 30 coins, it's like, you know, each to their own, I guess. But
What's
what are
really
you trying to
funny?
achieve here?
I'll tell you, so that's hilarious. Since we were talking about the bad people in general, I actually use their life advice to be successful. One of the things he said, invest now, find out later. And then they released a movie called All In is the Only Way Out. And I'm like, you're damn right. Invest now, find out later. All way is the only way out. So all my money always in the investment, 100% every time. It's never led me wrong. I don't do any of that DCA stuff. None of that hodling. But I always buy dips. I pay attention to that shit. Don't all in on the top. Don't be FTX.
How much did they buy at the top?
Oh my gosh. I have no clue, but I know it was a fuckload. It had to be more than $1 million. The thing is all their money is like given to them, so like a bunch of spoiled brats. Like they just think, oh, Papa GS got the big bags. I can spend millions and millions and millions and millions, and he ain't gonna get mad. And that just ain't true. That's because they do that all the time. They've been dumping their money into stupid crap all the time. Like some elections, they spent like 10 million on, and then they lose. But they do that all the time. So the thing is, you could think it's like the bad guys have a lot of money. They really don't, because they don't have good spending habits, and a lot of their money comes from selling cocaine, and that market is dying off slowly because of authorities. It's really weird. I know this is super ironic, but basically, we have a whole world of people who are good guys, and we have a whole world of people who are bad guys. Now, we kind of help the bad guys in ways we shouldn't, but at the same time, we're always trying to fuck them over. So over time, bad actually ends up losing because eventually there's too many good guys. But it could go the inverse. I don't think it will, though, because I think a lot of the people who influence the bad people in general are really, really, really old right now. Like all the super bad people are super old, and what they're doing is they're taking their money and they're giving it to the young bad people. And that is slowly closing. And crypto is doing a huge part of keeping everybody safe. I think the safety from crypto comes from the fact that nobody can like particularly cheat, even though that's not true. It's just that not any idiot who transports a bunch of illegal stuff can just be crypto millionaires. My favorite thing was when Michael Sanger, even though FTX is way more juicy, by the way, what happened to FTX is one of my favorite things of all time because of just who it was. And it was funny because they bought One Day Minter's Zen, which makes it even more hilarious because I was in the Zen chat while it went down like crazy. The other person that was kind of funny was Michael Saylor. They were all like, Bitcoin's gonna go to 100K. So then like it hits 40K and he's like, yeah, it's a good time to buy. And then he puts millions in. So he DCA'd in though. It's not like he completely lost, but that was another funny investment of the establishment. And then there was another investment that was kind of funny. I just can't really remember what it was.
Michael said a thing as well. It's like when he was saying it's going to go to zero, nobody listened and bought it instead, which made the price go up. And then when he bought, nobody listened and sold and dunked on his head. It is just like imagine how he sees it from his perception. Right? He's just like, fuck, they don't listen to me, man.
he's the inverse of crypto. There's just that
Yeah.
one. There's the one guy who's the opposite of crypto.
He's basically
One
got
thing.
loads of followers, but none of them listen to him.
What really was really terrible, well, not terrible, I guess, but one when a bunch of those South American countries converted to crypto, they like almost bought the top. I mean, it's going to turn around, but it's just like, damn, that wasn't. You got to wait till the Democrats fuck up the American economy first before you switch to crypto. How'd you not see that one coming? You just can't invest without paying attention to politics to some degree, or you're going to buy tops. I was talking about this in a chat where they thought it was cool to not pay attention, and I was thinking to myself, so what happens when China tries to go into Taiwan? Should you invest in crypto now or invest after China goes into Taiwan? I don't know the answer to that question. That's just an example of why it's important to pay attention to politics to some degree. But because I know that it gets complicated, I invest in DeFi sound projects that aren't necessarily influenced by the Bitcoin and Ethereum market, which is why I like Hedron and Icosa. Why all the other coins have been shitting the bed, Hedron and Icosa have been doing pretty good. If I look at the Hedron chart and I look at the other charts, I think of Hedron quite well, actually. It may not be the most up to the right, but it is a very consistent performer. And to be honest, I think consistency is something that people just don't appreciate. And these burns recently that's been going on, I've been seeing. I'm so happy because Hedron goes up my major bag. Like, I just don't ever come and talk in the chat because I don't know. I thought I understood, but I don't. So, are we getting T-shares with Hedron Icosa staking?
Yeah, Hedron Icosa staking, you get you stake Hedron, you get Icosa yield. You stake Icosa, you get Hedron and Icosa yield. So you're just yielding Icosa or some more Hedron if you stake Icosa.
And the part of the tokenomics is tied to the T-share.
Well, kind of like indirectly in the sense that you know, if you have a HSI stake, you can sell it to the Icosa contract, which will give you a fixed amount of Icosa based on the amount of borrowable Hedron your HSI has, and then it divides it by the share rate. So, you know, the borrowable Hedron itself in a HSI is determined by the amount of B shares it has times the days that you've staked. So there's an aspect where it's indirectly kind of, kind of looking at the T share and paying you out Icosa for your HSI based on how much borrowable Hedron you have, which is based on how many T shares you have in that stake. And then it also divides it by the share rate. So, you know, the rate's also diminishing over time as the share rate increases. So you have this indirect relationship there, which then kind of spills through somewhat to the token, you know, to the Icosa token where speculators think, hey, like this is somewhat of a proxy to the share, you know, to the T share, to the B share. But there's no direct link to the token, so to speak. It's just the system itself is so intertwined with the share rate in that borrowable Hedron, in the fact that, you know, the yielding mechanisms, both in the HSI buyback and in the staking, uses the share rate to kind of diminish the rate in which you can yield the token over time. So there's these, you know, direct links there. Indirect links there, which kind of has then the market make decisions, I guess. And, you know, this is why you see a lot of talk of people, you know, relating to, you know, this is like a derivative of this, or this is like a proxy to this. So yeah.
I see. My favorite thing about the Zen chat is when they come out and the guy's like, so in 8 years, you're going to get profit. And I'm like, 8 years? I'm about to invest in Dogecoin over the Zen.
I'm
Someone
sorry. This is the stupidest fucking thing. And then you see these fucking guys on Twitter like, oh, guys, look, it went up. It had a green candle. And I'm like, why the fuck are you even talking about it? What happens the next day? That giant green candle all the way. Like, why would you ever invest in something? Like, dude, if you go into the Zen chat right now, the admins will literally tell you to not buy. They'll literally tell you not to buy. They'll like, oh yeah, go mint your Zen. And because like it's just such a bad investment. So fucking retarded.
I want to just pop their bubble and tell them one time, I'm just like, hey guys, who's gonna pay for 6 million Satoshi if you only got it for like $3? Like, why am I gonna? What's gonna happen here? Nothing.
I think that people forget, like, dude, okay, like when you're looking at a token, like let's say you're more of a speculator, tokenomics is one part of the equation. You could have the best tokenomics in the world, but if no one wants to buy your shitcoin, who cares? Like even like Pulse Doge, I would never invest in it, but it has decent tokenomics, but that doesn't make it great. You know what I'm saying? It takes so much more than that. Like,
yeah, yeah. I'll pump and dump on it. I was actually pissing off the Pulse Doge chat. I was in there and I was talking about buying and selling, and the Pepe was like, "We're a community of buying and holders. Don't talk about that breadcrumbing shit." And I was just like, "It's going up. I'm selling."
it's so fucking dumb. Like, any token can come up with good tokenomics. Like that's just like that's like a bare minimum. Like in my eyes, like having good tokenomics is like that's just the entry point.
I never doubted my Hedron Icosa investment. I just didn't think it was going to be this good.
Watsa's big. My Watsas are looking so good right now. My Watsas are actually up from my last trade is outperforming
Don't you
everything.
tell me that you bought in the limited time and now everything is good. And since I did not buy in that limited time period, I'm not as cool now.
What you don't own any?
Are you saying that if I didn't own anything, I am not as cool now? That is what I am hearing. No, no, no. I should have bought some. The regret is setting in.
I actually just bought another one.
Nice. Oh, I thought the limited. I thought the Watsa was a limited time thing.
It was, but you can still buy them on OpenSea.
Okay, you're right. That was, damn it. That was probably the best. And if it's weird how Hedron Icosa is like the best investment out of like a lot of things. And I was like thinking that was probably the best NFT investment I've ever had potentially.
Dude, dude, my Watsa pool, dude, it's bigger than my Hedron and my Icosa.
Wow. I have a feeling that's why your name is Wasa God Mike.
Like pool percentage, like it's not like I'm a multi-millionaire or anything, but like,
well, it
dude,
doesn't matter.
Watsas are god tier.
When you tell somebody, you're like, dude, look how much money my NFTs have made me. They'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude. Well, like, I'm a sophisticated kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hang up my NFTs. Like, I have a giant motherfucker that I bought for a good price, and like, I'm gonna hang it in my house and find a way to like put in a thing where I can say like Icosa yield, like first purchase, or like put some stats on it, so people will come in my house and they'll be like, "What? This painting says that it made you $10 yesterday." I'd be like, "Oh yes, this is my exquisite piece, token 445, and this here is a Watsa."
Yeah. You'd be like, look, my paintings make me money actively. Yours, nothing. It's weird being I'm a digital artist and I sell JPEGs sometimes. It's weird to think that I can sell JPEGs but I can't sell NFTs. It's like once it turns into NFT, they're like, I don't want it. They're like, I want it to have no use case. No, it needs to be just a PNG. How dare you? I'll pay $12 for that PNG. Thank you very much. To them, the PNG has intrinsic value. It's mostly because they know that the PNG is something they can just give to all their friends. That's pretty much it. The NFT thing's a little different. It's kind of like a selfish version, but that's the point of value. You own it.
You know, if you minted, I didn't mint, but like if you went in for that limited time minting, you're up like 400% right now.
Yes, if.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're that guy. You're that guy. Like, hey, look at this better decision I made. I tell those people, like, look at this better decision. I'm that guy in my world.
I didn't mint.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, like I bought afterwards, and I'm still like, let's just say my buddy sent me like a message like, "Oh, my stocks are up," and I'm just like, "Yeah, I just made over 100% returns on an NFT in a month." Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why those guys even deal with stocks, to be honest. It's like you can do good in stocks, but then once you're doing good in crypto, you can do way better. The ceiling is huge. But being a whale in a micro cap is something else. But I'm also like the digital artist, so it's like it's weird because I'm basically in control of my destiny. If I don't do a very good digital art, then I won't have as much in my micro cap. It's kind of like I draw a picture and I pump my bags.
I keep forgetting they're adding art. Like I just look at the points.
Ooh, they're adding art to the NFTs.
Apparently.
2 more weeks.
Wait, is that like RichardHartHex.com like 4 weeks?
Maybe 4 more weeks. Yeah.
Okay. So like 6 months.
It
I don't know.
is.
Bluebum was talking about it yesterday, but yeah, there's no definite date. But yeah, probably gonna take a little bit more added value.
When next year rolls around and we want to know when Pulse Chain's out, he's gonna be like, "Oh, it's probably next year," and then it's next year, and then it's next year. Nah, I actually think Pulse Chain's coming out sooner than people think. I'm not sure though, because I was hoping it'd come out in November, but I guess that's a little too hopeful.
Is your uncle one of the devs?
No, I just in a lot of chats with devs, and usually they're able to gauge to some degree. I mean, they think it's going to be like 6 months from now.
Yeah, I set my expectations from November to like April, but nobody knows, of course.
I love that. Like I set the expectations that I shouldn't have from November to April.
Exactly.
I love
that.
He's just gonna one day. Richard's gonna get on cam and he's gonna be with his diamond-studded Merce, and he's gonna say, "We're dropping Pulse Chain in a week." That's happening in 2 weeks, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I wonder how much dry powder is sitting on the sidelines right now, just for post launch.
I like how he's buying all this like Louis Vuitton bags, like walking out of the stores in his thing, and people are like, "Hey man, where's Pulse Chain?" He's like, "I'm too busy spending." I'm spending. He should just make the video saying, "I'm spending your sack money." He's like buying his diamond-studded Merce. He's really just teaching us a lesson, because he said never expect profit from others, and he's just gonna really rub this one in. It's gonna be no profit. What if we find out that it just can't be done, and he's just like delaying that? He just whatever, for whatever reason it can't be done, and he knows it. He's just delaying the reality of us finding out that it can't be done.
Plot twist.
It'll be 10 years later, and he's still gonna pretend. But nah, it's I think 6 months from now is a reasonable guesstimate, but there's not really much to be said about that. what I do really like is how I'm getting my Hedron Icosa stakes copied on all these chains that came out. Then I'm gonna get it on Pulse Chain too.
I did like a separate wallet for making like a new Icosa Hedron position, and it was actually just the day of the fork, and it didn't get copied over. Rip.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, timing wasn't so great on this one, but I wasn't factoring this in.
I've been trying to like basically fantasize about the day where that I accumulated Hedron yield is $3,000, and then I take that $3,000 accumulated dollar yield and I stick it into the thing and it's rotating, and then the interest from the interest is now compounding to create interest to that interest to compound that interest.
You compounded interest.
I'm going to compound the compound of the compounded interest.
Can you say compound one more time?
Oh, I'll keep compounding. You don't damn right. I was just. It's gonna be 100 different wallets compounding interest on a 30-day rate, pumping all of that Hedron and Icosa into one bag. That is now 180-day stake, and then there'll be another one that's 180-day stake, and the other one will be 180-day stake, but they'll all be a month out. So then those 180-day stakes from the ends up being basically a rotational monthly unstake Hedron Icosa that's compounding into more bags, creating more bags. That's my plan with Hedron Icosa. Basically, I want to make infinity money, not a lot of money. Even though it's all speculative gains and I'd have to take out and stop making infinity money, so I'll never make infinity money, but I can pretend.
I wonder how it's gonna play.
Oh, wait,
out
did you
over
say something?
time.
I was away for a second.
Oh, come again?
Oh, someone sent me a message.
Yeah, I was asking myself how it's gonna play out over time, since there's gonna be probably much less competition over the next, like in the future month or even years. There's gonna be less competition on the auctions, which would probably means maybe better deals for T-shares, but also less payout on the yield. and without seeding also after a year, unless we get to onboard a million new Icosa stakers, diluting the pool even more.
Anyone here speaks Spanish?
Just a little bit.
See if you can tell me what this is saying. It's a song though, so maybe I should just send you the song, but I'll play it. Here we go. You know?
I definitely cannot hear anything, and it sounds
Okay,
kind of,
shit.
with the compression and the
Yeah, and
conversion.
I've
It
got my
really
AirPods in as
like
well. Yeah, it's terrible.
just really sounds like horrible noise.
I tried to put it into I tried to yeah, it is what it is. I tried to put it into like a translation, but yeah, it didn't understand.
somebody know when the wake up show is happening on Discord Syndicate? Is it in half an hour or in 1 hour?
Executioner.
Yeah. What's up?
I have a question for you.
What is it?
Hey, do you happen to know if the SA matched its seating in the pools on ETH POW and ETH Pair?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they didn't.
No, I don't know. I could find out. All you need to do is go to hedron.pro and switch the networks, and it'll tell you on that network, just like it would tell you on Ethereum, how much was burned that same day, and you could see if it had, because they are different.
Yeah, from what I see, the numbers don't match the Ethereum network. Because I write down daily yield in all of my wallets, all of my stakes in different networks, and
So
yeah, it
that would
doesn't
suggest
have the same numbers at all.
that would suggest that the source address, the SA, does not support those other networks.
Yep, gotcha. Thanks, Jurgen. Or was that impulsive? One of you blue button guys. Thank you.
Patrice von Paris.
What?
You were the one that was helping answer the question for Java. He just was.
I was the one answering this question.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I've been writing my Excel sheet since day one, so I can really kind of track my daily yield. It's a little bit useless, but it's interesting to see the jumps in different days and then comparing to the total burned the day before. I was impressed on the yield like 2 days before auction start. Oh yeah, maybe like the day before. No, 2 days before. I was pretty impressed with the yield, but the yield from yesterday is like next level. Yeah, far exceeding all my expectations. Okay, so I went back to my ETH POW Hedron Icosa stakes, and it does look like yesterday we had. So yesterday I had a doubling of my yield, but I'm not sure what's causing this. If it's the seeding or just people interacting with it. But on ETH Fair, it doesn't have changed anything.